So for the massive hot bus in Stanislaus County, deputies raided a marijuana grow east of Empire on Friday. Investigators found 34 people working at the operation, including 2 children. Many of them didn't know where they were and weren't allowed to leave the property. 3 people were arrested.
That time, that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We have any differences anymore. We will be united in our common interests. And you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Tyranny and persecution. And from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live. To exist. Today. The 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day. From going to the White House, but I'm president and they're not. We are fighting the fake news, fake voting, fake. Their agenda is not your agenda. They want you to think we're on purpose. We're not. It's Russia. And the Russians. And the Russians.
The people hurricane is out there season we're called Hurricane Clara.
U.S. president could possibly working for the Russians. Donald Trump has many Russian intelligence.
1987. What you just
is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
There's outright treason. I mean, there is no question. He has no idea that he's going down. There's a reason why Donald Trump fears Robert Mueller in front of the TV cameras with the nation's attention turned to him.
No, as I said,
It's called coup d'etat.
part of the
Just relax, take it easy, take your time.
there's some really it's much more
Come on, try getting it out.
beyond my purview. See to that.
blood and put on the Mizbeach, says Rosh Lakish, Yochel, I may have thought, then he's running this action. The Mishnah says somebody else had to be Merak, had to finish off the Shechita. So I may have thought, Lo Merak, if somebody else doesn't finish off the Shechita, you hate Posel, who will be Posel. And then we would understand that, at least regarding Korbanos, that one has to actually shecht both simonim entirely, and that's why. And I may have thought that way, and the Gemara is interrupting now and saying, "Just a minute, could you really have thought that? Could you really have thought you don't shecht the entire two simonim that by korban that shchita is not considered shchita? Yochel meraki apostle imkein havile avoida ba'achir." How you can't understand our Mishnah that way, because that if somebody who finished the shchita, not the kohen gadol, a different kohen, that second kohen, and that's called that the avoida was finished by somebody else. But now did we not learn kol avodas yom kippurim eino ksherus elovoy? Did we not learn that on all the avodah on the kippur must be done exclusively by the kohen gadol? Says the Gemara Hochikam, and this is what Rosh Lakish meant. Of course, min Torah shechting roiv of the two simonim is enough. But I may have thought that midrabanon, somebody else doesn't finish the shechita, that is going to be possible by korbanos. The kashaninu. That's why the Mishnah in Chulin repeats itself to say roiv echad boiv, roiv shnaim boiv, roiv shnaim b'behema, to impress us. That's not only by Chulin, but even by korbanos. If somebody else did not finish the shechita and the kohen gadol just did the minimum shechita, then it's not possible even midrabanon. Says the Gemara. If that's true, that if that second kohen didn't finish the shechita, it's not possible. Why did he have to finish the shechita? Let the kohen do the shechita, roiv of the two. Says the Gemara, you're right as far as the shechita is concerned. However, mitzvah lemori, there's an extra special mitzvah to finish the shechita. Rashi says in order that the blood should come out nicely, should flow out comfortably and into the blood, and therefore there was a mitzvah for the second kohen to continue the shechita beyond what Ilchus shechita would have required. Continues the next Gemara, and now we're going to have a considerably long long Gemara, and this is known in it's a famous piece of Gemara. Abaya, Masadir, Marocha. Parts of this we mentioned already. Abaya the Marocha, which means the Seder of the Avodah every day, which made the Gemara in the name of the tradition that he had, how the Avodah was done every day. Because regarding one specific detail, the Ketores was done after the menorah was entirely prepared for the lighting, or whether the Ketores was done before they finished doing the Hatovas Haneres. That was a Abashol and Rabbanon. Rabbanon saying that the Ketores was done before the menorah was finished being prepared. After preparing 5 candles, they would do the kohen would do the Ketores, and then they would prepare the sacrifice. That's according to Rabbanon. We saw this on Dr. Zvavamad. But according to Abashol, the Ketores was done only after they finished entirely preparing the menorah, and Abaya arranged the Seder of Avodah. And now in this list of Abaya, there's going to be 15 details, and the order is very important. They have to be done exactly in this order. And the Brisa hardly tells us the sources. It has to be in this order. And more afterwards, the second half of today's day, we're going to learn the sources of each of these 15, why one comes before the other. So let's see what they are. The first is Marocha. On the outside Mizbeach, on the big Mizbeach, there were there was more than two, but we're talking now about two. There were 2 fireplaces, 2 bonfires there. One was called the Marocha Gedola, which is the big fireplace. One was put, and there was a Marocha Shmir, the second fireplace on the Mizbeach, which is where the coals that were taken from there and taken into the Heichal, put onto the small Mizbeach in order to put the Ketores onto that. Those coals were taken from a second Marocha on the big Mizbeach. Both of these Marochas had to be arranged every morning. Which one was first? It says about first the Marocha Gedola was arranged, and only then the Marocha of the Ketores. Marocha Shnia Shel Ketores Kodemes, the Siddur Shnei Gizreitzim. After they would arrange the small Marocha of the Ketores, they would then put great blocks of wood that were put on top of the rest of the arrangements of the wood on the big fireplace. That was number 3. And then Siddur Shnei Gizreitzim, that was Kodem, that was before the Dishon, cleaning away the ashes from the top of the inside Mizbeach, the Heichal, and that was done 4th. And then the Dishon Mizbeach Apili Kodem Tovas Chomish Neiros, what was done 5th was they would prepare 5 plates of the menorah. After that, Tovas Chomish Neiros was Kodem Dam Hatomid. After the 5 neiros were prepared, the shechita of the shechita and the zrika of the korban tomid, not putting the ivorim on the mizbeach, that will come later. For now, the shechita and the zrika, that's called the dam hatomid, and that's what actually brought a kapora. It's also a kapora. Mitzvah saseh, mitzvah saseh, and nitikla say that was the dam tomid. Afterwards, the dam tomid koidem latobas neiros. After doing the korban tomid, the shechita and the zrika, they would prepare the last 2 candles of the menorah. Latobas neiros koidem ketores. Afterwards, they would do the ketores. They would put the ketores in the mizbeach hapnimi in the heichal on top of the coals that were taken from the big mizbeach, taken to the small mizbeach, and on that put the ketores. And then bacteria koitim later. After that, they would put the limbs of the korban tomid onto the mizbeach, and then they brought the mincha before the mincha. The korban oila had to be brought with a mincha, as it says in the pasuk. The mincha was brought with the korban tomid and put on the mizbeach. So that after the ivorim were put on the mizbeach, and then the mincha lechavitin. The mincha was done before the chavitin. The chavitin was what the Kohen Gadol would have to bring every day, or would have to belong to the Kohen Gadol. Anybody could offer it, any Kohen could put on his back. The mincha, it's also a mincha. The mincha's chavitin followed the mincha that was for the korban tomid. The chavitin, the nesachim. After the chavitin, the nesachim, the wine was poured on the mizbeach. On the nesachim, the event that it was Shabbos and there was a korban musaf. Then after the nesachim of the korban tomid were put on the mizbeach, the musafim was done. The musafim, the bezichin, the musaf came before. The bezichin, the musaf was put on the mizbeach before. The bezichin, spoons of levaina that accompanied the lechem aponim were put onto the mizbeach. The bezichin, the tomid shel ben arbaim, and after the bezichin, the levaina, the these 2 spoons from the lechem aponim were put onto the mizbeach. Today, tomid shel ben arbaim. That would be the afternoon korban tomid. Shenemar, this is the only source brought in by Abaya. Shenemar, v'hikdir oleh. This is a pasuk speaking about the tomid shel shachris, the first korban tomid. It says in the pasuk, v'ho'esh al hamizbeach tukad boy. The fire on the mizbeach would burn on the mizbeach, v'sichbeh would not be extinguished. U'v'ir oleh ater in eitzim aboiker. In the morning, we'll soon see a little bit more what it's referring to. V'orach oleh ha'olah. And they would put the korban tomid, would be the first korban that would go onto the fireplace. The hiktir oleo chelpei hashlomim, and the hashlomim would be put on it. So from these words, chelpei hashlomim, the Gemara learns out what does it mean. Hashlomim, we read it as if it said hashleim, to complete, which means on the korban we should complete and put all the other korbanos and not on the korban tomid shel ben arbaim, which means no other korbanos are put onto the mizbeach after the korban tomid shel ben arbaim. All the relevant korbanos of the day should be put after the korban tomid shel shachar, before the korban tomid shel ben arbaim. That's the end of Abaya's Sifra Malacha. Abaya from the Shmei Gemara by Libet Amashon. And now the Gemara, starting from here, is going to go through the sources of each one of these 15 stages, proof why it was exactly in this order. Marocha Gedoyla Kedemes the Marocha Shniel Shel Ketores Mula. On to the big Marocha. That's why you have to put them. The question is, well, where else do you want me to put them? on the small marocha. Could I put them on the small marocha? Yes, but then it must be that the small marocha has already been arranged. So if you see that the pasuk is telling us explicitly, put the two Kizra'itim on the big marocha, it must be putting the two Kizra'itim on the big marocha. B'siyata d'shmaya, we're going to start 3 lines from the top of the Omid. It says the Gemara, Tonu Rabban. Now, before we start this sugya, I think it's worthwhile to make a short introduction into Parashas Acharit, which is the parasha that speaks about the Yom Kippur Avodah. Or most the parts of the Musafin, because Yom Kippur was also a Yom Tov, was also a regular day, so the Golden Tomid of every day, Yom Kippur, it's not mentioned here. There are Musafim of Yom Kippur which are not mentioned here. ההצעה הזאת. אני לא יודע כמה פעמים אנחנו נהיה באותו סרט, שגלגל אותנו 34 בלבנון, 51 בצוק איתן, וכן. אתה שולט באלמנט הזמן.
אבל אתה יודע מה קרה בצוק איתן? בצוק איתן היו... חמאס יצא, הודענו על הפסקת אש, אז לא קודם את זה. למה עשו אחרי זה? אנחנו עוסקים בניה חוקרת.
המלחמה הזאת ניקח חודשיים, אנחנו מכירים את התורה הזאת, אנחנו לא למזלנו ביכולותינו, ההישג העצום של מדינת ישראל, שיצירת חומת עבודה חסדית, פעם אחת של עבודת עוצר, ופעם שנייה של החומה התת-קרקעית, שעוצרת אותנו במדעות ומונעת מאיתנו פעולה קרקעית מיותרת, כמו שהייתה בצוק איתן. זה מייצר מצב שאנחנו יכולים להציג, אוקיי, הוא עבד במתח האחרון. מה אנחנו במקרה זה פה? השאלה היא...
אחרי שבועות שיש עוד מתח.
אם יהיה עוד השבוע, אתה שוב מעניש. זה הכל, אתה מעניש בכל פעם שני. ואני אומר לך, אני ניהלתי את התחקיר של ועדת חוץ וביטחון על צוק איתן. אני אומר את זה ואני אומר את זה בזהירות כאן. לא כל מטרה מתלווה, וזאת גם המסקנה של הצבא. לא כל מטרה שלך. אתה מרגיש את הצורך להמשיך את הפעולה עם מטרה שבאמת שווה. אם יש לנו מטרות שוות, בוא נפציץ את כולן היום. אני אומר שלכם להבין, אין שום בעיה להפציץ את כולן.
אני לא חושב שהמבצע כרגע הוא מצב שיהיה
שאני לא כמובן, זה אפילו לא הכרזה של דרג המדיני. אז יכולה ליצור, אנחנו במדינת ישראל, ליצור מצב אחר בעזה בשתי דרכים בלבד. אחת, כמו שאמרתי, כיבוש עזה, השנייה היא מהלך מול הרשות הפלסטינית, שייצור מצב שעזה תיראה, שלא רק, לא הרשות של משפטים, הרשות הפלסטינית ששכח, שייצור מצב אזרח בעזה יראה שלאחיו ברמאללה או בשכם או לבן דודו יש לא רק מצב כלכלי וביטחון אישי שמגיע לו בהרבה, אלא גם אופק מדיני. אף פעם מלחמה לחצו ידיים עם הרוסים בברלין, אף פעם מלחמה לא שינתה מצב בעיקרו. צריך להבין את זה וצריך להימנע ולהיכנס למשחק שכרגע אני אומר לך, המשחק רבית אומר את זה קודם, ואני כשמי שמורפל את זה אני רוצה שהדבר הזה הוא בין השאר איזה מין אי נוחות של גורמים בשיח שלהם אחד עם השני, מתי הם עושים את השאלה ולקח את זה לצורים. תודה לך.
אוקיי, מאשקלון, אנחנו שומעים.
אנחנו עובדים אחרי ההתפתחויות בדקות האחרונות, עוד פיסה של מידע שמגיעה ממוסד ומרסור, בכלל מבחינת החמאס, סגירת דוברים מדבר עם המיעוט, ובסוף נוכל אומר, אבל ישראל שמה לנו הצעה שהיא מאוד מקבלת.
נכון, אומר מוסא אבו מרזוק שבכלל יושב בקטר, שישראל הציעה הפסקת אש, לפיה קודם כל חמאס חד צדדית יפסיק את האש לשעתיים-שלוש, ואז קטר רוצה להפסיק אש, הוא אומר אנחנו לא היינו מוכנים לזה, אנחנו בחמאס, אבל אנחנו מוכנים להפסקת אש טוטלית והיינו מוכנים להפסקת אש דו צדדית, סימולטנית, בו זמנית, אבל לתנאים כאלה אנחנו לא היינו מוכנים, אנחנו מוכנים להפסיק את האש. הדבר הזה שמופיע היום, ביטוי לא מקרי, כי הוא מבין שיש פה מעורבות אמריקנית כמובן, וקטרית לעניין הזה, הפסקת אש קרובה, אנחנו לא יודעים מתי.
תודה חזי, אלון, מילה אחת על הצפון.
שני אירועים מטרידים בימים האחרונה, ירי רקטות מאזור חיזבאללה בסוף לאירוע הזה, ירי לא יעיל, לא פוגע בישראל נופל בלבנון. כתבה הסמויה שמשובחת על ידי מזורקת פעם איראנית, וחופן בעמק בית שאן, תחושה היא שחיזבאללה טיפול הצפון על ידי שליחים, על ידי הפלסטינים, הוא לא רוצה להיכנס לזה, אבל הטמפרטורה גם שם עולה.
אלון, תודה רבה, תאמר בחזרה אליי.
תודה, אודי, אנחנו עכשיו לפוליטיקה שבאמת מסתיימת ולוקח לכך. האם בין סער לנתניהו האם אכן באינטרסים?
זו מילה גדולה לתאר את מה שקורה בין סער לנתניהו, אבל בהחלט גישושים, האנשים שלהם יודעים לדבר האחד עם השני, נכון יהיה להגדיר את זה לדעתי כך, שוב, אני אומר שוב, כי לדעתי הוא כבר לא שם. לוותר על הבחורה ברוטציה, סער יותר לשקול את הרעיון הזה, אלא שלהבנתי אין משא ומתן רציני כזה. מה שכן אפשר לומר עכשיו, וכאילו פרט היסטוריוני קצת, על משא ומתן של את השינוי, זה היה כפסע מלהתקיים, אפשר לצלול לתוך הדרישות של השותפים השונים, ולסתחת גדעון סער, שימו לב לדרישה המאוד מאוד בעלת תיאבון שהציג גדעון סער לראשי גוש השינוי. אנחנו יכולים לראות את הדברים האלה ביחד על המסך. אבל דבר שהוא עצמו את משרד המשפטים יחד עם הנגב והגליל פלוס תפקיד של סגן ראש הממשלה, והוא נשאר יפעת שאשא ביטון את משרד החינוך. משרד המורשת וחצי קדנציה נוספת כיושב ראש הכנסת. עבור יועז הנדל את משרד התקשורת או את משרד התיירות, יש פה רשימה של לפחות 10 תפקידים שונים שופטים בתקווה חדשה אומרים שזה לא משנה אם זה היה הם או לאנשי ימין, אבל זו גם דרישה שעלתה שם, נציג בוועדה למינוי יועמ"ש, נציג בוועדה למינוי דיינים, סגן שר חוץ, נציגות פרטית. אין לזכור תפקידים זה חשוב, למה זה חשוב? כי זה אולי באמת יכול להסביר למה בין היתר זה נמשך יותר מדי זמן. כולם הגיעו רעבים לאירוע הזה, וגורם בכיר בגוש השינוי אומר, לא רק לאירוע הזה, ואולי לא הביאו את גודל השעה, גם גדעון סער ותקווה חדשה הגיעו רעבים מדי, והתוצאה היא שהפרויקט הזה קרס.
הלכו לישון רעבים. תודה, ספי. אנחנו רוצים עכשיו לחזור לאתמול במילה כבר עזה שהתארחה אצלנו כאן במהדורה אתמול. שלום אור, היום את עם חברה בודדת.
שלום. נכון, אני נמצאת פה עם חברה בשם אופיר, גם בת המקום, שבחמישי קרה אמורה לחגוג את החתונה שלה, ממש פה בקיבוץ, ובעקבות האירועים, לצערנו יש פה מורכבות עם החתונה.
בואי תראי אותנו, שומעת אותנו?
אוקיי. כן.
אז מה קורה? מה תכננתם ומה קורה לכם חמישי?
ירון להתחתן במעוז מול האדם, שזה פה באזור של הקיבוץ. ולא המצב, למרות שהם מאוד מאוד אופטימיים עד הרגע האחרון, ועוד חודש פחות או יותר, בתקווה שירגע ושישקט. כל כמו שרצינו, במעוז מול האדם, במתכונת שתכננו.
יש מקום אבל באזור המרכז פה שיעד באיזשהו מקום שתוכל לעשות לך תקופה מצומצמת?
המקום כן, סבתא שלי גרה באזור המרכז, אז אנחנו נסייע. ותוך כדי כזה אני מסמסים להתארגן קייטרינג, רב, סלאם, מעצבת, תקופה שצריך להביא. חברים מנסים לעזור במה שהם עכשיו.
איך נרחיב את חתונה כל כך קשים.
מסיבה רבות המזלי, הצלחתי לחגוג שבוע שעבר עם החברות המדהימות שלי. ולפחות זה איזושהי נקודת שפיות גם בקטע הזה שהספקתי לחגוג מסיבת הרמקות כמו שצריך. מסתכלת דברים אחרים, מסתכלת דברים אחרים.
למרות שזה מתקדם ולא רציתי שצילם ורציתם, מזל טוב לכולם כאן, ואור, ובאים סדרו עוד כמה לכם. היום הזה מאז הפעם האחרונה ששוחחנו.
שלנו עובר בעיקר בדריכות, יש המון רעשים, צה"ל תוקף בצורה מאוד נרחבת לרצועה, ופה בקיבוץ מרגישים את זה, אופיר פה מסכימה איתי. את היציאות אנחנו שומעים, ואת התפילות עכשיו קוראים. אנחנו חזקים, בדיוק כמו שאני אתמול, נכונים לתת את כל הגיבוי שהצבא צריך, בשביל שבסוף באמת יהיה פתרון ארוך טווח.
תודה רבה על השיחה היום. טוב, בדבר שאותו נורא נדבר קצת על סטרס והלחץ, משהו שמשותף בדרך לחצי מדינה, אנחנו
שלא מלחץ אבל עכשיו סיפור לצפון ואפשר ויש איזה נקודה של הצפויה טיסה אולי שיש קצת רגוע יש שם שאלה חסר קצת מצילות אותה אחת הבעיות בעצם הבעיה הגדולה יש למשל בצבא מבין את זה ברגע שמתחילות ירידות זה הלב שלך מתמקד את הנקידה עכשיו יש לזה היגיון אבל אתה לא רואה את הקיבה שלה וכל מי שצריך לתפקד תחת אש מכיר את זה שאתה צריך כל העולם שיכול להסתכל לזה עכשיו הבעיה היא שזה כמעט הפוך לדברים של פצע לא פשוט לא תקשיב כי מה שעשה להם שעובר זה לא קל דברים פליטים דברים שכל זה אבל זה הופך להיות פשוט במאבק שלנו מה זה כבר דברים שאנחנו מכירים ולכן אני חושב במחוז לציבור ולא לעשות הרבה כשמסתכל משהו יחסית חדשה שמפתחה לכמה דברים אדם שמצליח
الله يظهر تعال صور معايا.
שלום לכם, ערב טוב, יומו התשיעי של מבצע שומר החומות, והערב אנחנו במהדורה מיוחדת באולפן באשקלון, שסופגת את דרום, ובמבצע הזה המשמעות יותר בדרום, התמונה השתנתה בצורה למתחת חלקים לדרום, במבצע בנפילת הרקטה במעבר ארז, שעה מאוחר יותר, 2 הרוגים ו2 פצועים קשה, ו-160 מחבלים, ונפלו יותר מ10 בתי מחבלים, כ100 וילדים נהרגו ברצועה מתחילת ההצלחה. ובכך סיבובי אש בצפון לילה של לשגר מל"ט נפץ לבית שאן, וכאן שום מהומות בשטחים וגם בשער שכם, על רקע שהייתה נספת בחברה הערבית. ושוב עולה השאלה מה ישראל עוד רוצה לעשות. תפיסה מורחבת בשטח ובאולפן, אבל תחילה אליך וביום באשקלון.
טורלית שליטה שלמה ושוממה מאוד, קצת אחרי הסערה של שמות של מומחים, ואולי לפני סערה נוספת, אשקלון מאוד מורגלת בכך, היה לה צפגה הרבה מאוד מערכי טילים להרבה מאוד למרות שהדברים אחוזים האלה שאלה ששואלת את המסלול הצבאי,
אתה מצלם כאן קליפה ממעטפת המתנה של חיל חמאס, השלישייה שמובילה את הארגון הסינואר בפריסה, ובצד מאוד רוצים להגיע לנגע הזהב הזה שהולכו לפגוע למקום שהם השיגו את זה, אז בינתיים הם ממשיכים בפגישה הקשרים בלילה, נכנס לפגישה של המדינות הכלכלית הכלכלית חדש, פגישה של שכונה לדוגמה לכל שכונת ריבה, שכונה יפה בעזה. חמאס שקלמו לשכונה, עשרות בתים נפגעו הלילה, הולכים לעשות את זה לשכונה, והתחושה היא שיש עוצמה, אבל יש גם הבנה שהזמן עומד במטר, וכל יום שואף ולגובר הסיכוי לנפגעים ברוב ראשי. וכל יום שהוא יכול לשאול חמאס יפתיע במשהו, ערים כוחה לצפון, שם חיזבאללה לא יוסר מעצמו, אבל נותן חסות לאירועים פלסטינים של אתמול בלילה ניסו לראות רקטות בישראל, והארגנים שאתה מתמודד על הנפגעים ולחכו, אז צה"ל ממוקד בדרום, אבל מסתכל גם על הצפון, שם יש פוטנציאל מטריד.
ניסינו לגרות את הצמיד אחרי זה סימנדו, חמאס סופג הרבה מאוד פגיעות של הצינור. השאלה אם הוא מרגיש שמשהו מתערער במוטת השליטה שלו.
תראה, חמאס בינתיים לא מרגיש ערעור, אלא הוא רוצה בינתיים לסיים את הסיפור הזה כרגע כדי לשמר את יכולת האש שלו. אנחנו מספרים הערב הזה לפי מקורות פלסטינים ששוקעים שהפסקת גרל אש קרובה מאוד מאוד. אבל יש תנאי אחד לחמאס, אני לא בטוח שבישראל אולי כן ירצו לשמוע את זה או לא, אבל חמאס דורש התחייבות ישראלית לא לחסל בכירים, במיוחד מוחמד בהפסקת אש כזו. על הרקע הזה, בכיר חמאס, מוסא אבו מרזוק, שנמצא בקטר בכלל, אומר לניו יורק טיימס שישראל הסכימה להפסקת אש בתנאי שחמאס ימצור את האש לשעתיים 3. קודם כל, אז רוצה או לא, ישראל אמרה לא, אנחנו מעוניינים בהפסקת אש סימולטנית בו זמנית.
הפגיעה ביכולת השליטה של אנשי חמאס, קטעו להם את קווי התקשורת שעברו בתוך המנהרות, הרבה יותר קשה להם לנהל את הארגון. הם צריכים אנושיים ובני אדם, מה שגורם לחשיפה שלהם, ויש תחושה שבחלוף הזמן הם עשויים לעשות טעויות ולהיחשף. בינתיים, בימים האחרונים, חמאס ממקד את האש בטווח הקצר, שומר לעצמו את הרקטות הארוכות להמשך בתוך משך זמן, וצה"ל גם הוא מגביר את התקיפות על משגרים. בוא תראה את התקיפה שבוצעה הערב כנגד משגרי רקטות, ושים לב מה קורה לטייסים כשהם מזהים שיש אזרחים באזור.
אנחנו חוזרים לרחוב הראשי כדי לראות באמת את העצמות הצונות שביקשנו. רגע, תתייחסו שנייה, יש תנועות מהבתים שצפופים, כרגע מהנמוך זה שממש צפות במשליים, אנחנו רואים פינוי. ואנשים רוצים בחוזה החופש. מישהו רק לקרוא להם, אנחנו רואים כבר שניים לפחות רצו החוצה יחד איתו, יש היה פינוי עכשיו של האנשים זהו. אני רואה את המקלר מבארץ, נמצא פה, והוא רואה שתי שורות כאלה. אם שם פיצות שמשתרת אליהם, נכון?
וכאן אנחנו אליך, צבי יחזקאלי, שאלת מפתח, שלא תמיד יש לנו עליה תשובה, בזמן באמת צריך לומר מראש, אבל מה חמאס רוצה בנקודת הזמן הזו?
שוב, במסגרת המגבלות לפענח את הראש של החמאס, הייתי אומר כזה דבר, חמאס היה רוצה לחזור את הגלגל האחרון שיזכרו את ההישגים של תחילת השבוע, זה עדיין לא מונע, כל מה שהיה עד עכשיו, כל התקיפות, חיסית התקיפות הרציניות, הקטישות, המנהרות, המטרו, כל זה, עדיין תהיה עצרת ניצחון. איך אני מזהה את זה בכמה דברים? יש חולשה בחמאס, זה ברור, הם מתחילים לשקר, אתם זוכרים אבו עביידה אתמול הבטיח, אם תראו עלינו נראה, תל אביב לא ירה, אם ישראל המשיכה לראות, יש כל מיני הודעות של חוק פסיכולוגית, מתחילים לזהות את העייפות של חמאס, את הקשר של חמאס, בין אם זה דבר שלא נזכיר בשרשרת הפיקוד, יש כושר בתקשורת, רואים את זה. עכשיו לאן זה הולך? אם ישראל תמשיך במהלך הזה יום-יומיים, היא תוכל לצאת מדפוס הסכמי הפסקת השקרים תמורת שקט. איך? יכניסו עוד אלמנט, אינני יודע, שכל רקטה הבאה ישראל תהיה רשאית וכו' וכו', זה לא שם. גם חמאס עכשיו, ההודעה של מוסא אבו מרזוק, אמר שהוא מסרב לזה שהוא ייצור את האש לפני. יש להם עוד על מה להתווכח. לכן כרגע כותבים את הפסקת האש בימים האלה. ישראל תשיג הישג, לא משנה מורלי או בשטח, זה לא משנה. באופן כללי לא שברנו את נוסחאות עזה, נצא מהסבב הזה, כמובן לקראת הסבב הבא.
זה באמת מבצע שיש לו המון זירות, צפון, פה בתוכנו, גם בשטחים, והערב הזה גם מהומות מחוץ לשגרירות בירדן.
נכון, השגרירות בירדן בכלל, ירדן, דעת הקהל שם מאוד מאוד לוחצת על המלך, אני אסכים גם אחרי שלי. המלך עבדאללה רוצה לרצות אותה, הוא אומר להם אני אקים בית חולים שדה, אני לא יודע איך הגיעו אנשים מעזה לעניין הזה. דעת הקהל בירדן היא דעת הקהל שמתנגדת למהלכים של המלך, הם מבקשים אפילו הפסקה של הסכמי הגז, והמלך מאוד חושב שם עוד פעלתנית בעניין הזה של הפסקת אש, כי הוא יודע שזה תלוי בשלום הציבור שלו. רוב האזרחים בירדן הם פלסטינים, ולכן צריך לשים לב בנקודה הזו. ככה הוא בא לאמריקאים ולצרפת ואומר, תעצרו מיד את האש. הלחץ הזה בסופו של דבר יבוא לידי ביטוי בשביל סוף העניינים ולהתכנסים להפסקת אש.
תודה רבה. אנחנו רוצים עכשיו לפנות עליכם, על מבוקר ומשך חורף, שמצטרפים אלינו מנתוני הפגיעות שבעוטף עזה, אלמוג, תודה אליך, בצה"ל אומרים שלבדת יכולות השיווק.
תראו, הסיפור הגדול זה למעשה המשגרים הרב-קניים, אותם משגרים שמאפשרים ירי לטווחים הרחוקים יותר, אזור המרכז, ובצה"ל עושים מאמצים מאוד גדולים בימים האלה. הם הצליחו לפגוע מדובר ב-70 משגרים, אבל אם לוחצים על נקודה אחת שבה אומרים כאן לא נעשה מספיק, זאת בדיוק הנקודה, שם היו רוצים לראות הישגים הרבה יותר משמעותיים, ועושים ניסיון גדול כדי לפגוע ביכולות השימוש. זאת צריך לומר, רואים פגיעה, העובדה שאין כמעט ירי במהלך היומיים האחרונים לעבר ליישובים שמעבר לטווח של 40 קילומטרים, זה חלק מהעבודה של צה"ל, אבל נחזור שוב, זה לא מספיק, ועושים מאמץ גדול ועוד משגרים מהסוג הזה. ועכשיו השאלה הגדולה כשמדברים על הפסקת אש, מה יקרה ביום שאחרי? יש דרישה כאן של ראשי הרשויות כבר כמה ימים, מראש הממשלה נתניהו, משר הביטחון, כמעט בכל פגישה הם מעלים את זה, לשנות ביום שאחרי, והיום ראש הממשלה נתניהו מגיע לשיחה עם ראשי הרשויות בעוטף עזה, ואומר בצורה חד משמעית, אני לא שמעתי אותו מתייחס ככה לאירועים מהסוג הזה לפני, זה אומר בצורה חד משמעית, ביום שאחרי המשוואה, כלומר אם יהיה ירי לעבר עוטף עזה, גם אם זה ירי בודד, גם אם לא מדובר בפגיעה ישירה, התגובה תהיה קשה מאוד, שחמאס יתקשה לעכל אותה, כך הוא אומר לראשי הרשויות בעוטף. כמובן שהמבחן הגדול יהיה ביום שאחרי, אבל זה בהחלט דבר חשוב, בטח ובטח לתושבי העוטף.
תודה רבה. אלמוג, שייך רק במושב שבו נהרגו היום שני הפועלים הזרים, מושב שבנוסף לכל נשאר גם בלי חשמל בערב הקשה הזה.
נכון, אנחנו נמצאים כאן בסמוך לאזור תעשייה במועצה האזורית אשכול, אותו אזור תעשייה שספג היום פגיעה ישירה, תוצאה מאוד קשה, ישנם שני אנשים שעובדים בתאילנד, אחד שנפצע קשה, עוד אחד בינוני ועוד 5 שנפצעו באורח קל, כולם מפונים, כבר פונו לבית החולים סורוקה, ושם כעת מאושפזים מקבלים טיפול רפואי. מה שאנחנו מצליחים להבין בכמה שעות שתי גרסות, האחת שפשוט הצופה נמצא כאן, ולכן בהזעקה אותם עובדים זרים מתאילנד לא שמעו ולא הספיקו לרוץ לתוך המרחב המוגן. זו הגרסה האחת. הגרסה השנייה שהם כן שמעו אבל פשוט לא הספיקו לרוץ לתוך המרחב, כן יש להם באותו מתחם שתי מיגוניות. מה שקורה בעצם זה קורה בשעות הצהריים, נופל שם רקטה, בתוך רגע היא מתפוצצת, אוחזת בכל האזור שם, ממש בתוך בית המגורים שלהם, סולת שבין היתר גם יש הרבה מאוד בעלי חיים זו תוצאה באמת מאוד מאוד קשה כאן במועצה האזורית אשכול, בתוך היישוב שבו אנחנו נמצאים כרגע.
ישי, תודה. ועל יום הלחימה התשיעי ששיאו בפגיעה הקטלנית שגבתה את חייהם של שני בני אדם, בכתבה של כתבנו למצוות.
בערב של היום התשיעי של מבצע שומר החומות, הסוף נראה לכאורה באופק, אבל בינתיים במקום הפסקת אש, זו אש ללא הפסקה. חמאס מרכז היום את המטחים שלו לעבר היעדים הקרובים, עוטף עזה, הקיבוצים, המושבים, הוא מנסה לפגוע בחיילים. הפגיעה הקשה ביותר במושב הזה בחבל אשכול. זו הייתה רקטת קסאם שפגעה ללא התראה כמעט בבית אריזה שבו עבדו פועלים תאילנדים. במקום 2 הרוגים ופצועים קשה. כל היום הזה המשיך צה"ל בתקיפות ברצועת עזה, בעיקר הוא מרכז מאמץ על תקיפת המשגרים, בלילה תקיפה נגד המשגרים שמכוונים לאורך כל היום הזה תקיפות על משגרים המכוונים לאשדוד, אשקלון, באר שבע ולעוטף.
לצה"ל יש תוכניות רבות להמשיך לפגוע בחמאס, והתחילה לא תיפסק עד שירגיש
Falta la cara también para este barrio. ¡Periodistas! 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 ¡Ven aquí! ¡Ven aquí, cabrón! ¡Hijos de puta! ¡Traidores! ¡Hijos de puta! ¡Una vergüenza que estamos! ¡Sois una puta mierda de canal! ¡Solo tengo 40 de vuestra mierda de
¿Cuántas
canal!
verdades estáis ocultando a los españoles? ¡Cuéntame!
¡Mierda de canal que soy!
¡Sinvergüenza! ¡Y el conciliatorio!
¡Hijos de puta! ¡Ahora Puigdemont si tenéis cojones! ¡Adiós, hijos de puta! ¡Adiós! ¡Adiós! ¡Como mierda! ¡Paleto! ¡Periodistas! ¡Periodistas! ¡Hijos de puta! ¡Musulmana! ¡España! ¡Cristiana! ¡Y no musulmana! ¡España! ¡Cristiana! ¡Y no musulmana! ¡España! ¡Cristiana! David, ¿qué tal? Unas palabras de contexto para el programa. Gracias. ¡Gobierno de división! 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 ¡Gobierno de división!
Casi mejor que se caiga cuando está bajando del helicóptero y se muere con el
El piloto que se tira para caer
pero una vez que el helicóptero de las manos, hasta que te cagas, tío, que se ayuda. Porque tengo un accidente, pero en su puta casa. Se le llega la raya que se está luchando.
Ayer tengo formación en el tercio de una uso de ahora que divertido. Pues sí que nos íbamos a reír. Una chula de polla que llevan aquí. Los cojones que iban a tener frente a todo lo que nos está pasando. Y si ya sé, vamos para un café. ¿Cómo? ¿Verdad? Pero no se ría. Sus compañeros están padeciendo aquí. Tienen penurias animales. Sus compañeros. Pero rían. Madre mía, Dios.
Ellos están a la orden, a donde les mandan.
lo veo, siempre había. A ver si la bandera aquella. Los pesqueros disparan a sus españoles que están acá para comer y
Stop. Stop.
¡Nuestra inmigración es una invasión! 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 ¡Nuestra inmigración es una invasión!
Yo quiero que griten otra vez la frase esa tan bonita.
¿Cuál de todas?
La última.
La civilización es una invasión.
Venga, porque tendrá que pasar ahí.
De ninguno. Yo vengo a defender a España.
Ah, vale, pues muy bien. Muy bien.
Además, yo vivo en Holanda normalmente.
Ah,
Con ellos.
yo vengo con el grupo de Pilar, la llaman la franquista. No es una que el padre fue ministro de Parlamento y a ella no la pueden ni ver. Y yo siempre cuando hay manifestaciones a ver qué dices tú. La semana que viene será más. Sí. Esta es su hija de Pilar Gutiérrez.
No hay de...
Yo creo que es su hija. Es que si habla bien Pilar, no sabe la niña cómo habla. No te lo puedes imaginar.
He venido a pasar la ITV, a poner la boleta.
When things gonna happen, I don't know.
Sí.
Es más así, pero
America has many hypersonic missiles under construction. So what makes these new missiles so important? Well, a lot of things actually. Not only are they extremely fast,
I'm the one who figured out this spell your name before you changed it. Or your grandfather changed it. I'm the one who figured out that's how you spell your name before you changed it. Joaquin Marco is working with
רביב דרוקר, אז הלחץ האמריקני, אם אפשר לקרוא לו כך כרגע, הוא רחב, הוא נותן עדיין מרווח תמרון לישראל.
אין ספק, אבל זה מאוד מטריד, מאוד צריך להטריד את ישראל בכלל ומה שקורה במפלגת השלטון כרגע האמריקאית, המפלגה הדמוקרטית. כשאתה רואה מישהו כמו בוב מננדס, שנחשב מצוין ישראל על הגבעה תמיד, יושב ראש ועדת החוץ, זה שיכריע בעניין הסיוע התקציבי לישראל, זה שתמיד אנחנו יודעים שהוא מאושר אוטומטית, מוציא הצהרה נגד פעולות ישראל, שהוא מוטרד מהדבר הזה. עכשיו, יש שורה של נציגים, אפילו מכתב של נציגים רבים מהמפלגה הדמוקרטית נגד הפעולות של ישראל, ולוחצים על הנשיא, תפסיק לעשות את זה, תאיים מחדש בעסקת הנשק עם ישראל, שאושרה כבר הרבה לפני כן, מחלקת המדינה נשאלת על הסכמי אברהם, ובעצם אומרת הדבר היחיד שהם עשו זה מוציאו הסכמת הצעת שלום, שמתה עם הולדתה, זה הדבר היחיד הטוב שהם עשו, כלומר, היא לא אומרת מילה טובה הסכמי אברהם, אתה מבין איזה בעיה נמצאת לך עכשיו בממשל, אז נכון, ההנהגה עדיין, ביידן, שקשו ננסי פלוסי עדיין, פרו-ישראלי מאוד, מגבים אותנו וזה, אבל מתחת להנהגה הוותיקה הזאת, רואים מה רוכש שם כלפי ההנהגה הישראלית הקיימת לפחות.
כן, אלה חסון, כשממשלת ישראל ונתניהו צריכים לחשוב על היום שאחרי גם ביחסים עם ממשל ביידן, כרגע יש שביעות רצון ממרווח התמרון שהנשיא ביידן מאפשר לישראל, או דאגה מאותם אגפים פרוגרסיביים שהולכים וגדלים וההשפעה שלהם גם גדלה.
אני חושבת שהמצב בארצות הברית הוא שונה כבר תקופה. אנחנו מדברים על הממשל, אבל אנחנו מחמיצים את הדבר הזה. מי שמכיר את הקמפוסים בארצות הברית, את האוניברסיטאות שם, את השיח של הצעירים, זה לא השיח של אותו דור שהתייחס לישראל כמדינת מופת, וכל הנרטיב של השואה וכולי. יש שיח שונה, אנחנו רואים את זה בהפגנות של צעירים בשיקגו, מה עוד שזה הרבה מאוד שיח פרו-פלסטיני שבא מהקהילות האלה בארצות הברית. תראי, כל עוד ביידן הוא זה שנותן את הטון, אז ישראל יכולה להיות רגועה, גם אם יש לו לחץ בתוך המפלגה שלו, הוא מתמרן עם הלחץ הזה. וגם נתניהו וגם גנץ מתמרנים מולו ומול גורמים אחרים עם הלחץ הזה. תשמעי, אנחנו ב-environment לא פשוט, אנחנו כל פעם ככה עודפים ומכילים, עד העונג הבא, כמו שאומרים.
תודה. אז יש לו פוסקת, ואנחנו איתך אלמוג בוקר, ואתה נמצא בתוך בית שכתב פגיעה ישירה היום בעוטף עזה.
כן, אז קודם כל עדכון לגבי המטח האחרון, ממש עכשיו גם אזורית אשכול גם, לפחות 4 או 5 רקטות לעבר אזור חוף אשקלון ואשקלון. עד עכשיו אנחנו מדווחים בעיקר על יירוטים של מערכת כיפת ברזל, ועכשיו אנחנו נמצאים בבית שספג כאן במועצה האזורית חוף אשקלון. ישירה, מיד נוכל להראות לכם את מצלמות האבטחה שתיעדו את רגע הפגיעה, אבל תסתכלו כאן על הנזק העצום שנגרם. הרקטה פוגעת בחלק החיצוני של הבית, כאן זה כבר החלק הפנימי, הסלון, אפשר לראות כל כך התנפצו, ואם נלך לחדר שנפגע תמר, אז תוכלו לראות את הנזק העצום שנגרם פה, וכמה מזל היה שהמשפחה הזאת לא הייתה פה, הם יצאו להפוגה בתחילת השבוע. הנה כאן אפשר לראות את הרקטה שפגעה פגיעה ישירה הקיר בחלק החיצוני שלו, הטלוויזיה שהייתה על המסך, על הקיר עפה, על המיטה, כל הציוד כאן כמובן עף, גם החלונות התנפצו, כאמור זה נגמר במזל גדול בגלל בבית בלי נפגעים, ואני חושב שאפשר לראות עכשיו על המסך גם את רגע הפגיעה. הנה מצלמות האבטחה סמוך למקום, ובקצה העליון של המסך אפשר לראות את הרגע שבו הרקטה פוגעת פגיעה ישירה בקצה הזה, כאמור נזק גדול בלי נפגעים למרבה המזל.
תודה רבה, אלמוג. אנחנו עכשיו לשביתה היום בחברה הערבית בישראל, עוד הזדהות עם תושבי עזה ונגד מה שהם מכנים אלימות בערים המעורבות בשבוע החולף. אלמוג רובי, כתבנו מדווח.
החברה הערבית בישראל היום ברובה הגדול לאות הזדהות עם עזה נגד המשטרה ובמחאה על האירועים האלימים בשייח' ג'ראח ובירושלים שקדמו לסבב הלחימה. לעתים המחאה הזאת גלשה לעימותים אלימים, כך בשער שכם, שם המשטרה מנעה כל ניסיון להתקרב למקום ולהלהיט את הרוחות.
חלק מהעם שלי, זה המינימום שאנחנו יכולים לעשות, לתרום למאבק נגד האלימות, נגד המלחמה בעזה. אנחנו חלק בלתי נפרד מאוכלוסייה שגרה בתוך שטח ישראל.
בתי עסק רבים במגזר סגרו את שעריהם.
אני שובה ליד עמי על כל מה שקורה.
המחאה גרמה למתח גדול בין העובדים הערבים שדרשו לשבות לבין הנהלות החברות, וביניהם כמה מהגופים הגדולים היו מעסיקים שאיימו על העובדים לפיטורים.
אנחנו לא חוזרים לעבודה, אולי השבוע הבא עדיין אנחנו לא מתכננים מתי אנחנו חוזרים בגלל המצב קשה. המנהלת פתחה לחברה שלי 4 היא מבצעים כאן.
גם בבית החולים רמב"ם שבחיפה, שרבים מעובדיו הערבים עשרה עליהם ההנהלה לשבות.
חשוב מאוד שנתעלה על עצמנו, שכל אחד יכול יותר סבלנות. סיטואציה קשה, אני מבין את כולם, גם את הצד שלנו, גם את הצד שלהם.
מי שארגנה את השביתה היא ועדת המעקב והיהודה. בשעות הבוקר המוקדמות עמדו מאות צעירים ערבים ביציאות ביישובים ערביים וניסו לשכנע את התושבים להצטרף למחאה.
מה שקרה בימים האחרונים לא יעזוב אותנו מהר. מצד שני אני חושבת שיש פה המון כוחות, גם בחברה הערבית, גם בחברה היהודית, שרוצים לחיות פה ביחד, וזו התקווה שלי, שאנחנו נעבור את זה ולהמשיך.
אחרי 9 ימי לחימה בעזה והתפרצות השנאה והאלימות בערים המעורבות, ברור לגמרי שהמבצע אולי ייגמר בעוד כמה ימים, אבל את הקרע הבינלאומי לערבים בישראל ייקח זמן רב לאחור.
שנדבר ונחיה ונעשה שלום, והגיע הזמן שנעשה שלום אמת. מספיק על המחיר שאנחנו משלמים. אחרי הפסקת אש לחזור ולשבת ולדבר ולחזור לעסקים שלנו.
אלמוג רובי, אתה נמצא הערב הזה בנצרת, אחרי יום השביתה בחברה הערבית. מה הציבור נענה לקריאה הזאת?
כן, תמר, את שומעת מאחורי עדיין את הספירות ואת המחאה שעדיין נמשכת, אבל אנחנו יכולים להגיד שכן הייתה תמכת מהחברה הערבית לשביתה, והשביתה כן נשמעה בכל רחבי החברה הערבית, אם זה בנצרת וגם בעוד הרבה ערים במשולש וגם בדרום ובגליל, אבל אנחנו גם יכולים להגיד שזה נראה לנו ממה שאנחנו רואים עכשיו, שזה אירוע היום האחרון לכל ההפגנות שהתרחשו בחברה הערבית ולכל מה שראינו בימים האחרונים מעימותים בתוך החברה הערבית. הכל הסתיים היום לפי מה שאנחנו רואים, ולפי לפי מה שאנחנו שומעים בתוך החברה הערבית, וכמו שאנחנו מבינים גם שהיום אחרי המהומה הזאת שאנחנו רואים המהומה האחרונה שתהיה כאן בנצרת.
תודה רבה, עלי. חברת סלקום עוררה היום סערה כשעובדיה שבתו למשך שעה למען סולידריות בין ערבים ליהודים והצלחות מאיימים להתמוטט. נתן חודרוב פרשננו לענייני כלכלה, כאן בפרקים.
כן, תמר, זה מתחיל כמפגן משותף יהודי-ערבי של עובדי סלקום, ללא ביקורת על צה"ל, אפילו ללא קריאה להפסקת אש, משהו א-פוליטי לחלוטין, אלא שתזמון יחד עם ההפגנה הכללית של ערביי ישראל, כולל דגלי חמאס שראינו כאן, צובע בצבעים פוליטיים, בעיקר בקרב חוגי ימין מסוימים, גם את היוזמה המסחרית הזו של החברה. צריך לומר, סלקום מעסיקה הרבה במוקדי השירות שלה, גם בקרב הצוותים הטכניים, ולכן בעיני העובדים זה נתפס כדבר טבעי. אחרים, כמו חבר הכנסת בצלאל סמוטריץ' מהציונות הדתית וראשי רשויות ביהודה ושומרון, ראו בזה סוג של הכרזת מלחמה עליהם, על אזרחי ישראל. גם העובדה שמנכ"ל סלקום אבי גבאי הוא יושב ראש מפלגת העבודה לשעבר בטח לא עזרה כאן, והתוצאה, אלפי לקוחות מתקשרים בעידודם הפעיל של חברי הכנסת הללו למוקדי סלקום, מבקשת המניה יורדת במקביל ב2%, מה שלא קרה היום בשאר השוק הסלולרי, וסלקום נאלצת להתנצל יחד עם ועד העובדים. היא מוציאה הודעה שלפיה היוזמה אומנם ראויה, אבל היא טעתה בביטוי שזהה אותה עם היוזמה הפוליטית של כלל הציבור הערבי. הערכה היא, תמר, שבמקרה הזה לחברה בסופו של דבר לא ייגרם נזק גדול. מחאות מהסוג הזה יכולות ללכת כשם שהן באו. אני כן חושב שהחברות המשק יחשבו 7 פעמים לפני שיביאו מסר אפילו אוניברסלי וסולידרי, כמו שראינו היום בסלקום. האם זה טוב או רע שחברות יחששו לנקוט עמדה בסוגיות אזרחיות כאלה? כל אחד יחליט.
מה זה כמו בפרסומות במהלך כל הימים האחרונים, וכך החברות הגדולות ביותר במשק כן יצאו בקמפיינים של דו-קיום כלליים.
בהחלט,
כנראה נכון יותר מאשר העיתון הזה.
או לא בטוב לחלק מהאנשים.
תודה מתן. מאיר מרציאנו, אתה מצטרף אלינו מבית חולים מאיר שבירושלים. כמה מעובדי מערכת הבריאות שבתו היום?
כן, אנחנו בסורוקה בבאר שבע, אז באמת אנחנו מדברים הרבה על מערכת הבריאות כמגדלור של דו-קיום. אז על פי נתונים כ-1,500 עובדים במערכת הבריאות לא הגיעו היום לעבודה בעקבות השביתה. 20% מתוכם הם אחים ואחיות, 15 הם רופאים ורופאות. עכשיו, לפי הנתונים של משרד הבריאות, מרבית מבין העובדים שלא הגיעו, מרביתם זה לא בעקבות הזדהות עם השביתה, אלא בעקבות קשיי ניידות בתוך היישובים שבהם הם מתגוררים, או איומים שהם קיבלו בסביבת המגורים שלהם. בקרב קופות החולים הכי הרבה עובדים לא הגיעו אחר כך בקופת חולים מכבי. מנכ"ל משרד הבריאות, הפרופסור חזי לוי, מנחה היום את המנהלים של בתי החולים וקופות החולים במערכת הבריאות לזמן לשימוע כל עובד שמשתמש ברשתות החברתיות להפיץ דברי שנאה או הסתה. יש עובד אחד בהדסה למשל שפרסם פוסט שבו הוא אומר שהוא נאצי פלסטיני. העובד הזה כמובן זומן לשימוע. מנכ"ל משרד הבריאות אומר למנהלים זה מוקד שמשתמש ברשתות החברתיות לרעה.
תודה רבה, מאיר בסורוקה. צבי חזקאלי, ראינו תמונות היום בעיקר במזרח ירושלים של חסימות, באמת איומים על אנשים שכן רצו ללכת לעבוד בצדה המערבי של העיר.
שקורה כרגע בחברה הערבית יותר במזרח ירושלים, יותר מהפכה החברתית, שילד אומר לאבא לא יוצאים לעבוד. ראית את זה בדברים של ראש עיריית נצרת. אני אסביר לכם שראש עיריית נצרת, בסיבוב הקודם בצוק איתן, צעק על איימן עודה, כשאיימן אמר לו די כבר להדליק את השטח, והנה מה הוא אומר, אני לא יכול שלא לציית. אני חושב ששוב ההנהגה הערבית של אחמד טיבי ואיימן עודה נכשלו שוב, כי בתוך הציבור הערבי אני כבר שומע קולות שחבל, לקח את הקרע גדול, ייקח זמן, בואו נחזור. והנה השביתה הזו, שאלת אז רבים את רות שהייתה אז במשרד החוץ בקהיר, מה העניין השביתה? נכון, שביתה רגילה זה לא בעיה, אבל יש לזה תזמון, והתזמון הוא לבוא ביום לומר, אני חושב שאומרים את ההוראות של ההרגעה על השטח. ככה אני מרגיש את הנהגת ערבי ישראל
על ידי ביטוי המסר,
חד וחלק, אנחנו שלושה,
אין בה ביטוי אלים או משהו כזה,
אין בה, זמן ומקום. אנחנו אחרי כמה ימים,
מתי לשפוט? עכשיו יש מלחמה,
אני שומע בערבית את התדר, להגיד עכשיו זה הזמן להרגיע, להגיד עכשיו שביתה כללית זה אומר אני לא רוצה להרגיע, ככה אני קורא את זה, ואין מה לעשות, זה יורד לשטח למורת רוחם, וזה המעיפות, ועשות אותו הרבה זמן, כי נכנס פנימה את זאת החברה הערבית, ונפריד לשנייה,
נוציא את הזעם, נוציא את הכעס, וכמו שאלי מוגרבי אמר, לסיים את היפסה.
בסדר, זה אביה פה, שהוא בלהם יצא הכעס,
באשדוד. אנחנו כמובן נמשיך לעדכן אם יהיו חלילה גם נפילות. מהדרום למזרח הצפונית, שגם היא מתחממת, ישראל מלבנון, ובוקר מלאך שהתקרב לגבול באזור עמק המעיינות, טופל על ידי צה"ל. מאיה איידן עלתה לצפון ובקשה את התושבים הוותיקים למודיע המלחמות וגם את הילדים שנמצאים פעם ראשונה. השבוע בקיבוץ משגב העם שבגליל העליון נשמרה בבוקר. החיים ממשיכים לשם אזרח, הציפורים מצייצות, השבוע מתפעמת, הילדים בבתי ילדים. השגרה ממשיכה פה, ההורים יצאו לעבודה, הילדים בפעילות, והמקלטים פתוחים מאז אתמול בלילה. 6 רקטות תמונות כמו בלבנון ליד האצטדיון נשמעו היטב בקיבוץ משגב עם פוסטו, נעצרו בגדר. תראי אנחנו מדברים על כמה זמן יש להגיע למקלטים, 15 שניות, 20 שניות, אצלכם מה יש לזמן? 0, אנחנו צמודי גדר, המרווח ההתראה הוא 0, בדרך כלל בשביל תעזיק ואנחנו במדיניות שעשינו גם שאומרת כשיש נפילות וכשיש חזקה צריך להישחק בבית במקום שאתה יודע מראש שזה המקום הכי מוגן לבית ולחכות
אני קצת נלחצתי, גם היו 2 בומים כאלה שחשבתי שהם היו קרובים אלינו.
בפיג'מה מלאכותי, לקחו אותם בידיים ואז פשוט רצנו וכבר שהגענו לתוך
מבוגרים בקיבוץ מורגלים למצב, את הילדים שחוו הזעקה בפעם ראשונה.
רעדתי ממש הרבה, כי זה פעם ראשונה לא התרגלתי לזה עדיין.
הורים הופתעו מהאזעקה, והזדהו עם החברים מהדרום.
שמענו כאילו כל מה שקורה בדרום, ידענו שאולי יהיה מצב שיקרה פה משהו, אבל זה הגיע משום מקום, זה נפל רגע מלחיץ גם, כי היינו בשגרה והכל היה רגיל, ואז פתאום אנחנו שמענו את ההזעקה, והיינו כזה, רגע, מה קורה פה? לא הבנו מה, חשבנו מצב השגרים, לא הבנו מה קורה, כל אחד רק לכיוון אחר, אבל בסוף חמנו מתחת לקרקון, הפסיקה ההזעקה, שמענו כבר דבור, ואז עברנו למקלט, חיכינו שם איזה 10 דקות, שחרר אותנו כאילו לבתים, וכל אחד ההזעקה שלו.
המחשבה השכנה בתולה הייתה שוממה, גם הדרכים היו נטולות פקקים, והערכה, המסעדות, פקקים.
היה צריך להיות פה ערב שירה עם שוררים, וקראו לנו את הכל,
זה חיכה אחד משבועות הזה, שסימן את תחילת העונה, אחרי שנה של קורונה.
כשאומר התרששנו מהקורונה, בסדר, אני אופטימית, ומזמינה את כל הדרום והמרכז להגיע לכאן, למרות שפה קצת נראיתי לא שקט, אבל הכל שקט פה. אתמול, הבן שלי בא והלבס אותנו לרמת הגולן, לדברים חמודים.
Only OP distracts me. Do not distract my work. Only OP distracts me. Distracts my work.
לא על ביטולים ודחיות בימים רגישים וכך לעיתים. אם זה ימשיך, אז יש לנו כמה סדנאות שכבר יש לנו תהליכים, אז אני מקווה שזה לא יפגע. אני לא רוצה להגיד שהתרגלנו, כי אני לא מקבלת את זה. אני רק קודם. כנרת ומועצת, לא מעט צעירים, לא מעט מסתובב, כדי לרגע אחד, היום שקר ופסטורה לבנה. שלושה, שכל שעתיים,
Oh yeah, I remember now. This motherfucking Isaac Wiseman, I subscribed to his channel the other day, and today the motherfucker his name, and he was talking about putting fat in a fire. Was he talking about killing babies. Is that what he was talking about?
כן, תודה. אנחנו במרכז העיר אשקלון, ממש יצאנו לחנות מוגן לפני שניות אחדות, ברגע שנשמעה אזעקה. מאות השנים שמסתכלים נכנסנו למרחב המוגן כפי שמתבקש. גם לאורך היום עשרות שיגורים לעיר אשקלון, 5 מטחים, וזהו המטח השישי בהיום הזה. אבל אנחנו מדברים רק על 2 נפילות בשטח פתוח.
Today the motherfucker's speaking in English and changed his name. He was talking about bringing back a fire. What was he talking about? Killing babies. Is that what he was talking about?
Isaac Wiseman.
דיווחים אין נפילות ואין נפגעים כתוצאה מהמטח הזה שנורא לעיר. צריך לזכור את המטח השני שנורא לנו והיה לנו בצהריים טיל שפגע בבניין, אומנם בניין מוחלט. אנחנו סופים שזה כך, ובינתיים לפי כל מה שאני מקבל אין עדכונים על נפגעים או נפילות בתחומי העיר.
תודה רבה. רודי, עוד מה לכם?
כן, אנחנו אחרי זקה, צריך להגיד, ההתראה בערים האלה באשקלון זה 15 שניות שאנשים צריכים למצוא למרחב מוגן. לפי הדעה שיהיו מרוצים או לא להגיע לזה כיוון. אשקלון מאוד להגיע לצריכות פה את ההתנהלות של האנשים שהם תושבי העיר. גם שיש הזקה, אין פה תחושה של בהלה או לחץ. אנשים פה מורגלים, אלון.
Be like the phoenix. Wait there. Be quiet. Don't say nothing. And wait to be fed. Don't distract me.
תושבי מטולה בוואטסאפים ונאמר כך, היום היו מספר התפרעויות בצדה המערבי של המושבה. צה"ל נמצא בתוך הדברים במושבה מאפשר לנו להמשיך בשגרה מלאה. אנו נדרשים לשמור על ערנות ובכל תורה קבועים יישארו פתוחים, אז כמו שראינו בכתבה, בהחלט שגרה מלאה, ילדים במסגרות, ההורים בעבודה, שגרה שנשמרה פה, אבל 2 דברים שונים היום. קודם כל אין מטיילים, לא הגיעו לכאן מטיילים, ראינו המרקים האלה גמרי ואנשים בחוץ. ונוכחות צבאית, אכן, כששמנו לב אליה, ראינו הרבה יותר חיילים שמסתובבים פה על גדר הגבול, ובסך הכל היום שקט, וכפי שתקשיב, זה ימשיך ככל שזה אפשרי.
ככל שזה אפשרי, וגם לא היה רכבת לא פגעו, אבל המל"ט שהמצב של הפרעה שבאמת, שמענו עליו הרבה מידע, צה"ל לא חשף יותר מדי מידע, מעט מאוד מידע על כלי הטייס הזה. יש לזה סיבה? מודיעין צה"ל שומע את הקלפים עדיין בסיפור הזה. מה שכן אפשר לומר הוא ככה: ב-4 בבוקר היה ביחידת הבקרה האווירית של חיל האוויר מבחינה בכלי טייס שמגיע מכיוון צפון מזרח. היא מאפשרת לו להיכנס לשיפוט כיוון שהרצון הוא להפעיל אותו בשטח ישראל כדי שהשברים יהיו בידי ישראל, יהיה אפשר ללמוד אותו, לחקור אותו, להפעיל אותו. לכן חיל האוויר מאפשר לו לחדור לתוך שטח ישראל בתוך עמק בית שאן, ואז למעשה מיירטים את המל"ט הזה ופוצצים אותו באוויר, השברים נופלים בישראל, חיל שאז מלאתי לאנשים לא בסוריה, חדר גם כן בצפון, הופעל בידי חיל האוויר, אנחנו זוכרים את ראש הממשלה נתניהו ודופק בכנפיים שלו באו"ם. כאן יש אירוע, הייתי אומר, מעניין שהוא צריך להיחקר, אבל אני חושב בצפון פה אני מרכז את התהלוכות על הגדר במטולה, כאן יש אירוע אחר שכרגע צה"ל עדיין להפיל אותו בארץ, אני מניח שנדע את הפרטים בהמשך. פתרון צפון, גם הייתה צריכה לסייע לנו התערבות ביטחונית עיקרית, ביטחונית מדאיגה גם בשטחים.
נכון מאוד, בהחלט פוטין וגורם ביטחון פלסטינים אומרים הערב הזה שיש חשש מהתלקחות. יש אפילו עימותים שיכללו ירי לעבר כוחות צה"ל. היום בצפונית רמאללה באלביריה היו עימותים קשים, 2 פלסטינים נהרגו, ואפילו שמרגינים לפי דיווחים פלסטינים, מי שפתח באש לעבר חיילי צה"ל, אש לעבר חיילי צה"ל, הם פעילי פתח, אולי אפילו שוהדא אל-אקצא, זוכר אותם? הם התעוררו לאחרונה, והראו נראה תמונות הלילה ברמאללה, אני מזמן לא זוכר כזה דבר, חמושים, רעולי פנים, פשוט לא מסתובבים רעולי פנים יורים באמצע הרחובות, ומפגע כוח כזה שמגדיר את הרשות הפלסטינית, כאשר המגורמי הביטחון של הדבר הזה לא יכולים לעשות כלום לדבר הזה, רעולי פנים שוהדא אל-אקצא מתעוררים שוב, וזה פלסטינית, ויש להם בחירות בחברון, אבו חמור, והעסק נכנס.
מה שמדהים חצי בתמונות האלה, תקן אותי אם אני טועה, זה המספרים, כמויות כאלה, אני לא זוכר כמו שנה וחצי, שראינו בשטח אנשים שיוצאים להפיל איתם למבצע, לא ראינו אנשים.
מה לא ראינו דבר כזה?
תודה רבה, תודה.
כן, ומכאן להצלות נפש דווקא ברגעים הכי קשים, יגאל יהושע, הקורבן היהודי.
I started my campaign on Facebook and I went into YouTube. I started my campaign on
האפיילונות ראינו בשלב בשיחה קורעת הלב הזו, שבה היוצרות התהפכו על מנתו של יגאל יהושע זכרו לברכה, שנרצח בלינץ' בלוד. נתימה של אלמוג שירה, חולת סרטן שזכתה בחיים חדשים, בזכות תרומת כבד שקיבלה מיגאל לאחר מותו. ביום שני שעבר נרצח יגאל יהושע בלינץ' בלוד, כאשר פורעים ערבים הטיחו לפניו בראשו, והובל מנהלים במשך כמה ימים הרופאים נלחמו על חייו, אבל לבסוף נאלצו לקבוע את מותו מפגיעת הראש הקשה. לאחר שנקבע מותו, איבריו של יגאל הושתלו בגופם של 5 בני אדם, בהם אלמוג שירה, מטופלת אונקולוגית בת 22 שהמתינה שנים להשתלת כבד. נאבוק בלהית לצידה בבית החולים, כשהגיע הרגע שלא יכלה כל כך הרבה זמן.
פשוט נראה לי בן אדם עם עיניים כל כך טובות והמילים שכתבה אומרת שנלס רפואית, ואני כל כך מקווה שאני אוכל חזר ושאני אזכיר בדיוק לעשות זאת אחר כך גם בשמו. אני לא צריך לעבור את הדבר הקטנה הזה, אבל צריך להגיד כך הרבה עליו, ואני
בהפחתה בסרטן של בת 15, אלמוג שירה הודות לתרומה שקיבלה מיגאל בנסיבות הטרגיות האלה, הרופאים שבבית החולים איכילוב אומרים שחייל ניצחון. לא עוסק משם בבית החולים בבילינסון, תרומת האיברים האצילית של יגאל הצירה גם את חייו של יצחק גודלה, בן 67 שזכה להשתלת כליה.
תוך 4 שעות אנחנו צריכים להגיע לבלינסון. עכשיו אנחנו חוזרים להרחבות, חוזרות לזה לבחינות.
Hey, I got some money for you. You're welcome.
the maintainer. Hello? 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 Anybody there? Damn, they got the computer still. They don't have a fucking man on the computer. Dude, you left the fuckers' call machines hooked up. Disconnect their fucking machines. You forgot to unplug the phone cord. Oh. See that? Hey, I know motherfucking George Soros ain't still alive. Who the fuck's the man that's posing as him? Hey, I know motherfucking George. Who is posing as George Soros? The deception is deep, motherfucker.
La segunda dosis de otro laboratorio. Bien, esa posibilidad se ha discutido y se ha liberado el primer estudio, el primer ensayo, con resultados, porque se mezclaron dos vacunas, AstraZeneca y Pfizer, una de cada
Miren, ensayo combinación como una primicia Reino Unido. Por ejemplo, para la
This motherfucker's an agent. Jimmy Jaffe. Took fucking 5 months.
What exactly kind of drugs was Jimmy Jaffe given the Rolling Stones? Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Got to be the resource. There's less than 1% chance this horse will end with a race. This is what you want to do. 3-horse rated PG.
Let's push the button. I love Tony motherfuckers. Hey, look at this shit. It took, oh, dude. It took them 5 months to do a job. Check it out.
What exactly kind of drugs was Jimmy Jaffe giving the Rolling Stones? Yeah, you. What exactly kind of drugs was Jimmy Jaffe giving the Rolling Stones? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It took them 5 months to do a job. Check it out. Drugs. Drugs was Jimmy Chapman given the Rolling Stones. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It took them 5 months.
Look at the date on the video. I forgot about the video. But yeah, it took you 5 months to take down Jimmy Jackie. Ah, they're not laughing anymore.
Forget about the video. But yeah, it took you 5 months to take down Jimmy Jackie. Ah, they're not laughing anymore.
It's all there for you. These numbers just go back to one another. That's fucking hilarious.
You're a goat fucker. You're gonna fuck. Fucker. Your whole fucking country's a goat fuckers. You fucking get those call scammers and you stop them now. I don't know where they're at. Until then, every day you're gonna get a goat fucker fucking video. You goat fucker. Fucker. Mark Zuckerberg, I just requested your military tribunal. Pathetic motherfucker. Hey, John Oliver. Fuck you. Megan McCain. Fuck you. You're a goat fucker. Your whole fucking country's a goat fuckers. You fucking get those call scammers. You stop them now. I know you know. You're a goat fucker. Your whole fucking country's a goat fuckers. You fucking get those call scammers and you stop them now. I know you know where they're at. Until then, every day you're gonna get a goat fucker fucking video. You goat fucker. Goat fucker. Mark Zuckerberg, I just requested your military tribunal. Pathetic motherfucker. Hey, John Oliver. Fuck you. Megan McCain. Fuck you. He said, dude, aren't you scared you're gonna get killed? I was like, nah, I ain't scared. gotta be smart to be scared. Not saying I'm not smart, not too bright there, huh? Peace sells, but who's buying?
My name is Megan McCain, and I'm on a new show called The View. You bitch! If you're that tough, come on The View!
You're a goat fucker. Your whole fucking country's a goat fuckers. You fucking get those call scammers and you stop them now. I know you know where they're at. Until then, every day you're gonna get a goat fucker fucking video. Fucker. Goat fucker. Mark Zuckerberg, I just requested your military tribunal. Confetti, motherfucker. Hey, John Oliver. Fuck you. Megan McCain. Fuck you. He said, dude, aren't you scared you're gonna get killed? I was like, nah, I ain't scared. You gotta be smart to be scared. Not saying I'm not smart, not too bright there, huh? Peace sells, but who's buying?
My name is Megan McCain, and I'm on a new show called The View. Come on The View, bitch! If you're that tough, come on The View!
This indestructible $99 drone is now available in...
Yeah, right. Guess you're gonna get the video, dude. Credit for remix, William S. Phelps. Thanks for the work.
This is an extremely high-tech $5,000 drone. It was developed so that
Yeah, shot. I thought only celebrities get this.
Mark Zuckerberg has requested the vote of the tribunal. The tribunal. I'm like, nah, I ain't scared. You gotta be smart to be scared. Just say I'm not smart. That's a pretty big one. Sells who's buying. My name is Megan McCain, and I'm on a news show called The View. Come on The View, bitch! If you have time, come on The View!
This weird and wonderful project begins with a package that arrived on my door that at first I thought was some sort of fruit bomb. My mind quickly raced as I looked at this object sitting on the front porch of my house. It seemed to be maybe a Mountain Dew bottle with a gray pipe-like item inside, and for some reason it had a tongue depressor attached by a rubber band around the neck. After staring at this thing for a couple of minutes, I realized it was just a package from the world-famous sock with camel toe. Inside this unusual package, the post office is probably still talking about were two of these sheets of pure lead. It's very thin and only 25 thousandths of an inch thick. On the longest side, they measure 12 inches. It was up to me to figure out these into a 12-gauge projectile. Challenge accepted. Using a paper cutter, I cut these into strips measuring 12 inches by 3/4 of an inch wide. After a lot of trial and error, I found that a triple A method is the perfect diameter for my mandrel to roll these things up. The outside diameter of the finished projectile must be the right diameter after all. I found the lead sheeting extremely easy to work with. It was kind of like working with a blister cover. The finished slug is just a simple cylinder shape of roll of lead sheeting. Nothing holding it together, no glue, no solder or anything. It has precisely the right diameter to fit into a staple. It just fills the space between the projectile and the barrel. It allows engagement with the rifling without the projectile actually contacting the barrel. The precision didn't stop there. I set out to make these 1 ounce, and I think I did. Hopefully that gives you an idea how seriously I took this project. Gotta be pure science.
Fucking cut their heads off. Official Big Tech Accountability Survey. My survey is fucking cut their heads off.
Hi there. So online to book a vacation, but are feeling a bit adrift. Perhaps like a gnome on a swirling river without a paddle?
Flashback to President Reagan when he said this.
I think you all know that I spelled the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Flash forward to now when we are hearing things like this from the White House.
Help is on the way. And today, help has arrived.
We're screwed, aren't we? I'm Tyler Zip. Welcome to my channel, and welcome to another episode of That Didn't Age Well. If you are new to this series, here on this series we call hypocritical and lying politicians, mainstream media, celebrities, and entertainers. Today we have a full vote. We got lots of Joe Biden and Kamala. We have Dr. Fauci. We have Caitlyn Jenner, Bill Maher, some more blue check marks, Nancy Pelosi, and many other things. So we have a jam-packed episode today. But before we get into today's list, I just want to say thank you guys because this channel continues to grow really fast. So please keep supporting it by liking and commenting below and sharing this channel with people who never heard his education. And let's keep growing and keep spreading these examples and keep spreading this message. And if this is your first time here, please support this channel by going down and subscribing and clicking the bell for notifications when new videos are uploaded. Now, let's list of famous that didn't age well. Number 10. In the run-up to the 2020 election, many unions endorsed Joe Biden. For example, the United Auto Workers Union endorsed Joe Biden for president on April 21st of 2020. And a lot of these unions are really regretting that decision because with Joe Biden's new tax hikes, he paid a fair share for the corporations trust. They cannot afford to be here in America with all those taxes. So what are they doing? Places like GM invested $1 billion in Mexico to build electric vehicles. One second, you just thought and back.
If you are, you're definitely in the right place. But so one of the topics we're going to be talking about is about the truth of the war. But that's what she did. Start with the game. For this one, we're going to talk about that. That is very interesting. But it's always like Caitlyn Jenner recently. Yep, you know, the side of the bugging out. Caitlyn Jenner was an anti-trans. Let's start with something completely off topic here. And Davey Barry was the day that Caitlyn Jenner definitely this. This said he invite tornadoes of Caitlyn Jenner to play. And here we are. I almost don't have words. But I will say, I hope his test will catch on fire, and this is very and he dies. Issues left and right. We have these more trouble.
now hates
What liberals watching a nice gamers as black
now
man
supports
cries
women. Was participating in women's sports, now says trans people can't be in sports.
Shut up!
Which is
Doesn't
which
cost
side of the issue you
require
are on
an
those
ID.
issues.
Nice to
Which
meet
side
some
down
down
you are.
website
The
that
point
they
is,
I shocked by this
gender
news.
is a flip-flopper.
Not everything
This
is
is a
a
blend.
bunch.
So if I were in California, I think it would be fine to
Come on. They're supposed to kiss them in your teeth. See here, they've got the child in the bucket here, but this is what people are roasting them about. Do not put baby in bucket.
States. Russia.
They
Russia.
really need to put a warning there.
That's all we heard.
Is that
all
really
you think? Russia, Russia, Russia. That's all we heard. And now people like Bill Maher are coming out and saying things like this about the Russia narrative. Bill Maher now admits Russiagate was reported erroneously. Reported erroneously. I mean, there's no merit. It was all BS. And this is the same person, Bill Maher, who's pushing that erroneous narrative. Robert Mueller says he's very close to figuring out who in the Trump campaign was not a Russian spy. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, who are your writers? It's like the same writers for the Late Night Show from 2017 to 2020. You guys all have the same jokes. That's why nobody watches you anymore, because you are political hacks. At least now he's admitting it was all BS, but why did he push that BS? Number seven, we go to the military. And the whole COVID situation within the military. The Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said most urgent challenge facing U.S. military credit cards with the coronavirus. That's what he is saying. That's what he's saying about the military supply for non-emergency supplies. Published reports U.S. military suicide last year, 571. And U.S. military gets calories equal energy, 2,000% more death, averaging 2,000 plus calories a day. Is the math right? That is the most urgent one, and we have a lot of military more military numbers you can suicide. Priorities, guys, priorities. That's right. Here we go. Great example. Follow the science. Follow the science, guys. Follow the numbers and statistics. COVID, 26. Or did COVID, obviously. Number six, we go to the check marks. The gift that keeps on giving. Last year, this blue check mark, right before the election, was criticizing Trump and his when the coronavirus running rampant. Suspended travel from China made zero difference because ultimate reality. Wow, man, yes, how dare you suspend travel to China? Didn't make a difference. That same blue check mark now in 2021, when Biden suspends travel from India, says this NBC News White House to ban most U.S. flights. Same blue check mark. Necessary, but heartbreaking. But blue check mark. Why was it different when Trump did it? It's already global, and we are months past when we said that under Trump. Number 5. And speaking of the travel bans, this is what Biden said when Trump did it, when he criticized a wall will not stop the coronavirus, banning all travel from Europe or any other part of the world will not stop it. This disease can impact every nation and any person on the planet, and we need a plan to combat it. And Joe Biden's plan is the same exact plan, recreate banning travel from India.
The Hollow thing is that to hypothesize the Great Flood resulted from a comet in the ocean between 2800 and 2900 BC, resulting in a mega tsunami. Because pathetic generation, it's on Psalm 90:10. Enoch, 7 generations times 70 years equals exactly 4,900 years forward from the flood. If the flood took place between 2800 BC, this brings the return of the Nephilim to the immediate hour. In other words, if this 2800, 2900 BC dating is correct, mankind is on the threshold of being raised from their underground prisons and thrown into an abyss of fire, while their giant offspring return to the surface of Earth in violent fulfillment of multiple prophecies. To this story, to understand the need for this information, follow the link in the top of the description box. You may always find all my sources, scripts, and videos at annapurdue.com, and it is free to subscribe on my website.
There you will find the video link to this video in the posted image. Granted, the platforms that are not receiving the DARPA tax funder funding aren't as stealth as on right now. The inconvenience for us all is a necessary evil in order to shake the oppression the giant put on us. It is more important than ever to subscribe to the backend channels listed at the top of the show. Currently, I'm on BitChute and Dropspace. Many have suggested some excellent platform alternatives, and I'm certainly considering them. However, I think build a small audience and trying to build an audience on multiple platforms in the future, but right now it's extremely difficult just getting these to build. I've got to get you guys to go there. So please help me finish these two platforms first so I can continue to build others. The best way anybody can support this channel right now is to set up a BitChute and Dropspace account and subscribe to the Weeping Angel channel. Until viewers start going exclusively to those platforms, I am being forced to make 2 videos for one message, and it takes anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to make one video. So once I get this back up running, I will be able to start making more videos again. Thank you guys for everything you do there.
12,466 stations without gas. And the New York Times wants you to think that it's not that big of a problem. Keep trying harder. Luckily, we have social media. We can see for our own eyes. You can't spin it as hard as you want to control the narrative. So keep trying. It's making you look worse and worse. I love to see it. Number 3. That's one of our favorite dirty, swampy politicians. Nancy Pelosi. Recently, she was at an event with some Giants baseball players, some former players, and she wrote this and took a picture with, here's her own words.
American icon Willie Mays, trailblazing, record-breaking baseball player, civil rights leader, and champion of youth sports and well-being. Willie Mays is a civic legend and national treasure.
The problem with that photo, Nancy, this is Willie Mays. You are taking a picture with Willie McCovey. You wouldn't know that because you're a politician. You don't actually care about people. You don't. You care about your power and power. It's just a photo of him. That's why he didn't know his name. It's so transparent that it's not even number 2. Oh, for number 2, we go to Chrissy. Chrissy Teigen is one of the far-left SJWs.
And the title of the speech I gave was called American Industrial Policy and the Rise of China. And the reaction of many people to that at the time was skepticism. From Wall Street investors who frankly saw the status quo on China, from these think tank experts who mocked my claim at the time that our country relies too much on China economically and our supply chain, from tech giants in Silicon Valley who obsessed access to the Chinese marketplace. But the problem I pointed to at that time in that speech almost 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, was that for over a quarter century, our economic policies have been mostly about one thing. Investors and companies can make money by doing business with China. And in that vein, it didn't matter if making money meant allowing China to steal our intellectual property. It didn't matter if making money meant stable American jobs. It didn't matter if making money meant investing in Chinese companies developing technologies to help defeat our country in a future war. Finally, Americans are waking up to what a mistake that was. Partisan consensus that was flawed. The 21st century will be defined by the relationship between China and the United States. Frankly, I believe that this is our last chance to make sure a balanced relationship. What we do not have time for are China bills, that is a collection of half measures and studies. Instead is an actually meaningful China bill. And I believe most members here want, and I believe we can get to in a bipartisan way, but to do so, I think it has to have 6 things. If you want a meaningful bill on China, it must touch on 6 things. The first is, like I said in December of 2019, we have to find industries which are critical for our future, and we must spur investment in these key industries. We have to remember, we are not in a strategic competition with foreign Chinese companies. We are in a strategic competition with the world's largest and second wealthiest nation state. There is no way to compete with China by relying only
solely on private investment, not while the Chinese Communist Party subsidizes and cheats to boost its favored companies. From industrial corporate giants to small businesses that make up our supply chain, the private sector is the most important area of this competition. It's urgent to step up, just like we did for semiconductors with the CHIPS Act. Frankly, the way we developed the vaccine, with Operation Warp Speed as an example of a targeted industrial policy in which government works with the private sector to solve a big problem. You can say whatever you want about America's response to COVID, but we've done vaccines better than anyone else in the world, not even close, and it's due to that partnership. A part of our strategy has to be, as a result, to build a strong foundation through targeted and sustained federal funding for American research and development. The Bipartisan Endless Frontiers Act is a nod in that direction. Now that bill makes the National Science Foundation the lead agency in directing $100 billion in government investments. The problem is that's the same agency that time and again has had the research we fund stolen by professors and graduate students who are on the payroll for China. DARPA and other advanced research agencies within government have a much better record of protecting research, and I believe would be a far better choice to administer these investments instead. The China bill must do is communicate that while we do not seek an armed confrontation with China, we will confront any military aggression. We will maintain our defense commitments with our allies, and we will win the conflict China starts. We must never do anything that leads Beijing to doubt our commitment to Taiwan, and we must never accept the Chinese Communist Party's illegitimate claims on the world's most important ship out in East China Seas. The Strategic Competition Act we recently passed out of the Foreign Relations Committee is largely silent on this topic, but Chairman Menendez has pledged to work with me to include my South China Seas and East China Sea Sanctions Act in any final bill that we take up here on the floor. The third thing a real China bill must do is fix broken international and domestic trade laws. The World Trade Organization is failing miserably, and it must be reformed. And China's flagrant intellectual property theft, industrial espionage,
God also tells Archangel Raphael to bind the Satan and to cast him into the darkness, make an opening in the desert, which is a new day, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and him there forever, and cover his face, he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment, he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth, which the angels have corrupted. Proclaim the healing, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish, for all the secrets that the watchers have disclosed, and have told to their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works of multiple Satan. To him, ascribe all sin. So as we can see, Azazel takes a chunk of the blame, as all sin is ascribed to him. This might likely be the case because, as I mentioned earlier, he wanted discloses to man the secrets of weapons. Archangel Gabriel is sent to turn the giants against one another, so that they might destroy each other. Meanwhile, Archangel Michael is sent to find Sanjata, the other watchers for 70 generations, where they watch their sons destroy each other before being cast into the abyss of fire on their day of judgment. As Azazel is mentioned again in chapter 13, where Enoch himself, now established as a scribe in chapter 12, is told to go to the watchers and reprimand them, saying, Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, ye shall have no peace or forgiveness of sin. And then as much as they delight themselves and their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto deity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. He then singles out Azazel in chapter 13, saying, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee, to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt never have toleration, nor will rest granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness that thou hast taught, because of all the works of godliness, and unrighteousness, and sin, which thou hast shown to men. Here Enoch is essentially clarifying to both Azazel and the reader that the third Enoch, sometimes abbreviated as the third Enoch, we see Rabbi Ishmael ascend to the heavens, where he sees God and meets some of his angels, one who goes by the name of Metatron. In the third Enoch 14, Rabbi Ishmael asks Metatron who he is, to which Metatron replies he is actually Enoch, or at least once was, and that God had saved him and brought him into heaven during the days of the great flood. Metatron goes on to tell Rabbi Ishmael that when he arrived in the heaven as Enoch, Azazel was there, along with two other angels, Azza and Uzzah, as noted in the book of Enoch 3 or 6. Despite being judged by God in the book of Enoch 1 and bound by Archangel Raphael, there's no discrepancy in the text, or that God allowed Azazel back into heaven at some point. Azazel detests Enoch's ascension to heaven, as well as his transformation into an angel. But God silences him and tells him in reference to Enoch, I delight in this one more than all of you, and hence he shall be prince, ruler of the unified heavens. This shows us that though Azazel, if not destroyed or bound in the book of Enoch 1, submits to Enoch in his angelic form, and does not appear to be mentioned again, implying his subservience is now absolute. This is furthermore confirmed in the third book of Enoch 4:9, where Enoch, as Metatron states, forthwith all stood up and went out to meet me, prostrating themselves before me, and said, Happy art thou, and happy is thy father, for thy creator doth favor thee. Another text known as the Apocalypse of Abraham, an extra-canonical piece of Jewish literature in the first century, tells us that Azazel is portrayed as an unclean bird who sabotages a sacrifice constructed by Abraham. In the Apocalypse of Abraham 13:6-14, Abraham is struck with an angel who tells him to conduct a sacrifice in honor of God. But as he does, Abraham tells us that a bird descends upon the sacrifice and tells him to abandon the sacrifice and to leave the angel, as the angel intends to burn the land and destroy it. Abraham turns to the angel and asks for an explanation. But the angel replies in 13:7, this is ungodliness. This is Azazel. He looks at his attention towards Azazel the bird and tells him, disgrace upon you, Azazel. For Abraham's lot is in heaven, but yours is upon earth, because you have chosen that loveliness as a dwelling place of torturedness. By this, it can be assumed that the angel may have been referring to the times of Enoch, where Azazel was his watchers and descended upon the earth, and chose it as his grounds on which to make the teaching humanity makers. The angel goes on to say in a long rant against Azazel that he cannot lead Abraham astray, as Abraham is his enemy. He also tells Azazel, 13:15, that which is in heaven was formerly yours, has been set aside for Abraham, and the mortality which was his has been transferred to you. By this, we understand that Azazel was indeed once a colony, furthermore linking this with the book of Enoch. However, we also understand that he has now been cast out, possibly bound as suggested in Enoch by Archangel Raphael, and that in his bondage he has become more like Moses, powerless, weak, as Abraham takes his place. What's interesting about this piece is that we actually do see Abraham setting up a sacrifice to God in Genesis 15:11, and that birds do indeed set up the sacrifice, as if to tarnish him. However, Abraham is not noted as driving them away, much as Azazel is driven away in the Apocalypse of Abraham. We get to see the angel in Abraham sent to heaven, chapter 23, where Abraham meets God and gets to see the fallen Adam and Eve play before his eyes. However, he also sees a mysterious entity between Adam and Eve, that of the tree. In 23:7-8, Abraham describes the entity, saying, standing behind the tree was one who had the aspect of a serpent, having hands and feet like those of Adam, wings on its shoulders, 6 pairs of wings, so that there were 6 wings on the right and 6 on the left. In chapter 23:9-12, Abraham asks God, who are these men embracing, and who is the one between them, who is behind the tree, and what is the fruit that they are eating? To which God replies, this is the counsel of the world. This one is
espionage, and massive subsidies to Chinese companies can no longer be ignored, and they must be addressed. The Fair Trade with China Enforcement Act would help protect critical industries in America from Chinese influence and possession, and recover the lost value, secrets, and technologies that they have stolen. The fourth area of focus of any real China bill must be making sure China doesn't control our medicines and/or our medical technology and patient data. Last year, panic over masks and ventilators was a wake-up call for our medical dependence on Beijing. From blood thinners to acetaminophen, which is we have allowed China to dominate the pharmaceutical manufacturing market. It is dangerous leverage over America and Americans. We should be able to make medicines here. This will not only make us safer, well-paying, stable jobs for American workers. My Medical, Manufacturing, Economic Development, and Sustainability Act would do exactly that, and should be included in any real China bill. As I said in September 2019, we must immediately enact stricter guidelines to make sure that public funding never contributes to Chinese genomics efforts and beats them in that R&D race. If we allow China to dominate genetic data and that field of medicine, Americans will one day find themselves begging Chinese companies and even the Chinese Communist Party for access to future life-saving treatments. The fifth area a real China bill must address is our capital markets. Our stock market is the most open, liquid, and profitable in the world, and it is being used by the Chinese Communist Party to fund its military and to fund their companies. Any meaningful China bill cut off the tap and prohibit American money from being invested in Communist China's military companies. We need to start requiring more transparency from Wall Street when it comes to investment in China government-controlled companies. My American Financial Markets Integrity and Security Act needs to be part of the solution. How can we claim to be dealing with Chinese manipulation of our capital markets if we don't ban Chinese companies from our own stock market to continuing to hurt us? Beijing long ago figured out how to get rich and powerful Americans to use their influence in American politics, allowing Wall Street and big finance to enrich themselves by hurting Americans and make a lot of money in the short term for those individuals. But it is hurting America in the long run. It is national economic suicide. The sixth area a real China bill must address is genocide. Today in China, nationless corporations cooperating with the Chinese Communist Party force Uyghur Muslims to make clothing and even solar panels. Sadly, without knowing it, you may have very well purchased a product made partially or entirely by slave labor in Xinjiang. Partnering with China are complicit in these crimes. The Chinese Communist Party's reduced labor costs means increased profits for these corporations. While they lecture us about social justice in America, these companies are making billions off of slavery in China. My bipartisan Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act has almost half the Senate as co-sponsors. We must take it up and pass it out of the Foreign Relations Committee. Last year, we saw companies, Nike, Apple, Coca-Cola, even the U.S. Chamber, were lobbying against this bill. Well, soon we're going to find out what holds more power in our country. Corporations off genocide and slavery, or our basic sense of right and wrong.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this card. Okay, you ready? All right, 108.
The good news is that today we have finally awoke.
Dude, did you just ask for the CFR's permission? I don't think so. You fucking better draw that shit back, motherfucker.
Today we have finally awoke. Dude, did you
Woken to the reality of how wrong the old consensus on China was. But we woke up almost too late. We don't have time for half measures. We must address the dangerous growing imbalance between America and China comprehensively, decisively, and swiftly, or we will live to see a future in which the world's most powerful nation is a totalitarian, genocidal, communist dictatorship, and our country is relegated to the role of the once great nation in decline. Part of our lives will go unaffected in a world like that. We can see the shadows of it even today. American movies today are free to portray their own country, here, the United States, as racist, as bigoted, anything they want. They automatically self-censor their own movies to make sure that it meets China's standards so they can show those films there. American corporations threaten states whose democratically elected leaders pass laws that object. They're right to in our democracy to object. But they will fire American employees and ban messages that risk getting their corporation kicked out of the Chinese market. And American teenagers are already turning over valuable percentages to the Chinese government on an hourly basis in exchange for the ability to watch, or I will admit, are clever videos on TikTok. And yet this is nothing compared to the world that awaits if we do not take action. And on this, the lessons of history could not be clearer. Athens emerged from the Second Persian War a great power, but their greatness made them decadent and complacent. They thought nothing would ever change, that they could ignore important problems, they could focus on the trivial. And so when conflict finally came, initially they used their superior navy to attack Sparta and retreat behind the city's walls, and that worked for a little while. And then a plague decimated the city, and more enemies of theirs sensed their weakness and joined the fight against them. And then Athens fell. Rome, Britain later, the end of Athens' golden age came as it always does for a great power. It doesn't come from the outside in, it always comes from the inside out. And now from across the centuries, history cry out.
His office is doing primary care differently. Our best-in-class doctors.
Joining us now for more on the continuing violence in the Middle East, Mark Regev, Senior Advisor to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Mark, Ambassador Regev, since we've last spoken, I think. Thank you very much for coming on today. Let's talk about what has become an issue in American politics. You know this so well from having been such a close advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu for so long. There is a growing feeling in Europe, in other countries, and certainly in the United States, that it's disproportionate, that the civilian casualties are so extreme in Gaza because of the precision of Israeli weapons, as well as the close quarters and the conditions, and the lack of adequate shelters. Why not have a ceasefire right now and take the pause and see what happens from Gaza? Why not go first?
Because that, unfortunately, explained Hamas's plans. Hamas attacked us. They fired, I think, over the past 8 days, some 3,500 rockets. Millions of Israelis have had to run to bomb shelters, families in the middle of the night, running for safety, sirens going off in cities across our country. They're shooting these rockets to kill us. They want to murder our people, and we're acting to defend our people. There's no point in a Band-Aid solution that is just a prescription to go back to square one. In other words, if we do a premature cessation of violence, that just plays into Hamas's hand.
They all went dead. Oh, we got a live one.
Our proven installation process ensures your gutters are in tip-top shape and prepped to a permanent solution to end.
Like 15 ways. Everybody must be dead.
We were literally just attacked again.
Not like fucking the AP.
General, I appreciate all your efforts. I think it's fair to say that Chicago has become, unfortunately, the world's largest outdoor shooting range. What's the Department of Justice doing to help remedy this problem in Chicago?
Well, violent crime has been a priority of the Justice Department since I first to the department. Since I was last in the department. That may have been the first time the department actually created an anti-violent crime initiative, which has now, over the years, had different names. We are going to put a amount of money into grants with respect to violent crimes, gang violence, BJA, Bureau of Justice Assistance grants. We spend $8.6 billion by 21 on violent crime, both on prevention.
But what about Chicago?
Yeah, on the specifics of Chicago, I don't know, but we will provide the resources it needs to assist it in its efforts against violent crime. I don't know specifically, although having been born and raised in Chicago, I'm at least as concerned as you are about violent crime.
So you're giving them money?
We're giving them money, and we have law enforcement. We have a United States Attorney's Office, we have the FBI, we have the DEA, we have the ATF, we have the U.S. Marshals. All are focused in different areas, but one of which is violent crime and in particular gang violence.
Okay. Let me get back to the secretary. I think he had something he.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. We take great pride in the fact
Unfortunately, the world's largest outdoor shooting range. What's that? General, I appreciate all your efforts. I think it's fair to say that Chicago has become, unfortunately, the world's largest outdoor shooting range. What's the Department of Justice doing to help?
Okay, this dude, they're dropping boxes of guns and ammunition tracks in the hood.
Priority of the Justice Department.
That's what they're doing.
Entered the department
The DOJ, or the fucking police, or whoever.
The first time the department actually created it.
They're giving them fucking ammunition.
Now, over the years, had different names. We are going to put a large amount of money
You're
into
a fucking liar, dude.
Grants with respect to violent crime, gang violence, Bureau of Justice Assistance grants.
Jobs.
We spent $8.6 billion in FY21 on violent crime, both on prevention.
But what about Chicago?
On the specifics of Chicago, I don't know.
You're fucking giving them guns.
Provide the resources that the city needs.
You're giving the gangs guns.
Violent crime. I don't know specifically, although having been raised in Chicago, I'm at least as concerned as you are about violent crime.
Yeah, so you're giving them money.
We're giving them money, and we have law enforcement. We have a United States Attorney's Office, we have the FBI, the DEA, we have the ATF, we have the U.S. Marshals. All are focused on many different areas, but one of which is violent crime and in particular gang violence.
Secretary, I think he had something he.
Oh, thank you so much for the.
I think it's fair. I appreciate all your efforts. I think it's fair to say that Chicago has become, unfortunately, the world's largest outdoor shooting range. What's the Department of Justice doing to help remedy this problem in Chicago?
Well, violent crime has been a priority of the Justice Department since I first entered the department. Since I was last in the department, it may have been the first time the department actually created an anti-violent crime initiative, which has now, over the years, had different names. We are going to put a large amount of money into grants with respect to crime, gang violence, BJA, Bureau of Justice Assistance grants. We spend $8.6 billion in FY21 on violent crime, on prevention.
But what about Chicago?
On the specifics of Chicago, I don't know, but we will provide the resources that the city needs to assist it in its efforts. I don't know specifically, although having been born and raised in Chicago, I'm at least as concerned as you are about violent crime.
Yeah, so you're giving them money.
We're giving them money, and we have enforcement. We have a United States Attorney's Office, we have the FBI, we have the DEA, we have the ATF, we have the U.S. Marshals. All are focused on many different areas, but one of which is crime and in particular gang
Brush your
violence.
teeth in less than 10 seconds, which is revolutionary
I think
toothbrush.
he had something he.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
We take great pride in the fact that as a department, created offices of privacy and civil rights and civil liberties. And it is a very, very important constitutional
years to develop the
constitutional law
radio technology that
safeguard
powers it.
individuals' right of speech.
Tired of seeing his patients wasting
many boxes of guns at the tracks in the hood in Chicago. We're getting fed AI right now.
All right, guys, just wanted to let you know we are working on getting that special hearing, again, coming to us out of Arizona, as we do have Maricopa County still conducting that audit of those 2020 election votes. Now, again, those votes had geared towards Biden, then Republican senators had wanted to recount those votes, millions of votes, that is, and it's taking quite a lengthy amount of time. So this special hearing that we have is again talking about this audit. What we're going to do is take you into another quick 2-minute break while we work on getting this done. Please down from Fox.
In social networks, we also see COVID continuing to spread.
Please, if everyone in your social network has not yet been vaccinated, perhaps share this information with them. Point them to the website. Explore what your zip code, your neighborhood looks like, and compare what case rates look like where you live versus what vaccination rates look like where they live. Because more and more and more, the neighborhoods that are not as well vaccinated is where COVID is landing, and I expect that to continue to get worse. Let's look at that in a little more detail. 48% of all Chicagoans have now received a first dose of vaccine. That is right in line with the national average. But when we break that down by race and ethnicity, 55% of white Chicagoans and 53% of Chicagoans have gotten a first dose, whereas 39% of Latinx Chicagoans and 32% of Black Chicagoans have gotten a first dose. And when we look across the whole city, only 38% of all Chicagoans have completed the vaccination series at this point, meaning they've gotten their 2 weeks post 2 doses of the 2-dose vaccine or 2 weeks post the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. If we limit it to those 18 and over, 60%, again, right at the national average, have gotten a first dose of vaccine, and 47% have completed the series. And still among those 65 plus, we have not crossed that 70% mark yet. Only 69% of Chicago over 65 have gotten a first dose, and 59% have gotten the completed series. And if we compare across the largest U.S. cities, every week we look at about the 9 or so largest U.S. cities by population, Chicago still is the highest, both Latinx and Black, first dose uptake among the largest U.S. cities, which tells you the whole country has a very long way to go here. And Chicago, where we look nationally, really the only place where we is in this first dose vaccine uptake for people over 65. I want to highlight, we've done more than 1,000 local vaccination events across the city, more and more happening every day with our vaccination bus. We're at libraries and parks and food pantries and community service organizations. We're really working to bring vaccine to where people are. And I do want to highlight that our Protect Chicago program has been very popular. That's been the program where people have been able to call and we've brought vaccine to anyone who has had difficulty leaving home because they're older, because they have an underlying condition. We visited more than 1,700 homes in Chicago, done more than 2,500 vaccinations, and we've gotten through the whole list. Everybody who's called and has been interested in getting a homebound vaccination. So I'm pleased to announce we will be transitioning and broadening this to what we're calling Protect Chicago at Home. Anybody over the age of 65 who is a resident of Chicago or anyone who has a disability in Chicago can call and we will bring vaccine to your home. We'll also vaccinate anyone else who lives at home with you. The goal is really to vaccinate whole families and neighborhoods here. So to access that or really any other vaccine, 312-746-4835. That's the number you can call. We have people answering the phone, multiple languages, 7 days a week, who will help figure out whatever your vaccine problem is. If you want to know where to get a particular type of vaccine near where you live, if you want to sign up now for our Chicago at Home and say, I want someone to bring a vaccine to me, we will schedule that for you. If you have questions about where to get your 12-year-old vaccinated or where your whole family can get vaccinated, where the vaccine bus will be, all of this can be answered through our hotline. ZocDoc.com/vaccine remains our best place to sign up online, and you can also see which kind of vaccine is available. Finally, I do want to announce the exciting news about Lollapalooza. We're just thrilled to announce the festival will be returning to Grant Park at full capacity July 29th to August 1st, 2021. The lineup will be revealed tomorrow at 10 a.m. and tickets are going to go on sale at noon Central. You can go to lollapalooza.com. I want to highlight that to attend Lollapalooza, you either will need to be fully vaccinated or you will need to provide a negative test result for every day that you are planning to attend. So the easiest way by far, if you want to attend Lollapalooza, is to get vaccinated now. You're going to be hearing some more come about ways in which we may tie Lollapalooza tickets to opportunities for vaccination. And certainly I want to thank the folks who are organizing here for their willingness to say, we want to bring this festival back, we want to bring it back, and we want to bring it back in the safest way that we can, which really is around encouraging people to get vaccinated. You might have heard I said you need to be fully vaccinated to be able to attend Lollapalooza, or you need to do that everyday testing. Fully vaccinated, 2 weeks.
Fuck you, bitch.
That was funny. That was so funny. You guys got to hear that on video. This is definitely a part 2 section after that experience. No, I didn't get arrested or anything. Everything's cool. Everything's cool, guys. Too funny. Anyway, I hung out with like about 6 agents, officers. There's officers and there's agents in the Secret Service. So there's Secret Service officers, Secret Service agents. The agents are wearing the suits. The officers are wearing the gear. So I was hanging out with like 5 Secret Service officers, and we did. I'm getting to know, which is cool. I really appreciate it. I told them that's my goal. I want to get to know them. And it turns out we looked into it, and it is legal to have pepper spray. So I'm cool. And to his credit, this is how humble the Secret Service are. He apologized. My first apology from a Secret Service agent. Maybe not. They might apologize for asking my ID before, but not really. So I'm very impressed with this. I call him a young man because I'm 56. But we found out we're illegal, and he apologized to me. Very cool. Unnecessary, but very cool. And he got to know me a little bit better by letting me tell him a little bit about my background. So that was cool. So everything's fine. That was pretty funny. That was all caught on video, that conversation. Because when he thought I was doing it illegal, he was pretty serious about it. As I was like, okay, I'll give it up. But it turns out another agent, another officer looked into it for me, who I know, and he said I'm legal. So I was thinking that he's legal. That was fun. Okay. So that's what happened. All these people are going to get here late, and they're going to see this part. They're going to jump in and miss this whole beginning. They're going to have to go back and watch it from the beginning. So tell them if I get a
Brush your teeth in less than 10 seconds with this revolutionary toothbrush. It was created by a well-known dentist.
Again, unless a business or a venue checks vaccination status. So, for example, restaurants can currently operate at 75% capacity, but must maintain 6 feet of distance between tables. That is not a change. But if a business wants to check vaccination status from
I mean, any of you could have taken more than one thing, and you didn't, except for these ladies right here. For these ladies right here. Okay. I'm gonna go. Can you go? Then she goes back and she returns one of her stolen items and she switches it out for a hat. Hi. Hi.
Hi there, welcome to Forward. Come on in. I'm Dr. Nifavini. I'm our medical lead here.
Hello. What's your name?
My sister couldn't come, so that was her souvenir.
Yeah. Yes, a lot of people's sisters couldn't come. So what is your name?
Nancy.
Nancy. Oh, I'm Nancy. So, look, I like that you like the product so much that you wanted to bring one back. But now when you go like to Costco or you're the kind of person like when you go trick or treating and nobody's home, you don't just take the bowl. You just walk away. No. And I really I'm sorry. That's embarrassing and everything, but let that be a lesson to you. Because you think nobody's watching you, and you just need to be a good person just because you want to be a good person. You go
Well, how the tables have turned. Ellen DeGeneres lecturing one of her audience members on how she needs to be a good person. I mean, you heard it yourself. Well, heal thyself, physician. The real reason why the Ellen Show has been canceled, how Ellen's brand to be kind is in tatters, and how cancel culture has ironically come back to eat one of its own. You're not. You don't want to miss this. Come on, Dr. Steve. It would be great to be with you. As always, we're your daily antidote fake news, as each and every day we analyze current events, analyze some larger conservative trends to help you stay sane in these crazy and turbulent times. If you ever done so, make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. Before we get into things, let's give a huge shout out to the sponsor of this video, and that's the makers of this beautiful, this awesome Fighter Flare flashlight. You are going to love this. One of the best things that you can invest in when the lights go out is this 6-in-1 beauty, which comes with a 3000 mAh solar powered recharging battery, equipped with a high and low beam light. You can see from miles away. I know my kids flashing in my face. It's gonna make a stroke. Like something else seems to be far more operative here in ending your show. Fox News is reporting on the number of staffers once employed by Ellen DeGeneres who are now coming out and speaking out about the show coming to an end, and they're unanimous in their assessment, saying that they are, quote, not surprised. Each of them in the Fox article recalled how once the camera was turned off, the bubbly, delightfully kind persona that Ellen built up disappeared, and instead she reportedly turned into an absolutely insufferable person. And that revelation by a number of ex-staff, how the real Ellen was nothing like the on-screen, seems to be what's really behind the cancellation of her show. What made Ellen Ellen on screen over these last 19 years? Her entire brand was to be kind. Her website's URL is Be Kind by Ellen. Be kind was the catchphrase that summarized the ethos of Ellen DeGeneres. But then, just a year ago, explosive revelations and accusations were made that Ellen was nothing like that in real life. And here's just a sample of headlines that exploded across front pages over the past year. Ellen DeGeneres show under...
At UBreak iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep informed every step of the way. Our trained technicians are equipped with the knowledge
that they had removed all of the equipment and that they had replaced it at great expense to the county, and that all of that would be on a pallet delivered with the rest of the equipment on what turned out to be April 21st. When the 21st arrived, and I couldn't see or identify that pallet of internet equipment or routers or hubs or whatever, I asked him where they were, and he said that they had decided not to do it that way, that they were still in the building, and that they would provide us virtual access was the term that he used. I believe these two gentlemen were standing nearby me when that happened. And so we were told that instead of receiving that equipment, we would receive virtual access. That continued to be their position for more than 2 weeks. And when we finally pushed them, when are we going to get virtual access? Then they eventually came back and said that the routers in McTech are somehow connected to the sheriff's department and other county departments, and that if they gave to us or even gave us virtual access, that Social Security numbers would be at risk and county health records. And so they have now refused to give us even virtual access.
I think this is a really important issue because one of the things that we need to complete this audit is the routers. You asked for the routers. The county has said when we get the routers. We've just heard testimony that they had already disconnected them and they were sending them over. Then they showed up and said said that the routers would be provided. You'd be provided virtual access to the routers. And Mr. Bennett, you said that was actually in person, and these two gentlemen were present.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, you were present when the county said they would provide virtual access.
Yes, sir. They also said they'd give us Splunk logs as well, so detailed logs of all the network activity.
Okay, and Mr. Cotton, were you present when the county said they would provide virtual access as well? Okay. Question, did you receive those Splunk logs that they promised? No? Okay, sorry. So Madam President, I just think it's really important that we put that on that we were told that we'd get them, even heard that they were, it sounds like, possibly a misunderstanding, if we give them the benefit of the doubt as a misunderstanding, they were already disconnected, send, and then ultimately, at some point, it changed to, we're not going to give them to you because of security issues. And so my question with that would be, we've got cybersecurity people here. What was offered so that we could, what's offered so that we can deal with these security concerns with us looking at the routers? And I guess we'll start with Mr. Logan on that.
So the Splunk logs, if we had the complete Splunk logs, would be something that would be very useful in order to look through things. But I'm actually going to defer to Mr. Cotton on this because this is his expertise and what he'd look at.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Cotton, if you could, what can we, help us understand how we can look at the routers and this could be a secure process?
So first of all, if I could explain kind of the function of a router in layman's terms. So if you think of a packet of data as an object, as opposed to a system, envelope to the right. You've got an originating address, you've got a destination address. The data is contained in a packet, and the router typically does not record any of that information inside the packet. It simply delivers that envelope to the proper mailbox that it's destined for. The 2 points. So, point of concern / confusion is the assertion that PII data and Maricopa County resident data would be compromised by examining the router. That data should not exist on that router, period. So to state that it could be compromised would be a inaccurate statement or an inaccurate portrayal of what the data is on the router. The second piece on this that is concerning to me is that there have been public reports by ProVFB, there have been statements from the county saying that these election systems don't actually touch the internet. Therefore, the extension of that would be that they do not touch the county network because that's exposed to the internet. To say that the data corresponding to these networks would somehow compromise law enforcement activity or PII data seems incongruous to the previous statements. Okay, and if you take the letter which states these compromises would occur at face value, then de facto that means that the election data had to go to the internet, which I don't know if it's the case or not. But that's certainly something that we need to explore, given the inconsistencies in these public statements and reports that they have presented. The actual fact is that after they shut down the provisioning of us with this data, there have been no other offers for us to get access to the data, to review the data, or otherwise obtain that data.
Madam President, if I may, Mr. Cotton, have you, what kind of experience do you have accessing confidential or top secret data?
So we routinely work for some of the largest companies in the world with incident response breaches, with forensics matters, and we are entrusted with that data, and we've never had an exposure, a leak, or any type of data being emitted from our custody. I also have personal experience at the highest levels of government supporting agencies in which security clearances are required.
Madam President, Mr. Cotton, are you confident that you could look at the routers without risking any security concerns or breaches to the county?
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's go back to the chain of custody, the process and the issues. Let's go to Mr. Logan at this point. So Mr. has testified as to the equipment and the ballots coming in and up to that point. Now from there, this is where you guys step in and you start actually doing the processing. Tell us what the list that you sent to me, which I included in the letter to Maricopa County asking for some explanations. Could you please explain to us what your concerns are, or what have you found, and why we're looking for these questions, answers to these questions?
Sure. So in the boxes, there have early voting transmittal sheets that give the counts that are supposed to be within a given box. And specifically, the county's response stated the reason why the number that we counted did not match what was expected was because of duplicates. Now, duplicate ballots occur when a voting machine can't process a ballot. It could be because it's got a coffee stain on it and they don't think it's going to run through it. It could be because the ballot is damaged, or it could be any other reason that wouldn't run through it. But part of their explanation is that the sheets, specifically the duplicates, the specific example they have, there's actually a bottom part of the sheet right here where if anything is sent over to duplication, it's supposed to be filled out. So I'm looking at specifically the one that they had pulled out, which was, I think it was bin number 197. So it's tray number 2104. And if you take a look at the sheet, you'll notice that there's nothing down here. They said there was, I think they said there was 2 or 3 that were duplicates, but there's nothing listed as duplicates. If you look at tray number 6359, you'll notice that there's 3 that are duplicates. So while the count in here, we'd expect it to be 3 lower than what their total count was, because they're taking out the duplicates. For the example that they gave us, there's nothing listed. And so our understanding, if this form is filled out properly, the duplicates should be referenced in here, and we're not finding that to be the case. And our numbers across the board showed that. We took into account the information that we gave, and it wasn't explained. So I'm still uncertain as to why these boxes are off and these sheets do not match the reality of what we're running into.
And for the record, those are included as exhibits in the letter that we sent to the supervisors asking them, could you help us understand why the rest of these sheets aren't filled out, and why they're not indicated may have been duplicates. And for the record, can you also explain what is a duplicate? Why would we ever need a duplicate ballot?
Okay, so yes, I can say that we gave those examples. We specifically want to give examples. Only boxes that we've run into this way, or only batches we've run into it. We wanted to make sure that we gave some specifics so that they could look back to the records and tell us what actually happened there. Duplicates, as was mentioned a little earlier, a ballot cannot run through a tabulated system, whether that's because it's damaged or whether the machine just won't actually handle it. So when that's the case, they take the ballot, they create a duplicate of it. That duplicate is then run through the system in order to count, and the duplicates are all put together with, as the originals for what the duplicate was based off of.
Madam President, this comes right out of ARS 16621, which says, if any ballot, including any ballot received from early voting, is damaged or defective so that it cannot properly be counted by the automatic tabulating equipment, a true duplicate copy shall be made of the damaged or defective ballot in the presence of witnesses and substituted for the damaged or defective ballot. Also says all duplicate ballots created pursuant to this subsection shall be clearly labeled duplicate and shall bear a serial that shall be recorded on the damaged or defective ballot. We started into our first boxes of ballots that were damaged and had to be sent to duplication situation. For example, Braille ballots. I looked at a box of Braille ballots the other day, and a Braille ballot is about the size of a cookbook. It's got a big plastic ring thing on the side. It's got it, and that has to be determined. What were the votes in that, and those votes have to be reflected on a duplicate ballot. As we were going through some of the early boxes marked as original or damaged ballots sent to duplication, we then went to boxes marked duplicate ballots, and we are finding a 6-digit unique identifier, a serial number, it says in 16621, on the duplicate ballots, but we're not finding a corresponding serial number on the original ballot that was damaged or otherwise had to be duplicated. I was so surprised that I brought the 2 observers from the Secretary of State's office over, along with some other volunteer observers from various parties, just to kind of document that we're running into batch after batch after batch of ballots sent to duplication, but there's no unique serial number or identification number on the ballot that had to be duplicated, which correspond with a ballot over in the has been duplicated box, because those should match up one for one, and obviously they should add up to the total number of ballots as a whole, but you literally should be able to say, here's the damaged ballot, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and here's the duplicated ballot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and anyone should be able to audit and say, yes, we can see that the votes off of the damaged ballot that the machine couldn't read correctly, or I think it says truly a true duplicate copy shall be made, and so it's we are struggling as to how we're going to be able to match up ballots duplicated with the ballots that were duplicated if one of those, the originals, are missing that 6-digit number. The counting probably in the next few days as we begin to resume the counting. But this is one of the questions related to duplicate ballots that we just discovered a few days ago, and we're struggling as to how we're going to be able to match the originals to the duplicates if the originals don't have the same serial number as required for 16621 as the duplicate ballot does.
Logan, part of the list that you had given me that I had put in a letter to ask the supervisors about, we were talking about the ballots, how they are stored in a box. Are they taped with security tape that shows that do not break the seal sort of stuff that we see on crime scenes?
ballots are supposed to be stored inside those boxes. Can either of you help explain what we think it's supposed to be? What did you find? Help me out with that, please.
So we were expecting to find the ballots within bags and sealed within those bags. But I think the county gave a pretty good explanation as to the process of archiving things. They removed those and stacked them all together. That was a great answer. If it helped clarify how they do it specifically in Maricopa County.
Mr. Bennett, are we supposed to be putting them in bags or not? I'm asking
They,
this if we are going to be looking at what we can do to improve election integrity for all of Arizona. Is that something that we should be pursuing? Should they be kept in bags, or is it okay just to put them in boxes?
Well, state statute says that they're sealed when they go from a voting center to central count, that they are supposed to be in sealed bags with a numbered seal. And it appears as though that was happening, because one of the things that we're finding in the bottom of these boxes underneath all that is some of these cut plastic seals that have unique numbers on them. And they are probably the seals from the bags of ballots that were transported from a voting center to a central counting location. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the way Maricopa is doing it, but getting an explanation has been helpful to the auditor. And what we are finding is that sometimes these early voting report sheets are at the top of a batch of ballots. The numbers don't always add up as to what the sheet says we should find below that one until we get to the next one. But we're also finding boxes where the only divider between batches of ballots is just a blank piece of paper with 2 digits written on it. And those 2 numbers don't seem to correspond to batch numbers, which are usually many more digits than that. And so we may be discovering the fact that we could do a better job of delineating the batches within boxes, so that, frankly, if you were to audit an election, one of the things that you might want to do is compare the count of votes within a batch to kind of a subtotal from a batch subtotal that the election management system produces as the ballots are counted in batches. But without a clear identifier as to, what's the identity of this batch of 200 ballots, 198 if a couple have been sent to duplication or whatever. Sometimes we're just finding blank pieces of paper with a number or 2 scribbled on it as the delineation.
All right, we are going to see if we could refresh that here for you right here on News Now from Fox. You see this goes a little bit in and out. Sometimes we're looking at
It's not all consistent. Every single box is not put together the same way. Some of the boxes, we have ballots stuffed along the side to fill up the box even more. Other boxes don't. So there's a difference in the number of ballots that are in it. There's a difference in the amount. And that makes it very difficult to match up batches. So exactly whether a bag is the best answer or there's some other way, we absolutely should be able to open up a box and know for sure that this stack of ballots is associated with a specific batch.
So the purpose, I believe statute, Mr. Bennett, remind me, I believe statute says that we are required to keep ballots for 22 months before they are destroyed. And the reason for that is why?
Well, if there were a question that a court of competent jurisdiction were to order that ballots be opened and recounted or whatever, then you may be recounting ballots for a race in a particular precinct or a city or a supervisor district. And eventually, either through the ballots themselves, but probably more likely to images of the ballots that are taken by the election management system, you would need to be able to eventually sort those ballots down to the precinct level to say were all the votes in a particular precinct or in a school district or a city council race or whatever correctly recorded by the election management system. So it doesn't happen often that a court would order ballot boxes to be opened during that 22-month retention period. But if there was a question, it would be for that reason.
Okay, if we have nothing else, anybody have anything to add as to the chain of custody issues? Not all.
Well, I guess I would, Madam Chair. There's also a chain of custody on the floor of the audit as to, once we received the ballots, they went into locked cages. They're under 24-hour security, and I know we're going to get into some security issues in that, but when a box of ballots is needed at a counting table, there are at least 2 people at all times, sometimes 3 or 4, called the corrals. They are the corral managers. And there's runners that deliver ballots from the corrals to the counting tables. There's a table manager at each table. There's a pod manager that oversees 6 to 12 tables. But when a box of ballots is needed out on the floor for counting or paper evaluation, one of the corral managers has to sign a document, custody document for that specific box, and the runner also signs. So there's 2 people signing every time that a box moves somewhere. When that box arrives at the table, now the runner and the table manager are signing for that box as to the chain of custody. When they're finished with it at the table, doing whatever they do, the runner comes back to get it. The table manager and the runner again sign for that chain of custody to go back to the corral. And when the runner goes back to the corral, again, it's 2 people, the corral manager and the runner, signing that that box is now back in the corral. So there's potentially 8 different people. Well, the table manager probably 6. So, but there's 8 different signatures for a box to move from the corral to the table and back. Is that correct?
That sounds
right. Thank you. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Madam President. Got a question, for Mr. Cotton. I want to, we asked you about your qualifications earlier, but I just had a couple of extra questions on your professional background I want to ask because I thought this was important for your qualifications. Have you been admitted as an expert witness in legal proceedings with respect to your computer forensics?
I have.
Have you testified before the U.S. Congress with respect to the Office of Personal Management breach of 2015?
I have. I believe it was on 3 separate occasions.
I want to go to the passwords, and I want to ask you some questions about that. What level of passwords and access did the county provide you to the Dominion tabulators?
So the county initially provided us a security key and poll worker access to the systems. Now with poll level access, you can open a tabulator, you can open an election, and you can close an election. The challenge there is that what my purview is to actually determine the configuration of that tabulator. We know, for example, that there are 2
and what do you need to get
that requires a separate access at the administrator or the technician level. And we know, for example, that there are 2 RJ45 network connectors on these tabulators. We don't know what those configurations are. We don't know if there is a card internal to the system that might be a Verizon wireless card. We know those tabulators of that model certainly have that capability. We don't know what the configuration is in Maricopa County tabulator.
Who controls, possesses, or has access to the administrative and technician passwords? Look at these configurations.
So in the course of communications with the county officials, it was disclosed to us that the Maricopa County officials apparently do not have access at the administrative or technician level for their own tabulating systems. That level of access and those credentials are maintained in the sole possession of Dominion employees that are apparently full-time contractors within the Maricopa County infrastructure.
So, in a practical sense, what are the implications of that? Dominion employees have access to the admin portion and the county does not?
So from a cybersecurity standpoint, once again, there's a difference between what is being said in public statements and representations with what the county can actually validate is there on the tabulating systems. So for example, we have a report from Pro V&V that the tabulators did not touch the internet. The county, however, cannot validate or verify that there were not Verizon wireless cards inside of those tabulators, which would have, by definition, touched the internet. So the biggest challenge there is, one, it doesn't appear that they have control of their own equipment when it comes to configuring and preparing for an election. And two, they can't validate that their own policies and procedures are being carried out without the ability to validate the various systems.
I want to talk to you or ask you about the deleted database. And we're trying to, again, the president sent a letter with questions and response, trying to, there's lots of gaps and holes and really just misinformation on the responses. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of some of these things. The database directory. In the course of your analysis of the EMS server, did you determine that the database directory had been deleted?
I did. In fact, I have a color behind that. So we follow a very strict forensics acquisition process in which we don't turn on a system if it's in a powered off state. We remove the hard drives, we perform forensics imaging with write blocks to prevent any changes to those hard drives, and we produce a forensics copy of that particular drive. In the case of the EMS server, there were actually 6 drives. 2 of those drives were for the operating system, and they were in what we call the mirror configuration. So if something was changed anywhere on the operating system drive, that would automatically be reflected on both drives. The other 4 drives, data drives, and it turns out that they were in a RAID configuration known as 1+0. So in other words, you have a volume that is not only mirrored, but it's also data redundancy and striped across both drives as well. Obviously, if I don't turn on a system, I don't have access to the RAID parameters, and the county did not provide those to us. So I had to do a discovery process to determine what that RAID configuration was. Part of that process is a scan across those drives to detect partitions of data and to also detect what we call a master file table. So a master file table, very simply put, is a record of all of the directory files that are contained in that partition and a pointing
how's your GameStop and family going?
Hard drive. In the course of performing that discovery, I discovered a MFT that clearly indicated that the database directory was deleted from that server. So all of this, however, may be a moot point because subsequently I've been able to recover all of those deleted files and I have access to that data.
So, that being said, do you still need to get that database from the county, or did that rebuilding or recovery that you did, is that information you currently need for that database?
I have the information I need from the recovery efforts.
Okay. Well, I think that's some good news, Madam President. I want to talk about, there were some things that have been brought up we heard something early on, very early into the audit, something about pens. And Mr. Bennett, can you kind of tell us what happened with the blue pen situation? Did that create any kind of a risk to the audit? Oh,
I wasn't on the floor. I
okay,
deferred
so
to
Mr.
Mr.
As that person pointed it out, we immediately got those pens off the floor. All of them were off the floor before there were any ballots out being counted. It was all done within about 5-6 minutes of each. So we had an observer who identified a problem, and we immediately rectified the situation.
Okay. So there was never, the ballots were never on the floor with any blue pens.
Correct.
I guess is the question. There was some confusion on that. I want to ask about ballot security. There was, early on, some question about ballot security. Tell me about how the ballots been protected and secured through this whole process. And I don't know if that's a Ken question or a Doug question.
Immediately upon receiving the machines on the 21st of April, on the 22nd, those pallets and equipment were taken into locked cages. And I think there's only 2 people who have keys to that. And I'm not one of those 2. Although as questions have arisen on certain boxes related to the duplicated ballots, or we found some slips in one of the boxes in between a bunch of ballots that did have some voter names and addresses on them. And for reasons of security, I was called and we took those out of the ballot box and put a new box. So we now have 1,682 boxes, so that we have secured those. There was about 1,000 pages, but we have secured both the equipment and the ballots behind locked cages. They have 24/7 live video streaming. There's armed security guards present over the ballots and the equipment since they have been delivered. We have not had any breaches of the cages where the ballots or the machines have been kept. In addition to armed security on the floor where the machines and the ballots are, we have armed security at the doors of the building, and we have armed security at outer areas of the fairgrounds property where you don't get close to the building unless your name is on the list of needing to be there for the right reasons. And interestingly, the only attempted breach of security was an individual who posed themselves as a member of the press when Mr. Logan and myself and Mr. Brakey had a briefing on the floor showing how ballots would go around the counting tables and things like that. And an individual, Ryan Macias, presented himself as a member of the press, but when he couldn't produce press credentials, he was denied access. He later, on a different day, tried to present himself as a member of the press at one of the outer security points. But then a few days later, he ended up being one of the people designated by the Secretary of State's office as one of their observers. So once he was designated as an observer from the Secretary of State's office, he has been allowed on the floor as an observer. That's the only security breach that I'm aware of. No one else has had it. No one who didn't have need to be having access to the machines or the ballots have been in the ballot corrals.
So that's the question I have for now, Madam President.
Thank you. I was going to go down and just add on to that. So the security, Mr. Bennett, you talked about the officers, you talked about the situations there. Talk to us about, and the reason why I know this is because when we ended the contract, you had told me what your plans were, and I'm actually watching this on live stream. Can you please explain the security as to the filming and the live streaming and everything else there, as to what is being, how is it being watched, when is it, who's being watched by, and for what purposes are we doing the different levels of filming and live streaming?
Sure. So the entire room where the counting takes place and the entire area where the data acquisition took place are all covered and live streamed 24/7. Those are being viewed, as far as we know, across the world by thousands of individuals. We get reports at times of things that we're seeing. That most of our suspicious situations that when we look at the end of it, there was actually no problem. It was all intended. In addition to the live streaming cameras that we also have what I call our accountability cameras, where over every single counting table we have a camera that aims straight down at the table to see who's there, to see what's going on at the table, and we have one that catches the ballot as it goes around. So that if our process between individuals are counted at one time, it's would be impossible for one individual to try to change any of the vote tallies. And by having, it would take two or more people in order to include to even get any type of change in things. The nature of the way the cameras are is there'd be a full digital trail of who that person was, what was going on, and all of that goes into the cameras. So as I think one of the best examples we have is we had an individual. We were told there was a USB that had been plugged into a computer, and people were concerned. And we got some message from someone about this, and within about 15 minutes of that occurrence happening, we were able to go to our video streams, pull the video footage, find out exactly who it was. It was someone on our IT team that was designated by the fact they were in a black shirt, which is we have everyone in outfits based on roles. They were doing an update on one of the computers. It had to be done via USB because it's an air-gapped system, so there's no way to connect that to the outside network. So within about 30 to 35 minutes of it being identified, we were able to hone in on who it was and confirm that, in fact, it was an expected person to their job duties.
Okay, let's ask the question about, obviously at the beginning, I explained why we're 6 months down the road from when the election first happened, and you've explained why your audit is different than the other ones. We had expected, which was out there in the market, expected that, and according to our contract, to be honest with you, that this would be done before the Coliseum needed it again. I know that some of the delays have been because outside forces and everything we described, but can you give us some more insight about, where you're at now? Why have we not gotten a little bit further? And where do we go from here? When can we complete this? When can we button this up? And because a lot of people are wanting to know what these results are.
So we're expecting to finish the counting process before the end of June. We have had a number of technical issues that ran through over the course of everything that's required some adjustments and bringing in a whole bunch of more people to make the counting happen. We've made those adjustments. We have a great process in place, and we're expected to be well within that timeline.
No, Madam President, I really appreciate you guys being here. Again, I wish the county would have been here because I'm sure that there were questions that there's unanswered questions or maybe more explanation. I just want to, and I know you said this, Madam President, I'm not putting words in your mouth, we want to partner with them. We want to be partners, and we don't need to do any name calling. We just need communication. We need to answer questions. I think 95% of this stuff so far has just been a matter of communication. Somebody needs to know why it is the way it is. 5% of it, though, I think is stuff where, the legislature needs to implement some laws to make the process more secure. And make sure that the process runs smoother. And that's really what we're, the thing we're trying to accomplish here is making sure that this is a process that our citizens can trust and that they can count on.
Is there any
thing that I'm trying to go by all those questions that you guys gave me, which is what I passed to Maricopa County to get those answers. Did I miss anything? Are there more questions that, I know Mr. Bennett said that he was going to keep going with the questions to see if you could help, maybe Mr. Barrett or Jarrett, Mr. Jarrett, or somebody might be able to at least offer a twig of kindness and give some answers. Did we miss anything else, or is there something else that I need to ask of you or you need to ask of us?
I think one thing I do want to specifically clarify, it's been brought up a number of times that this password that we need for the tabulators somehow gives access to the source code. It does not give access to the source code. Source code is what the programmer writes, which gets turned into a program. And then that program is what is actually deployed into the system. There's some miscommunication or misunderstanding to think that this password would give access to any source code. And so hopefully that can help alleviate some concerns and get what we need in order to finish this off.
One thing I would add is that should we receive those passwords for the tabulators, that for us to collect that data is probably a matter of days that we need to continue with for our analysis.
That would be very good. Okay. So not to belabor this to go on, I know this is live stream, people have things to do in their lives, so I would like to continue to get, I know we're in hiatus this week because of the graduations that are going in. Speaking of that, can you tell me where the ballots are right now? Where's the equipment? If it's not on the floor of the Coliseum, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, the machines and the ballots were loaded into locked trailers to a building elsewhere on the premises of the Arizona State Fairgrounds. They are also being live streamed 24/7 by video camera. They also are being watched 24/7 by security, both inside and outside the building. And there may be one opportunity yet, maybe today, when we need to put some hard drives that have been being copied over the weekend back into one of the trucks, but they are under guarded security as well, and has been smooth as far as moving the ballots over to that other building. They're in locked trailers. The air conditioning or small coolers have been on, so there's no risk of physical damage from heat rays to the ballots or the machines. And it was all done under observation by the Secretary of State observers. And when the building is finished with the graduations and they've had to leave the building, which I think will probably be Friday or Saturday of this weekend, we'll move back and be ready to go Monday.
Great. Peterson?
Yeah, just close comment, or I don't know if you're done, but closing comment. See that, Madam President, this is the first forensic audit done on this scale in the history of this country.
That's true.
It's, I just want to commend the contractors for, in spite of the intense opposition and intense efforts to shut this down, not only do we have 24-hour security, we have 24 efforts to shut down the audit. And they have done a great job, I think, of adjusting and setting up, and I think it's will set a precedence and help people learn. Here's things that were encountered, and here's what needs to be done. So when the next forensic audit is done, it will be a completely smooth process from start to finish. But they are, moving into a rhythm here, and I look forward to this being completed over the next weeks.
Yeah, and Joe, when we did all this research, I you did as well, the Federal Elections Commission, and asked them, could you refer us to some forensic auditors? And they go, there aren't certified for him. They said there really aren't any because there are none. I did find one company that works for security, and their price was about $8 million to do this. But
this is a whole new breaking ground. I've had other senators and Senate presidents and speakers from other states that contacted me that said this is an issue that they are struggling with as well to make sure, and they have said this is what's going to lay the groundwork as to, what is the future of how do we audit
Homeland Security, that they wouldn't help unless they paid $8 million.
We're following every
What do you think
best
about that?
practice possible so that if we do need to answer questions, we can do that easily and put the confidence back into our integrity or elections. So the only thing I'm closing with here is,
Homeland Security is holding,
keep reaching out to you to make sure that
money
you
back
have everything necessary.
to recount the ballots.
And if questions are brought to us, that we're going to come to you and say we need an explanation for this or that or whatever. This is not about, this is not personal, never should be personal. I'm so disappointed and saddened that the Board of Supervisors yesterday, some of the hurtful comments that were made, which is sad. These guys have been my friends for some of them 20 years. This is not personal. This is about our jobs as elected officials. It is our jobs that we have to answer to our constituents, to the voters, to the taxpayers. There was something that was said that was very hurtful about how the Senate is wasting taxpayer monies on this. First of all, I don't think that there is ever any waste of money if we are ensuring that our elections are good, our police forces are good, departments are being run efficiently. That's part of government. This is what accountability is all about. And I'm only saddened that it's cost us more taxpayer monies because we never wanted the ballots and the equipment moved from McTech to begin with. We said, there, let us do this together. And instead, we have had to spend so much of taxpayer monies now of having to actually rent the Coliseum out, set up all the security system that you explained to us and the cost of that, security officers we've had to hire. It just, it's a sad that we've had to spend all that extra money when we could have done it for much less had we just worked together as a team. But I am hopeful that maybe from here on out, they want to be a part of this and help us make sure that all elections in Arizona are done right, done correctly, and we look forward to working with them. So if there is nothing else, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
And that is the update there as we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox, that special hearing in Maricopa County on the ballot. That audit as it will continue. The main part here, Ken Bennett says that there was no risk of physical damage to ballots or machines while they're stored for graduations this week. He was citing armed security building. The Senate President also making it clear that this is the groundwork blueprint for future audits around the country and putting the confidence back into our elections. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Some of you stay right here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we will hear from House Republicans on Biden's tax plan.
Homeland Security is complicit at election fraud.
Thank y'all for coming. We just wrapped up a boot camp on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This is something we wanted to do for all of our new members who weren't here. The House Republican majority worked with a majority Senate and President Trump to pass an historic piece of legislation that got our economy going in a way that we've never seen in generations. We had about 80 members during that time, and so we wanted to walk through just how that bill came together and how well it's done to bring jobs back to America. We brought millions of jobs back to America. We made America competitive. We were losing companies. Thousands of American companies had left the United States because we weren't competitive. We had a 35% tax rate when the world average was 23%. And all that changed when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Beneficiaries, and the data clearly backs this up, were the lowest income earners in America. They saw tremendous wage growth, great job growth, some more job opportunities. We had virtually no unemployment. have multiple companies competing for them and paying higher salaries for those families. President Biden right now is trying to unravel that success by raising taxes on hardworking families, by passing tax increases that would run more jobs out of America and cost those low-income families the good jobs that they enjoy today. We don't want that to happen, and in fact, we will fight to stop that from happening, to pass tax increases that would hit the lowest income families the hardest. So with that, I want to bring up the man who wrote the bill, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee when we passed this historic legislation. Kevin.
Thank you, Whip. So as Whip said, we met with our freshman and sophomore Republicans, talk through the Tax Reform Act and what it did for the American economy, what it did for working families. The old tax code, the old broken, complex tax code that Joe Biden wants to take us back to, was almost anti-American. It slowed growth in America. It cut jobs. It kept paychecks flat for more than a decade. And every week it seemed like we read about a new U.S. company moving overseas, taking their jobs, their manufacturing, hurting those communities that were left behind. That's the America Joe Biden wants to take us back to. And there's no question, his crippling tax increases will sabotage our jobs recovery. It will drive U.S. jobs overseas. And perhaps most importantly, hurt working families and our Main Street business. I will also tell you that by targeting investment infrastructure, by taxing inflation, doubling capital gains, targeting entrepreneurial income, by expanding the Obamacare taxes to small businesses, that he will weaken the ability for communities to invest in themselves. And the truth of the matter is, what President Biden wants to do is tax businesses and take investment decisions out of the community, bring it to Washington, D.C., where Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi will decide which communities are worthy of having government investment. That families and communities across the country. So we are here with our freshmen and sophomore classes as Republicans, talking about the damage this will do to working families and small businesses. And I'll tell you, we are going to fight these tax increases tooth and nail because it will land on America's workers, our families, and on our communities. Now, coming out of this pandemic, this is the last thing we need. This is absolutely the last thing we need. I'll point out during the State of the Union, just sitting there listening to President Biden's proposals, I counted 6.5 million American jobs lost just in his address to the joint Congress. It's gotten worse since. This is the fight that we are in it to win it. And our Republican sophomore and freshman classes are going to be helping lead that charge. Byron Donalds, Florida out. United States House of Representatives, Florida's 19th congressional district. The Joe Biden tax plan is a tax plan that only China and Bernie Sanders would love. You see, Joe Biden's never worked in the private sector. Nancy Pelosi never worked in the private sector. I spent 17 years in the financial industry, in banking, insurance, and financial services. And I will tell you that if you double the capital gains rate, if you raise our corporate income tax to 28% like they want to do, if you make companies less competitive, we will start to see companies begin to leave our shores again. And you will see not only companies, but you'll see Americans start to make hard choices about whether to sell their businesses or even sell their homes. That puts Washington right in the decision-making process. And I will tell you, as an individual, I don't want any of these people making decisions for me. My wife and I are actually having a conversation right now about selling our home. But if the capital gains rate goes from 20 to 40%, it's a very different conversation. That's a disaster for American families and American workers. If you want to see, frankly, Black families or Hispanic families lose jobs or get paid less money, raise the income tax in our country. Make it harder for small businesses to actually keep more of their money to invest in their businesses
And those families will see less money going into their home, going into their pocketbooks to pay for their children's needs or whatever else is going on. You couple that with the fact that we've already seen some of the implications of this president's economic agenda. We see small business owners can't get people to apply jobs across the United States. They're not applying because of extended unemployment benefits that we simply do not need at this point in our economy. You also couple the fact that this is the same president that wanted to raise the minimum wage to $50. So put this all together, everybody. The Democrats love talking about intersectionality. Let's bring it to an intersection. If you raise the minimum wage, if you raise regulations, if you raise taxes, how do you expect American families to actually have a job that will pay them the money they need to sustain themselves or even try to go up the income ladder? If you raise individual income taxes, all you're going to do is put things into one of the most devilish things ever created, which is bracket creep in our tax code. You're going to make it worse. It's going to be harder for families to become more competitive and to go up that income ladder. So this tax plan is a tax plan that China would love, and also Bernie Sanders, because it's exactly the things that China wants to do to make us less competitive when it comes to the Chinese. Make no mistake about that. This tax plan will do exactly that. That's why I love nothing more than for President Biden to get his way when it comes to tax policy in the United States. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Whip Scalise and Ranking Member Brady. I'm Carolyn from West Virginia. This meeting provided unity for the Republican Party to show how we feel about raising taxes. For 3 years, our small business owners, our lower and middle income workers, and our seniors all saw an increase in their paychecks and in their money that they had, and the ability to spend that money however they wanted to. Mr. Brady is exactly right. This is not the time to be raising taxes. What we need to do is open our economy and allow America to get back to work. Put the pandemic behind us. Thank you. I'm Yvette Harrell, New Mexico 2nd Congressional District. I am so honored to be here with my colleagues because they have it right. It is really so dishonest for this administration to think that raising the taxes on the American worker, the American business, and the American voter is the right thing to do. From a nation that's been locked down for the last year because of COVID and now struggling because of harmful policies, gas prices going through the roof, all the uncertainty happening, and then to think saddling our families with more taxes is a smart idea, is dishonest, and it's wrong. And I know in the district, 3 years ago, people were ecstatic. More money in the pocketbooks of the American worker, more money going back into the business owners, and then being spent in our local economies with our local merchants. Our economy is great. Right now, we have more jobs than people willing to go back to work because we're incentivizing people to stay home. And then thinking that they're going to have to pay more taxes, it's wrong. We need to stand together. We need to stand united for the Americans. They expect more out of their government than what this administration is doing. And I'm excited to see what we can do in terms of keeping these taxes down, putting people back to work, giving people the opportunities they deserve and need in a country as great as Mexico.
I'm Kevin Hearn from Oklahoma's 1st Congressional District, and 2 years ago I was a job creator for the previous 35 years. So I was on the receiving end of tax policy from Washington D.C. And what I saw after the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act was an incentivization of job creation in America, putting people back to work. And we saw the highest growth rate in wages at the lowest income levels, which is what we want to do. And also what I saw was, an administration that cared about businesses, small businesses in America that create 70% of all new jobs in this country. What I also saw in the last few months in this administration is to reverse all of that by having the largest tax increases in a generation. In fact, when you're in small business and you're a job creator, what you know are 3 things that we've often heard. If you're for big government and big bureaucracy, you're not for the little guy. And that's exactly what this administration is not for, is the little guy. When you look at what they're doing with corporate tax policy, all that's going to do is shift jobs overseas. All the supply chain for all the big businesses that Democrats like to rail against are all going to be devastated. All the folks out there, the 8.1 million jobs that are open, and we only had 266,000 jobs filled, we're going to see that even grow even worse as far as trying to find ways to go in those jobs. This is a job-destroying legislation that's coming forward from this administration. We've seen this from the first day of the inauguration. He wanted to work together, then goes and ships jobs overseas by canceling the Keystone XL pipeline. Time and time again, you got to watch the rhetoric, what's coming out of this administration. It's about big government, not helping businesses get people back to work. We've got to continue to push. We've got to get people back to work, restore this great economy. No leader ever in the history of this country has ever raised taxes coming out of a pandemic, coming out of a crisis. This is something that, as my colleague said, that China is loving, and that Senator Bernie Sanders loves. This is a more aggressive, more progressive tax policy than even he could have come up with. So with that, we're going to work hard to protect and support our small businesses and push back on these egregious tax policies. Thank you.
Hello, Lloyd Smucker, Pennsylvania, 11th District. So I was a small business owner for 25 years. From the age of 17, I bought a very small company. I was out hanging drywall every day. We grew that company over 25 years to one that was employing hundreds of individuals, creating family-sustaining jobs. And I noticed something over the course of those 25 years. The growth of federal government in every area of our lives, the increased regulatory environment, and the taxes, more and more dollars that were earned by businesses were going to fund the federal government. And I was so proud of Congress to try to improve that. So proud of PCJA that put more money back in people's pockets. And I saw the difference in the district that I represent. Investment in the small business owners, saw their excitement as they saw a government that understood what drove free enterprise and what drove job creation. I saw the difference in the fact that represented $5,000 increase in the average wage of middle America households between 2017 and 2019 as a direct result of PCJA. The lowest unemployment, more people back to work than at any other time in our history. That extended to all sectors of our economy. Lowest unemployment rate ever for Latinos, lowest unemployment rate ever for African Americans. We really made a difference in the lives of people. And so it's baffling to me that today Democrats want to undo that. They want to undo what led to the strongest economy that we'd ever seen. To me, the choice is simple. They believe in bigger government. We believe in the American people. They're putting policies in place right now that is creating more dependency on government. And we believe in the ingenuity and the hard work ethic of the American people. They believe in less choice, in government making the choices for you. But we believe that American people should make their own choices. It's a simple decision here that we have today. And I'll tell you what, for myself, I will always bet on the American people.
We have to take a few questions. If you look at it, it's one of the big decisions that was made to get rid of that SALT deduction. It was incentive in the tax code to benefit high tax states, and it actually encouraged states like New York and California to raise their taxes even higher. And by getting rid of that deduction, number one, it allowed every other American, 45 states actually benefited by getting lower taxes for their hardworking families because 45.
And we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Right now over SALT because some members want to bring it back. AOC and some of the socialist members in their conference that are pointing out that it's a tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. And so let's see where the Democrats go on that. But the bottom line is, right now, they don't have the votes to raise taxes because they know hardworking families are going to be hit the hardest. When you think about this, and I know it was talked about a few times up here today, the person writing this bill, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, is named Bernie Sanders. I really think Bernie Sanders is going to write a tax increase bill that's not going to affect hardworking families. Everybody's going to see more money coming out of their paycheck if liberals in Washington and socialists in Washington team up to take more money out of everybody's pockets. And by the way, families under President Biden are already paying more in everything they buy. They're paying more for gasoline today. They're paying 400% more for lumber. They're paying more at the grocery store. So the sticker shock is real, and it's already hitting hardworking families. What would this country look like if he's able to go and take more money out of everybody's pockets by raising taxes? Well, first of all, there are a lot of members of our conference that want to see a much broader investigation. And I know there's going to be some members bringing, I'm not sure what time the Rules Committee is going to meet once we close this event. There are a number of our members who are bringing amendments to broaden that investigation. I'm waiting to see what they determine, because there are a lot of other things that should be on the table that our members have discussed, and even that Representative Katko himself pushed to get in these negotiations. I'm concerned with where it is right now, but there are amendments that are being brought to the Rules Committee by a number of our members, and I want to see if they're able to be successful in getting those adopted. Well, let me.
Folks, right now, because we are getting a fresh update right now. New details in the Andrew Brown Jr. case were released today. The county district attorney says after reviewing the investigation, the shooting of Brown was justified. And Fox's Jayla Whitfield is in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, with the very latest. Jayla, good evening.
Brown Jr. was killed nearly a month ago on April 21st. Today, the district attorney held a press conference and said that he would not be charging any of the officers involved. He said their actions were justified. And if you look right behind me, there's already a small group of protesters that have started to gather, and they're expecting this crowd to grow throughout the night after hearing this news. Today, the district attorney also released a body cam footage that showed how this incident took place. The video does not show Brown trying to intentionally harm the officers, but does show him attempting to flee the scene. According to the district attorney, the officers were in danger.
After reviewing the investigation conducted by the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, Brown's death, while tragic, was justified because Mr. Brown's actions caused 3 deputies with the Pasquotank County Sheriff's Office to reasonably believe it was necessary to use deadly force to protect themselves and others.
Now, during the incident, deputies were trying to serve Brown with an arrest warrant. The district attorney says Brown had a history of selling drugs and had been involved with the police several times. Protesters were outside during the news conference, and there are more here now. But the NAACP president of Elizabeth City says they will not stop until justice is served in this case.
The job of the district attorney is to look at a case through the lens of the victim. The victim in this case is Andrew Brown. He's not there to defend the actions of the deputy sheriffs.
The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation also released a statement after the press conference stating that they do not agree or disagree with the decision made today. Now, the officers also say that they found drugs in Brown's car. They say that there were no weapons in the vehicle. In Elizabeth City, Jayla Whitfield, and I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jayla, and tell us what the scene is right behind you, as well as it is now growing behind you.
Yeah, so many were saying that protests will start around 5 o'clock here, and it is a little bit past 5 already, and there have been a few protesters that have gathered, but we are expecting this to go throughout the night after hearing this news, and we're going to just be out here and be waiting to see what happens.
All right, Jill Whitfield reporting live for us there in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we continue to bring you the very latest right here on News Now from Fox, taking another quick 2-minute break.
I switched to State Farm because of this site. They have me paying $163 a month for my new car, and
President, do you believe enhanced unemployment benefits have any effect on diminishing a return to work in some categories?
No, nothing measurable. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you?
You walked up to the podium with your mask on. To wear a mask so often when you're vaccinated and you're around other people. Because I'm worried about you. No, it's a joke. It's a joke. Why am I wearing the mask? Because on the inside is still good policy. That's why. When I'm outside, and the problem is, lots of times I walk away from this podium and notice I forget to put my mask back on because I'm used to not wearing it outside.
Mr. President, are you at all concerned about Vladimir Putin amassing troops on the border of Ukraine? Do you see that as a message to you, and could it impact your desire to have a one-on-one meeting with him?
It does not impact my desire to have a one-on-one meeting, and they notice he had more troops before. He's withdrawn troops. He's still masked, significantly less than he had a month ago. So,
Sorry, Mr. President, do you believe that the Iranians are serious about negotiation in Vienna?
yes, but how serious what they're prepared to do is a different story, but we're still talking. Sir, you had a question. I didn't cut you off.
Do you have any update on whether you'll be able to meet Vladimir Putin in June? Is that going to happen?
I'm confident we'll be able to do it. We don't have any specific time or place. That's being worked on.
Agreed, sir. Thanks, Mike. Well, first, I wanted to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to serve as House Republican Conference Chair. I have prioritized listening to all members of our Republican Conference, and my focus is on unity because that's what the American people and that's what our voters deserve. I also want to thank this leadership. I look forward to working with them in partnership, shoulder to shoulder, to make sure that we are fighting on behalf of hardworking Americans. I also want to thank President Trump for his support. He is a critical part of our Republican team. Most importantly, I want to thank the voters of New York's 21st Congressional District, whom I'm honored to represent each and every day and fight for them. The American people are suffering under the far-left radical socialist policies of President Joe Biden and Speaker Nancy Pelosi. In just over 100 days, we have an economic crisis, we have a border crisis, and we have a national security crisis. The economic crisis, we see the worst job in over 20 years. Unemployment is up, small businesses are struggling to hire workers, and Speaker Pelosi and Joe Biden's solution to that is to pay people to stay out of work rather than incentivize them to get back to work. As Republicans, we are fighting to reopen the economy, to create jobs. We are fighting against the trillions of dollars of tax increases and the trillions of dollars of reckless spending. The border crisis is not only a national security and homeland security crisis, this is a humanitarian crisis. We see historic concerning numbers when it comes to human trafficking on the border, when it comes to drug trafficking on the border. Every single state in this nation is a border state and feels that impact. At home in my district, the northern border is being impacted because Border Patrol officers are being transferred from the northern border to the southern border. Republicans think and of course the national security crisis. We are seeing our strongest ally, Israel, under attack, and we have seen Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi not step up to stand by and support Israel and outreach to adversaries like China and Iran. So I'm very excited for this opportunity. We are unified, working as one team, and the American people know that the stakes are incredibly high. We are going to fight for them every day against the destructive, radical, far-left socialist agenda of President Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi that's destroying America. I'll go to the first question from the New York Post, Julie.
car incidents or fix that you're concerned about your record? Are you concerned about, I mean, unifying the message that people those places to vote, I guess how do you kind of overcome that?
Listen, the Republican Party is a big tech party. My district is the story of the growth of the Republican Party. My district voted for President Obama by double digits and voted for President Trump and myself by double digits. We have worked to grow the Republican Party and majority in a generation. We are going on offense and are going to win back the majority in 2022. This is about being unified. I'm a proud conservative Republican, and I will fight for the Republican conference.
But how can we be unified? How can is President Trump the leader of the Republican Party?
I believe that voters determine the leader of the Republican Party, and President Trump is the leader that they look to. I support President Trump. Voters support President Trump. He's an important voice in our Republican Party, and we look forward to working with him.
And how can you be unified so long as you have some members who support the former president and some who don't?
We are unified, and I look to the voters across America. Republican voters are unified in their support and their desire to work with President Trump, and we are unified as Republicans. As I said, this is the slimmest majority that Nancy Pelosi has in a generation. We picked up a number of seats, defied expectations, on offense, and we're going to win on the issues because people are understanding that Joe Biden's pledge of bipartisanship, he has broken that pledge since his first day in office. There has been no bipartisanship. There's been party line, partisan, far left votes, and the American people are seeing the disastrous results in the border crisis, the economic crisis, the national security crisis, and more. The American people are hurting, and the Republicans are going to fight for them. Listen, competition is good in America. We are the United States of America. We should have a discussion of ideas. Competition. I'm honored for the support. We are working as one team. My job as House Republican Conference Chair, we are focused on putting forth policies and communicating them to the American people to beat Democrats, and we are going to win the majority in 2022. One team.
Is there a place in the party for vocal Trump critics like Liz Cheney, like Adam Kinzinger?
Liz Cheney is a part of this conference. Adam Kinzinger is a part of this conference. Elected and sent here by the people in their district. They are part of this Republican conference. We are unified in working with President Trump. My job representing our Republican members, the vast majority of you look forward to working with President Trump. That is my job. I have not. Thank you, everybody.
One last thing. I want to wish a policy chair right here, happy birthday. Ray Ball, it's your birthday today. And so, do you all remember the birthday song? Here we go. This is your birthday song. Hey, all right, everybody have a good weekend.
If you wear glasses or contacts, you must see this. A Japanese Nobel Prize-winning scientist in stem cell research, Shinya Yamanaka, has discovered a natural way to reclaim the 20/20 vision you were born with in record time. Did you know vision problems have absolutely nothing to do with your eyes? A shocking link between stem cells in your eyes was discovered by researchers at Harvard University Stem Cell Research, along with researchers at Duke University, the University of Utah, and the National Health Services, NHS, in the UK. These studies show that your eyes will deteriorate with each passing year, even if you wear glasses or lenses, and that's because you do a single thing to actually improve the way your eyes work as you age. This Nobel Prize-winning scientist helped in discovering the real reason why you are losing your vision, and a revolutionary way to reverse your vision problems as you sleep, no matter what your age or current condition. And it works like crazy. This secret habit is so amazing. It sent the entire eye care industry back to the drawing board. And it's currently losing millions of dollars. 13,000 people are already doing it and gave up their glasses in less than a month. It's so powerful because it targets the single root cause of vision loss. So if you're suffering from vision impairment, stop everything you're doing and click below to watch a short free special video. That explains exactly how to reverse vision problems quickly. And no, this has nothing to do with meds, surgery, or expensive treatments. And it works for all types of vision problems. Cataracts, diabetic retinopathy, macular degeneration, glaucoma, blurred vision, you name it. Andy Perth was a new grandpa and was excited to see his granddaughter at the hospital for the very first time. Except he got there, his vision was so poor, he couldn't even see his granddaughter's face. Heartbroken and angry, he desperately searched for a solution, and that's when he came across Dr. Yamanka's research discoveries and a simple ocean creature that was the key to unlocking his vision problem once and for all. After heavily researching a possible solution, he put together a remedy based on this prize-winning research, and he couldn't believe his results. After just 1 week, blurry spots started to vanish, and by week 7 he could see clearly again for the first time in years. Jan had glaucoma that was so bad, she was on the verge of going completely blind. She was at the end of the rope and was skeptical by this new discovery. She tried the remedy, and to her surprise, her transformation was almost instant. Her vision started to clear within the first few days, to the point that she can now see objects that were distant and far away clearly. So click the link below and watch the short eye-opening video before it's gone. Click below before it's too late.
At UBreak iFix, the electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed every step of the way.
General strikes were held in East Jerusalem, Arab towns within Israel, and in cities on Tuesday, as Ramadan clashes of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem
not have it, which then he would be unprepared. Back when What If News started, back on Valentine's Day of last year, if you're not watching entertainment, the videos that I first originally started doing were videos that scrolled words up so people could read and make up their own mind of what they are reading. But something that was an important factor is that I put music to let people be able to tell a story. I put out a video asking bands that are unsigned, just your average, average person, get together, making music, putting music out for people to be able to, hear it. A band by the name of Afraid of Human responded, and they are from Warren, Pennsylvania, and they are absolutely great guys, and their music is absolutely amazing. What you're about to hear is one of their new songs that are coming out, and it is a cover song of Blake Shelton's God's Country. That video from Blake Shelton has 140 million views, so I'm sure a lot of people know this song and the words to it, so please enjoy. Without further ado, Afraid of Human. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, this right here, that's on the semi, this tank up here, is what's got the liquid fertilizer in it. And it's the one thing that we have, and all the blenders that we do have are not small. Fire it up. And away we go.
under God laws. Because all those religions operate for God. All of was the God operating all those religions. And that's why the angels were below him. That's why the demons were below him. That's why all that stuff was below the all of God, is because all was operating all those religions in the background. All of them. The code just said, no, I didn't have the code. That's just what the code said. It said the all agents control all the world religions to hide a baby. What the code said. I haven't decided what the code says. But it tells me some all the agent is using agents of other religions to hide a baby. They're getting the child in the apartment. They're not really doing it. You know it's me, but at least they're gonna get the child, I think. No, based on their wrathful God, they were never gonna talk. Their God would just on them like you never understood. But their God is neutralized, so their God can't do anything to them. Nothing is going to count. Just been neutralized. They can talk whatever they want. There's nothing watching them or governing them. There's no God agent that can get all their data anymore. I don't know why they're not all talking. I don't know what they thought was going. That a God agent? It's not even watching them anymore. No.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be shopping at Walmart anymore. Well, at least not the one by me. I'm gonna go. There's absolutely nothing on. David Chamber.
Save big now on Ring Alarm Security Kits. Most is simpler than ever.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dave Jan, and please welcome to our Operation Freedom platform, WeThePeopleProcessing.com. You know, are you tired of being threatened just because you have a company focused on liberty and freedom? Well, worry no more, folks. WeThePeopleProcessing.com is your go-to merchant services, freedom-based company to provide business service payment solutions. We the People Processing provides their clients a cancel culture-free platform which is domestically based. They provide competitive rates, no contracts with next fully vetted and like-minded financial infrastructure, and full support for integrations, implementation, and e-commerce efforts. Bottom line, WeThePeopleProcessing.com is on defending your company's free market growth, values, and future. Check them out at www. How do you do it?
You go to davejandy.com, hit the listen live button. They'll take your main punches to service, hit play. Outstanding guests, outstanding analysis, information the deep state's own bought-off lamestream fake media will never present. The title of today's presentation is, let's talk about accountability. The deep state, the cockroaches in the deep state, oh, they scurry away when you put the bright light of accountability, politics, and what they're trying to do to strip every American and frankly every person of the world of their freedom and their liberty. You know, we recently had a iconic sports event occurs every year, the Kentucky Derby. And there was a question about the winner, Medina Spirit, and the fact that it apparently had been drugged. And the discussion was that, well, we might have to strip the horse of its win and hold essentially the winner invalid. Well, isn't this interesting? We apparently hold the horse race and the horse to a higher standard that we do Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and what occurred in November of 2020. So, for example, to get this drug test determination, the horse was tested that they were drugged. What about Joe Biden's medical records? You know, he's had a couple procedures done underneath his hood in the distant past. And he refuses to either take or release results of his cognitive function testing. So we hold this horse, Medina Spirit, to a higher standard than we do Biden, the President of the United States. Make sense? Only if you're a globalist and a deep state hack. And the race, folks are saying, is going to be invalidated, the horse race, because of cheating. Okay. Now, did anybody call the officials at Kentucky Derby conspiracy theorists when they said, we're going to test the horse for drugs? No. Just legitimizing the race and the results. So let's give credit to the folks running the horse race. On a political race, if you say, wait a minute, there are some issues here, and we have thousands of people under penalty of perjury that have signed sworn affidavits that there were problems in every state of this country with what happened in November 2020. And they're all crazy, or they're all conspiracy theorists, according to the bought-off lamestream fake media. And if you or I question this situation of what happened, we're bad people, we're conspiracy, we're sore losers. We just don't know how to move on. It's incredible. Incredible. So, my question about the horse race and the Biden family involvement in this whole thing is, where was Hunter? I mean, we know Hunter's track record, right? I mean, he said on CBS TV, oh, he put more crack cocaine up his nose. He put actually more Parmesan cheese up his nose. He said, thinking it was crack cocaine while he was crawling around on the floor. I think Hunter might have been involved.
There's always some type of bug in the house.
You can't keep them out no matter what.
Yes. Bugs are always finding new ways to get into your home. So stop using traditional insecticides to get rid of them. Get Zevo, deadly for bugs, safe to use around people and pets when used as directed.
Traditional regular insecticide.
Involved in drugging that horse. Was he in Louisville, Kentucky the day of the Kentucky Derby? Was he back in the stable? You think this all could be related?
horse in a horse race to a higher standard than we are Biden-Harris and what happened in November of 2020. That's how off the rails this is. It's about more accountability. You know, I've gotten heat over the years speaking about Bill Gates and how you got to be careful about this guy. And that Bill Gates is not exactly what he thinks he is. I have a number of friends that are in the tech industry, have been for decades. And the things I heard about him from people I know and trust. Well, now we hear that the guy who's telling you how you should run your health care life, right? And I can't say it, but remember, he's all about, by the way, his foundation's under review, and I believe he's been sued in India related to what he did with over there related to polio. And the problems that have arisen since his program was put into place. Remember, there were always questions about this guy when it relates to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, right? And remember, in Epstein's will, one of the executors of his estate was related to Bill Gates and his involvement with Microsoft. Bill and Melinda Gates announced divorce after 27 years of marriage. The guy can't even keep his life in order. He's telling you how you should run your life. Billionaire philanthropist Bill and Melinda Gates announced in a statement Monday afternoon that they will divorce after 27 years of marriage. Well, after thought and a lot of work on our relationship, we have made the decision to end our marriage. Over the last 27 years, we have raised 3 incredible children and built a foundation that works all over the world. Yeah, okay, tell that to the folks in India. To enable all parents to healthy, productive lives. Then this came out, actually from Bloomberg, no less. Gates' divorce talks started in 2019, partly due to his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Wall Street Journal actually spoke about this as well. Melinda Gates began working with divorce lawyers well over a year before her split with Bill Gates was announced last week, partly over concerns over her husband's dealing with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, according to the Wall Street Journal. As early as October 2019, saying the marriage was, quote, irretrievably broken, end quote. Her unease about her ex-husband's ties to Epstein dates back to at least 2013. And now, he has come forward and said that Gates sexually harassed her in 2000. And in fact, that was not the only incidence of his aggression. It appears he sexually harassed many people to the point where the board of directors in 2019 wanted him off. This is of Microsoft. And what's Bill Gates' response to all this? Like a true therapist. This is I've read their playbook. Bill Gates, quote, I'm a victim of conspiracy theories, end quote. That's not from The Onion. No, he actually said that. Bill Gates, I have no idea why, if you want to watch this. This is from Emerald Robinson from Newsmax, who said, Bill Gates, okay. I have no idea why I flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, or why I funneled money through Epstein to MIT, or why my wife is divorcing me, or why Epstein named my science advisor secretary of his will. Right. Emerald called it right. It is, it's just more of this globalist hypocrisy. They're trying to tell you how their life into the ground, by the way, while they can't even run their lives. We take medical advice from Bill Gates. You're nuts. I'm telling you, this is someone who's practiced medicine for over 35 years. You're nuts. And remember, there are many people in the IT industry who believe that he's a front, okay, for the intelligence agencies. Just look at his daddy, big-time lawyer, but also look at what his daddy was associated with. Not good. And then we have more. Let's do more. Liz Cheney. Oh, Trump's horrible, and oh, people are terrible. And I mean, what do you expect? The apple doesn't fall far from her father's tree.
We may not even know what's going to come yet, but we know there's going to be new innovation, and we know it's going to be both harmonic because of how public.
Right? Her father, big-time globalist. She, big-time globalist. But she also has ties to China. So does that mean you haven't heard that on the bought off mainstream fake media? Of course you haven't. They've been telling you how wonderful she is and how she's, said Bill Gates, a victim. Liz Cheney's husband works for China's Communist Party-linked law firm. Liz Cheney's husband, the law firm, represents several Chinese Communist Party-linked clients, including firms tied to the regime's military. Employs former party officials to undergird its massive China practice, the National Pulse revealed. Philip Perry, the husband of the House Republican Conference chair, former, serves as a partner at Latham and Watkins. The firm, which has offices in Shanghai and Beijing, has worked with companies labeled, quote, tools, end quote, of the Chinese Communist Party by the United States State Department and People's Liberation Army collaborators. That from the National Pulse. Now let's talk a little more accountability while we're on this. Our own commandant of the largest POW camp in all North America, that being the state of Michigan, where I am, Commandant Klink, from Hogan's Heroes fame, of our POW camp here in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. That would be the same Gretchen Whitmer who had executive orders taking COVID-positive patients and shuttling them to COVID-negative nursing homes, killing thousands. This would be the same Gretchen Whitmer who campaigned with Biden and made our state an initial hotspot in March of 2020. And then when cases started to rise again, it just happened to be 2 weeks after she did her BLM arms across, they're holding each other's arms and walking around. Boom, next thing, we get a surge. And then that would be the same person who's been involved in Biden's refugee resettlement program. And as Victor Avila has stated, a former ICE agent who was down on the border for several weeks, who came on our platform and was speaking about what he noted and documented and discussed with other border officials in our southern border. Folks are coming across the border. They're not being tested. Then they're being put on commercial airlines to Michigan, Minnesota, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, that would be the same states that saw a surge in, and I can't say the word, over 30 years, and I can't say well, anyway, related to the V word, we started seeing a surge again. 2 weeks after these people were being shuttled up here. But Whitmer behind that. And then Whitmer said, nobody should leave the state. No. Nobody should leave because we're having a surge. We're having a surge.
It's time to discover the difference at the all-new Toyota. We've got new ownership with
because of her and her policies. So then it came out that our chief operating officer over spring break, while we were told we couldn't, can't leave the state. Oh no, and those people in Florida, they're terrible. They're just terrible. That's what you were saying. Her chief operating officer ends up in Key West on vacation. Oh, documented. She gets mad. Oh, it's terrible. I'm being picked upon. People are saying bad. I'm on. Wait a minute. If none of us are supposed to leave the state, what are you doing? And then it comes out her newly appointed health director was in spring break in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Okay. And then, as I mentioned, the good old Commandant Klink, Gretchen Whitmer, ended up in Florida when we're being told we can't go anywhere. And then, I talked about this on our platform a couple weeks ago, Gretchen Whitmer took Detroit businessman's plane to Florida. And that businessman said, quote, you can't tell a governor no, end quote. Not this one. Not that, not Commandant Klink. Ooh, no. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer took a private jet to Florida in March, violating the spirit of her orders for everyone else not to travel. This from Kyle Olson. Deadline Detroit reported Whitmer, quote, asked Detroit businessmen to provide a private plane they share, end quote, so she could travel to Florida. She later said it was so she could visit her, quote, ailing father, end quote, more on that a little bit. This is what the businessman said, quote, we wondered why she reached out to us instead of booking a private charter, end quote, one of the owners said, speaking of the condition anonymity. Quote, you can't tell a governor no, not this one. The trouble, end quote. Reporting for Deadline Detroit, Charlie LaDuff said Whitmer spent 4 days in Florida. You'll love this part. Reported the anonymous businessmen, quote, have major dealings in and with the state of Michigan, end quote. Whitmer's office, shocking this, refused to provide additional details about the governor's trip, citing, quote, ongoing security concerns, end quote. What security concerns? Yeah. Whitmer previously complained to the Washington Post that criticisms of her apparent hypocrisy were, quote, maddening, and imagine calling her on the carpet. And then this came out this past week, because she doesn't like being held accountable. Oh, no, transparency? Please, everybody with me. Gretchen Whitmer changes her story about her trip now. Drops original claim she traveled at her own expense. Well, who's paying for this? Those same businessmen who have contracts with the state? That sounds rather criminal, don't you think? This is from the original report in April through the MERS system, MIRS, Michigan News Service. This is what this in April. While Communications Director Tiffany Brown wouldn't say where the Democratic governors traveled, Florida we know. A source tells MERS that Whitmer's father, Richard Whitmer, has a home in Florida. Brown told MERS the governor traveled at her own expense and that utilized no state resources. Now, and Brown said Governor Whitmer wasn't on spring break, but was assisting her elderly father who was battling a chronic illness. Oh, how wonderful. What a good dog. Yeah. Her father, by the way, former CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield Insurance Company here in Michigan.
If you would like to get containers of survival food like this in pouches that last up to 25 years, and you can pick your size, we have
part of the medical industrial complex. Okay, so that was then in April. Now, here we are now in May. Quote, she was pushed on this trip because she doesn't like it. It's maddening. It was just a brief trip. It was not a vacation, and it was not a gift. Wasn't it? Wait, who's paying for this thing? Quote, this flight was not a gift, she kept saying. Quote, it was not paid for at taxpayer expense. Who paid for it? You didn't pay for it. Taxpayers didn't pay for it. Who paid for it? Those businessmen? The ones who have a contract with the state? Who essentially felt coerced in you taking their plane? It's not clear why she did not simply say she, quote, traveled at her own expense, end quote. That's originally claimed. Bright News asked Whitmer's office why her story changed and if she could provide any evidence to indicate who paid for the private plane. But neither Communications Director Tiffany Brown nor Press Secretary Bobby Leedy would explain. Whitmer's secret Florida trip came just days before she urged Michiganders not to travel to this very same state. After that demand, two of her top aides, Chief Operating Officer Tricia Foster and Department of Health and Human Director Elizabeth Hurdle, went to Florida and Alabama, respectively, for spring break. Oh, by the way, the governor's claim she was tending to her ill father, was undermined when, in fact, her father was spotted shopping and driving in not Florida, but in Michigan, in Lansing, weeks later. accountability and transparency. That's what they despise and fear. And frankly, folks, that's how we beat them. We expose them. Expose their hypocrisy. We expose their lies. We expose their duplicate, their two standards, one for them and one for us. That's how we do it. And that's how we defeat them. It's that simple. I hope you'll join me. Now look, our Operation Freedom Briefing is no longer here on YouTube because you can't go into great depth on certain issues. DaveJanda.com. I post it every Tuesday morning, right after this comes up, Dave versus MSM, on my website, DaveJanda.com.
Hunter Biden is still hiding. Yes, he ran when a journalist showed up and parked a massive billboard right in front of his house. The video we're going to show you from this filmmaker who is investigating Hunter Biden. Before I do show it to you, if you're new here, hit the red button down below to subscribe and tap the notification bell for more news like this. And make sure you tell your friends and family this news network. Let's jump into the story from Christina Leda at the Gateway Pundit, who reports that the journalist Ella McAleer with MySonHunter.com confronted Hunter Biden at his Los Angeles residence, Joe Biden, a.k.a. the big guy. Hunter Biden ran from the journalists and then slammed the door on them and confronted about his international pay-to-play and corruption. Quote, Hunter came down but Secret Service surrounded his journalists asking questions. That's what the reporter said. He parked a billboard in front of Hunter's home in Venice, California. The billboard asked a series of questions about the Biden campaign, which he refuses to ask. Watch this.
From MySonHunter.com, we're here to ask Hunter Biden the questions that journalism and journalists haven't asked him so far. Like, for example, did you lie on your gun background check? So, and why aren't you being charged if you did? Why did Burisma pay you, a self-admitted addict, $80,000 a month? What did they get for that? Hunter, again, I'm talking about your father. We wanted to ask you, is this the big guy? You said the big guy in for 10%. Is Joe Biden the big guy? Your business partner says he is. Simple yes or no answer. American people need to know the truth about Burisma, about why he was hired, about who is the big guy. So let's go and see. Hi. I need to ask Mr. Biden some questions. I'm a journalist. And we have some questions on the there as well from journalists. Mr. Biden there? You there? Oh, hi, Hunter. We have some questions here for you. Signature, Hunter. Is that your signature? Why did you run? Hunter, why did you run back? Hunter, you're publicizing a book. Would you like to come out and answer some questions? Hunter? He's a public figure. He's publicizing a book. Well, he is, actually. He did interviews. Hunter, you ran back in there. Hunter, who is the big guy? It's Joe Biden's guy. Hunter, did you lie on your gun application form? Hunter, we have the questions here. If you can see them on the side of the truck.
Wow, can you imagine Hunter having to look outside and see that truck there with those embarrassing photos and those damning questions? Well, the filmmaker, Ella McAleer, is making a movie about Hunter titled My Son Hunter. Help. Now, later in the video confrontation, the producer explains why he's making the movie and how you can support this production.
Who's the big guy? Where does it go? Did Hunter Biden lie? Is that what's happening? Simple questions that need to
Got that TV off.
Really asked. And that's what we're going to do with our movie. That's why we're making it, to get it to 2,000 millions of people. So please go and give what you can. Help us make the movie, mysonhunter.com. We're crowdfunding it because this story is being suppressed by big media, big tech, big Hollywood. So you can help us at mysonhunter.com. Thank you. Bye.
MySonHunter.com is the website. In the description there, they explain that in My Son Hunter, quote, we tell the story of the Biden family corruption from Hunter Biden. You'll be shocked by what you see on the screen. You may think you know the story, but the truth is more damning than you could ever imagine. Again, the website mysonhunter.com, and if it contains any images that were on Hunter's laptop, comment below. We'll see you at the next report for the Next News Network. I hope you enjoyed that report. Let's talk about that, shall we? Did you ever dream of diving deep in the ocean to find riches and wealth enough to live the life of a king? Well, noble gold.
Good afternoon, guys. This is the fun one. I'm trying to say anything I want. Son of a bitch. Good afternoon, guys. This is the fun one. That's where I get to say anything I want. First of all, for those of you who live up in the Worcester area, you need your car, truck, and make for work on. Head to Greasy's Garage. You'll love Pete for any number of reasons. One, he's a great mechanic. Number two, he's a guy. And they can fix whatever you got. And then for those of you who like to learn more about Bear's products, and he always carries Bear's products in stock, call David 615-854-3057. Awesome guy as well. Let's go ahead and from one of the viewers, he says, Martin, I just remembered the Star Trek episode because a government edict, people were required to report volunteering chambers. Not biological warfare, but I thought the comparison was interesting. I remember that episode, as a matter of fact. And yes, people are voluntarily taking this vaccine, and they have no idea how nasty it really is. But I'll tell you what, as we go along here, it's going to become more apparent. There's some videos, some really good stuff put out. Let's first of all, where we go, one we go all is worldwide in the spring. The news right against us further proves that they are losing control of the narrative. As they say, the conspiracy epidemic born in the U.S. spreads in Europe. Indeed. And, it just gets bigger and bigger all the time. South Africa. White South Africans are being killed, raped, and tortured. If this was any other race, it would be a world crisis. The genocide is being ignored and covered up as innocent families lose their land and lives. South Africa. And, I mean, it's just nuts there. But we see insanity all over the earth. I mean, Satan knows this is his last goal, and he's doing everything he can to hang on. And then this. I am 398 days old and seeing smiling faces in public for the first time. How sad that she can keep this hoax alive. It is sad. It really is. People are just so dumb. And as it says here, and I know, baby, just how you feel. I've got to scroll with my peepers to get to what's real. That is this little baby holding up this son. Take off the mask, smile at a stranger, breathe, and it's just so insane what we see going on, and the anger that we see going on in the country with people being beaten up, being attacked for no reason whatsoever. I mean, I saw a video this morning of a black guy, I don't know where it was at, but he goes in, and there's a white woman, just minding her own business, just sitting there, and then he goes back out, makes sure that nobody else is around, comes back in and just starts thumping on her. For no reason. Just because he can. And these people choose for it. Everybody is fed up, regardless of race or color, they are fed up. And that shit's going to come to an end. It'll come to an abrupt halt. As I told everybody, the military will step in when it's least expected. And move on to Biden gaps trying to gaslight on vaccine shots in the arms for the first 100 days. It says another day, another disturbing gap-filled video of Biden reading from a teleprompter. The 3 video clips below are from today's press conference about COVID-19. We doubt Biden even knows what he's reading. Otherwise, he would have picked up on the comments he's reading that someone else wrote. Instead, he just keeps on reading and squinting. Okay, so we know, without question here, as he says here, put 1 million shots in the arms of my first 100 days. What the hell does that mean? And is this guy dead? Is he alive? What the hell? And we will find out in due time. Moving on to progressives shook after Fauci admitted past amid the media. I tell you what, they just flip flopping. People are, they're just going crazy to far left. He said, well, do we wear them or do we not? Should we wear 2 or 3? I mean, these people on the left are just dumb on the post. And that's I shouldn't say that about post. But, as I said, the media is ridiculous. Someone that dared to question CDC guidelines was mocked, banned, and vilified. Fast forward a year later, the media refuses to follow them and supports those that do. Cops are shook after Fauci admitted wearing a mask is about imagery. And Fauci admits his wearing a mask indoors despite being vaccinated is not science. I didn't want to look like I was giving mixed signals, but being a fully vaccinated person, the chances of my getting infected in an indoor setting is extremely low. Did he know he got that? Hell no! No, he did not. Not if it, and you're about to find out here in a little bit. And just wait. And man walks into BBC Humberside Studios and tell them exactly who and what they are. I tell you what, he said, you guys aren't telling the truth. He goes in there and they're putting everything. And if you want to see the whole thing, it's on BitChute. Man walks into BBC Humberside Studios and tells them exactly who and what they are. There's the name of it. And it's on the channel 6 cents. It's all one word, 6 cents. And he goes, you guys aren't telling anybody about all the people that are dying from the vaccine. 6,000 who have died from the vaccine. Remember H1N1? That vaccine killed 15 people. They shut it all down. Here we have almost 4,000 people that are dead right now. More by now. And they refuse to shut it down. But there's more. There's more of this than meets the eye here. Three Gorges Dam, Missio, look, as we know, the Bitcoin, they are mining Bitcoin underneath there.
Heavy metal.
And copyright. And so if that deal goes, so goes the Bitcoin and all the rest. And anyway, interesting. The whole thing with Bitcoin and everything.
Heavy metal, copyright free.
All I'm going to say to you on Bitcoin is if you've made a lot of money, you might want to think about selling and taking your winnings and just sitting back. If you've made a boatload, think about it. If you're broke, if you haven't made a boatload, if you're in the hole, that's different. A number of pregnant women suffering miscarriage after having COVID vaccine increases 52% in just 7 weeks. You know, for people who are saying out there, well, I want to see some research. You know, like a whole bunch of guys came down with COVID after being vaccinated. Oh, I want to see the research on that. Really?
Welcome to this Christian Patriot News Update. Today is Tuesday, May 18th, 2021. Let's kick things off with this high-octane music video featuring our favorite president. I'll be back in 4 minutes for the show.
Tried to stop us from going to the White House, but I'm president and they're not. You can't speak for that.
News, Russia. Impeachment hopes 1. Impeachment hopes 2. He's a sexist and a racist and a homophobe and a xenophobe and every kind of ism. Look here and not there. Look at Trump's crimes, but do not look at these audits. Russia. Watch what's going on with Russia, but do not look at China. And now we're looking at the potential of our president being indicted in 2 separate states. Let's have a look at that. So this news is just breaking. Report signs grow of Trump subpoenas, indictments in New York and Georgia. And the deep state strikes back. Legal experts are picking up signals that Donald Trump could be hit with subpoenas and indictments in New York City and Georgia. Washington District Public Interest lawyer John Bansis, who prompted the election interference investigation in Georgia, said the case is heating up. He noted that Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Lewis is struggling for documents from Secretary of State Brad Rassenberger, who was said to be lawyering up. Meanwhile, Lewis has hired a special prosecutor who had a role in the Whitewater case against former President Bill Clinton. And to also
I've come across a paper that I want to share with you. It's an academic paper put together by 4 people from MIT and 1 person from Wellesley College. It was published in January 2021, and it is called Viral Visualizations: How Coronavirus Skeptics Use Orthodox Data Practices to Promote Unorthodox.
So if you look at you from that perspective, I would say that was a positive sign because it woke people up that, hey, what we're seeing in the news is obfuscation. If you're already seeing anything, they should hear me say this. You have to discern what you're seeing because there's so much disinformation and so much counter disinformation that anything you look at should be suspect. The example is, hey, this quantum financial system. Okay, nobody's talking about that. I've asked, and I have friends that are still in the agencies. I have friends that are in foreign governments. I have friends that are in foreign militaries, and know what that's all about. But if you listen to these influencers that showed up somewhere around January, none of them, first of all, they don't have any facts. Second of all, they talk about a source. Okay, what's the source? Insiders. All the time. Right, that's usually your first clue that it's disinformation. And I would say all of them are disinformation.
This is an interview I think you guys are really going to like. So here's what happened. A couple of weeks ago, a gentleman reached out to me, and he had some really interesting credentials behind his name. He was a retired lieutenant colonel who was in the Army for 23 years, and his specialties were information warfare and cyber operations. And the reason why he reached out to me is because he really liked what I was saying regarding the infiltration and disinformation that is plaguing the truth movement right now. Apparently, this guy's been following the awakening truth genres, whatever you want to call it, for quite a while. And that's something he was noticing as well. A lot of disinformation that was being inserted into it and completely muddying the waters and completely messing things. And that's something I've definitely been talking about more and more in the recent weeks and months. So he reached out to me. We had an exchange via email. Then we ended up talking on the phone a couple of times. And I really liked a lot of the things he was saying. We agreed on quite a bit. He said that he believed Q to be a real intelligence operation. And we also discussed how there's a lot of information and various propaganda tactics that is completely splitting the truth movement sideways right now. So I felt like, I don't usually do interviews on the channel, but I felt like with him would be so helpful to help people grasp what's really going on right now, left from right, up from down. It's tough. It's tough with how much weird information there is out there. So hopefully it can help you maybe pick up some skills, maybe hone your discernment, be a little more careful with what you believe and how easily you believe it. I want to have him on this channel again very soon. His opinions and his understandings of things are very, very helpful. So I hope you enjoy this talk with retired Lieutenant Colonel Steve Murray. If you guys like it, let me know. I'll have him on soon. Enjoy it. Steve, I appreciate you for coming on here with me. So to give the audience an idea of who you are, what is your background with information, disinformation, warfare tactics, and things like that?
So I spent 23 years now, and the last 15 years of my career I spent doing what the Army calls information operations, which is essentially information warfare. And I got into cyber warfare as well as digital network intelligence. So I had a wide cross-section of information-related activities and worked with the agencies as well as managed a cyber battalion that did exploitation, attack, and defense. So my background's pretty diverse, especially given the fact that I spent the last 10 years of my career doing nothing but fighting let's just say nation states in our networks and Afghanistan. And I could go on and on about it, but that's the gist of it.
Gotcha. And what rank did you reach while you were in the Army there?
I retired as Lieutenant Colonel. I did not want to stay any longer than that.
Gotcha. What agencies did you work with and in what capacity? Just trying to get an idea a little bit more of what exactly you did while you were in the Army, what you can discuss.
So primarily I supported NSA, and we did a lot of work for the Joint Task Forces around them. So we have scanning Joint Task Forces around the planet. JTF 519 sits in Hawaii, and their whole job is in the case of a contingency. So a lot of what my unit supported was operations at the joint level. So if there was anything that happened, say in China, in Japan, in Korea, my unit would go out support any kind of cyber defense activities. In fact, most of the cyber defense that happened within, let's say, between 2006 and 2013 when I retired was all done by my unit. And my AOR, area of responsibility, was between California and Korea. So anything in between, and you can imagine that there was a lot of stuff going on back then that kept us busy. I would say for my unit, deployments usually every 3 months somebody would support, and usually for 3 to 6 months at a time, depending on what's going on. We had teams in Afghanistan, we had teams in Iraq, we had teams in Kuwait. All they did was support joint operations around deployment, and that included criminal elements, nation states, you name it, was in our networks, and we were our whole job was to not only collect on them, but to get them out of our networks. And it was a full-time gig. That's good. It was a full-time operation.
And last question for a little bit of detail. What years, those 23 years you were in the Army for?
I started out in 91, and retired in 2013.
Gotcha. So that's a solid couple decades with a lot of different conflicts in different areas, and I think California, the whole Pacific Ocean, basically, large area of responsibility there.
Right.
So now we have your background. Let's move on into some more current events, things that you see that you were interested in, that you wanted to discuss. First of all, what do you think of Q, your ideas of it, how you came across it, and what you think of it now?
Let's start with in general, and let's start with what does that look like from an information perspective? And then I'll talk about what I think towards the end. So QAnon, I got turned on to QAnon early 2017, just after it was HN about Hillary Clinton's going to be arrested in X date at X time. And
So about October, November-ish, 2017 then?
I want to say October, yeah. I think that's when the first couple.
And yeah, that would have been the first handful of posts there.
Right, now I got turned on by another intel buddy of mine, and he said, you should pay attention to this. This looks like an information operation. So we started watching the boards and, taking note of what was being posted and then correlating that against, what it is, meaning what are they posting, how often are they posting, what's the cadence of posts, what's the topics, and followed it all the way through 2020. Now, when I look at this from a professional standpoint, I see 4 different narratives across that 40-year period. And you could tell that there was making that were posting because the posts were inconsistent, but the themes were the same and the messages were the same. And then you see the tone in 2018 change, late 2018 it changes again, 2019 changes, and then all the way through the election. And where I'm going towards is you could see 4 distinct groups of people or 4 distinct types of messages and themes throughout that. The first change, like I said, was in 2018. It went from pro-Trump, pro-America to more of a watch to see what's going on, trust Sessions, trust Durham, trust Huber, etc. Then 2018, the narrative changes again. In late 2018, the narrative changes again. It's back to pro-Trump. And then 2019, it's all about child sex, pedophilia, compromises, the Epstein piece. All of those were sprinkled throughout, but you really see an emphasis on that towards the end of 2019. So if I had to sum it up, I would say it's changed control several times throughout that 4-year period. And there was multiple actors that were posted. Now, do I think it's a psyop? Yeah, I absolutely do. I think a lot of what was posted was political. And if you look at some of the posts, especially in 2019, all of those posts were about trust the plan, trust the players, the White House are winning, trust what's going on. Don't get out of your house, don't do anything. I think it's purposely designed to delay the population. Now, I think the unintended consequences in what we call second and third order effects. When you look at the second and third order effects of QAnon, you see a couple of things. Number one is this where we go one, we go all. Great message. And it united the planet. When this started, I would say there was probably a couple million people that were watching Q, and now you've got millions worldwide there, literally hanging and going back through the posts. They're wrapped up in gematria. They're looking at numbers. They're looking at the different messages and correlating that to what's going on now. More importantly, you have a peaceful movement that's driving towards liberating the planet from debt slavery, etc. Right? That's the themes and messages I hear now. So that's the first good thing that came out. It's to unite people across multiple demographics, not just a certain set of people in the United States. This literally is across the planet, and it has united groups of people that would never have been united. And the common thread in all of this is that there's more of us than there is them, right? So that those are the good things that came out of Q. The things I don't like about QAnon, number one, trust issues. You trust your own. And this concept of nothing can stop what's coming, right? How long have you been hearing that? You've been hearing that for almost 2 years now. So, do I think it's a psyop? Absolutely. There's some not only merit but some credit to what they were posting, and I think if I had to take it out and dissect it and look at it, what was the purpose of this? I think it was just to wake people up. That there's something bigger than that, the human trafficking, the child trafficking, the money laundering, the criminality, the drug trafficking. All of those things were in several, drops sprinkled around the community in the QAnon drops from 2018 to 2020, and it's opened people's eyes. Now, the problem with some of it is, and this is the problem with anything like this, the third order effects it so seriously. Now it's a religion, and you can't question it. You can't get them to think outside of it. Everything's the gospel, and that's the danger, right? So that's part of the psyop that I have a hard time with. Is a religion. Do I think there's some value in it? Yes and no. But intelligence doesn't work that way. Intelligence is about creating products. My job as an intelligence officer is to assess the enemy's disposition, figure out their array of battle, their order of battle, and then very succinctly tell a battlefield commander, this is exactly what I think the enemy is going to do. This is how they're arrayed across the battlefield. This is how they're arrayed against our forces. This is where their let's just say center of gravity is, which means here's their core capability that if we take this out, they stop fighting, or we diminish their ability to fight. That's the thing that commanders worry about.
Can I play a little bit of a devil's advocate here?
Absolutely.
So you're saying it's a psyop with riddles and kind of overviewing some of the negatives, I guess you're portraying. Psyop riddles and then the trust sessions, kind of a pacification sort of idea. Could some of these things have been counterintelligence to put out to make bad guys in the deep state or what have you make bad moves? And, calling it a psyop, does that inherently mean it's bad? Could there be good psyops out there? Like, what are your ideas in terms of those things?
Well, let's start with the counterintelligence. It absolutely could be counterintelligence. Especially if the enemy's paying attention to it. But I wouldn't say that when it first started out in 2017, 2018, it was definitely saying 19 it was. Because, like I said, the narrative's changing, right? You look for the narrative switch. That will tell you. Now, is there a good psyop and a bad psyop? Absolutely there is. You can use psychological operations to population. You can use psychological operations to, let's just say, suppress or put the population in fear. It just depends on what the objective is, right? And I think, like I said, I think the objective is to educate people as to what's really going on around them and what's really behind the curtain. And more importantly, what are the themes that I saw over that period of time? Number one, don't trust the mainstream media. Number two, be suspect of everything you see. Do your own research. Try and go to the source. And most importantly, don't take everything at face value. Because things at face value, especially in this media, are at face value. It's all lies and obfuscation, right? So, I mean, you could look at our mainstream media right now, they are proud of. It was all propaganda. Everything,
Same
all
tactics
those-
that Nazi Germany did to be proud.
Absolutely. So if you look at Q from that perspective, I would say that was a positive side because it woke people up that, hey, what we're seeing in the news is obfuscation.
So we talked about Q. We talked about how it initially started in 2017, 18, 19, kind of the progression of everything, and talking about the idea that it is a psyop, but there was a lot of benefits that came for the public, maybe this particular psyop. Let's get up now into currently what's happening with the movement, because obviously we haven't had a Q post since December 2020. Earlier you mentioned the movement becoming a religion, and you talked about how people are using gematria now and all these different things to basically become obsessed over Q's posts. And I see a lot of what's called decode salad. I call it decode salad. People are taking posts from years ago and trying to match it with stuff that's happening today, but it looks like they're totally reaching with these ways to connect the two. And there's also a lot of what's called hopium, or hope porn as people call it. A lot of clickbait stuff out there. People looks like they're using Q and Q-related rhetoric to sell ideas, sell even sell themselves and their narratives. They have nothing to do, not even related to Q at all. So what do you think about the influencers spreading the hopium and that sort of clickbait itself plaguing the movement right now?
So first, it's irresponsible, right? And if your audience hears me say anything, they should hear me say this. You have to discern what you're seeing because there's so much disinformation and so much counter disinformation that anything you look at should be suspect. And a good rule of thumb is this. If somebody's still on YouTube talking about disinformation, if somebody's on YouTube and they're talking about the UFO conspiracy world, that's disinformation. YouTube is so heavily censored right now with the algorithms and with all the different metrics that we use to censor people that you can assume anything on there is tightly controlled. Now, let's switch to BitChute, Rumble, Parler, CloudHub, and all these other different, including Telegram. Right around January, you saw these group of, I'm going to say a group of influencers, 6 or 7 of them, that showed up basically out of nowhere, right? So that should be your first clue right there. What's the background of this person? And more importantly, why should I listen to you? The key thing for me was listening to them talk about and making absolute statements about Trump's coming back. The good guys are doing this, or the bad guys are doing this. That's a grift. Because if these guys were serious and these guys were real, they'd be using fact-based information. They'd be pointing you to solid facts. And that was the one thing. Let's go back to Q a little bit. QAnon tied everything into facts, things you could go research, things that are real, like the relationship between media moguls and influencers, as well as politicians intermingling with companies. They go to companies, and the movement identified all of the different players and all of the different connections in the spider web that went out from those people into the rest of the public, as well as into the private sector. And it showed a couple of things. Number one, it showed tangibly that all these people are compromised, right? But if you listen to these influencers that showed up somewhere around January, none of them, first of all, they don't have any facts. Second of all, they talk about a source. Okay, what's the source?
Insiders.
You're right. Somebody told me. Right. That's your first clue that it's disinformation. And I would say all of them are disinformation. You and I have had this conversation, a few times now, and I will tell you that in my mind, Mike Flynn, he's signal, not noise, right? And I tell my friends and the folks that I interact with, listen to signal and disregard the noise. The noise is all the clickbait stuff around, Trump's coming back, election fraud. The only people right now that are really talking about election fraud with any kind of credibility is Mike Lindell, Patrick Byrne, Sidney Powell. Those are the only people that are talking about election fraud. Mike Flynn is talking about the question that most Americans are asking, which is, what do I do? How do I do so we can actually fix the 2020 election? I think most people agree that we need to fix the 2020 election before we start looking at 2022 or 2024. And we need to put in voting laws, and we need to enact laws that include voter ID and all of those sorts of things, right? That's signal. The noise level is, hey, this quantum financial system. Okay, nobody's talking about that. I've asked, and I have friends that are in agencies, I have friends that are in foreign governments, I have friends that are in foreign militaries, and nobody knows what that's all about. So that tells me it's disinformation. The other thing is when somebody starts talking about remote viewing, those kind of techniques, there's a protocol for the way that you talk about that. There's a protocol for describing your experiences, right? The other thing I've heard, and trust me, I've gone down all the rat holes. I've watched all of it. There's this, I want to say, they're trying to make a connection between an alien race controlling the financial system. There's no proof of any of that, right? There's no
space whistleblowers coming out all over the place, and
right, there's no information on, and there's no proof that any of this is real, right? I think the closest thing I've heard, and the one person that I talked to that I think is somewhat credible is Sean David Morton. And if you look, and you and I have talked about him, so for those of you who don't know who he is, he wrote a book called The Sands of Time. And he was back in the 80s, he was a journalist that was really into Area 51, and he spent a lot of his time uncovering Area 51 right around when Bob Lazar was becoming a thing in the 80s. And if you look at what happened to Sean David Morton, number one, the DOJ has destroyed his life. And I think they just arrested him, rearrested him this week for tax evasion, I think it was. But the way they treated him, when DOJ puts you in jail, they forget about you. They do not come back and look back at you and pay attention to you once you're in prison. They just fire and forget. But they have continued to go after this guy over and over and over and over again, which means either he's way over target or he has something that he hasn't given up that they want. And that to me leads some kind of what's true in his story, I don't know. But those are the kinds of things I look for, right? When I see these influencers that show up, first of all, they don't have any facts. Like the one I heard this week is that the White House is being used for military tribunals. Okay, first of all, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, even in a state of emergency, is a very, very precious resource. You have a finite amount of lawyers, you have a finite amount of judges, you have a finite amount of attorneys in general in the military. You're not going to squander them and throw them into some environment. It's going to be a very formal, a very structured, and a very process to put somebody through a military tribunal. They're not just going to stand that out, drive some folks into a building with a truck, and then bring in a bunch of people and run them through the mill. It doesn't work that way. And if you think I'm kidding, go look at the Nuremberg trials. We're watching just how thorough it was when they were trying Nazi war criminals and Japanese war criminals. That was a very structured process. And that's why when I look at these things, it's very easy to discern that it's nonsense because some of these things aren't based on.
And then being in operations formerly yourself, when you hear somebody claim that they were leaked classified information or that they've signed an NDA or they're in contact with military intelligence and military intel is leaking them data, do you laugh? Do you just shake your head?
Absolutely. We try not to laugh now because, the funny part of this conversation is, first of all, as an operator, I would never leak any operational data and compromise operational security for anyone, no matter what it was. Simply put it, relationships, right? And when you compromise any kind of operational security, you put lives in danger. But more importantly, you put intelligence and intelligence assets in danger. Because the first question is, okay, why are they collecting this information? Where did they get the information from? Who's leaking the information? So you put a lot of different things in the chain at risk the moment you open your mouth. Now, the question I have to ask, because I know exactly what you're talking about, is, why, as an operator, sign any kind of an NDA with anybody, especially outside of the military, in a foreign country, for any reason? I mean, it doesn't work that way. The military
public affairs, and public affairs does all of the media releases. It's a very structured and very controlled environment. They're not going to sign an NDA with anybody. I mean, the first question you got to ask, who's going to sign that NDA? What of command is going to sign that? Good luck trying to get a 4-star general to sign anything like that. They don't have the time. Good luck trying to get a colonel to sign anything like that. Because number one, why would they do that, right? They put their career in jeopardy signing anything. So the short answer is that's all nonsense. Every bit of it's nonsense.
So I want to describe, we'll talk a little bit more about sort of this network and how it's operating in different capacities. Question for you, do you think that these influencers could be getting fed disinformation from black hats that are making themselves seem like military intel, maybe putting on a different, putting on a show, putting on a face for these influencers and leading them astray?
I think it's possible. The hard
thing that I have believing that is, let's use the folks in England, right? Have you noticed that there's folks in England that know more about our Constitution, more about what's going on in our government right now than we do? You have to ask the question, why would they even have any traction, even on BitChute, right? Some of these guys are getting 1 million views on BitChute. That's unheard of. I would say that there's probably a good possibility that somebody's feeding them information. I think somebody's paying them to push it out. I think there's a lot of absolute statements that are being made by these folks that are grossly irresponsible, not to mention highly inaccurate. But that said, the question that I have to ask is why somebody use them specifically when there's so many other influencers that they could use to spread information that have way more credibility.
Right. And you're on Telegram, correct? You at least lurk on there a little bit.
I watch all of them, Gab, Telegram, I pay attention to all of them.
When you look at Telegram, describe to me what you see in terms of the algorithms or the AI that's on there and how that might be playing into the disinformation that's posted on BitChute and Gab, Rumble accounts, elsewhere. Like, how is this network kind of coalescing around? So there's a lot of different accounts. You got some influencers that are public personalities. They do videos. You've got some sock puppet Telegram accounts that are out there. You have no idea who's behind it, but they're posting the public influencers all the time. It's this whole network. It's just a lot of different moving parts, all moving together, more or less. So what do you see?
So let's take this to a global level instead of staying at the micro level. So imagine if you want to do an information campaign to influence the public.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors is now demanding that the Arizona State Senate put an immediate stop to the forensic audit of the 2020 election. After the county recorder, Stephen Richer, spoke in front of the board during an emergency meeting addressing the legislative inquiries and requests made for state subpoenaed materials. Richer also wrote a letter to the governor outlining his responses to questions and allegations made by Senate President Karen Fann. In the letter, Richer asserted that county officials did not delete the database directory from the D drive, even though it did not explain what the red X was.
In a rate configuration known as 1 plus 0. So in other words, you have a volume that is not only mirrored, but it's also data redundancy and striped across both drives as well. Obviously, if I don't turn on a system, I don't have access to the RAID parameters, and the county did not provide those to us. So I had to do a discovery process to determine what that RAID configuration was. Part of that process is a scan across those drives to detect partitions of data and to also detect what we call the master file table. So the master file table, very simply put, is a record of all of the directories and files that are contained in that partition and a pointing and a pointer to where that data resides on the hard drive. So performing that MFT discovery, I discovered a MFT that clearly indicated that the database directory was deleted from the server. So all of this, however, may be a moot point because subsequently I've been able to recover all of those deleted files and I have access to them.
So, with that being said, do you still need to get that database from the county, or did that rebuilding or recovery that you did, does that have the information you currently need for that database?
I have the information I need for the recovery efforts of the data.
Okay, well I think that's a good.
An array configuration known as 1 plus 0. So in other words, you have a volume that is not only mirrored, but it's also dependency spread. So in other words, you have an array configuration known as 1 plus 0. So in other words, you have a volume that is not only mirrored, but it's also data redundancy and striped across both drives as well. Obviously, if I don't turn on a system, I don't have access to the monitors, and the county did not provide those to us. So I had to do a discovery process to determine what that RAID configuration was. Part of that process is a scan of drives to detect partitions of data and to also detect what we call master file table. So a master file table, very simply put, is a record of all the directories and files that are contained in that partition and a pointing and a pointer to where that data resides on the hard drive. In the course of performing that MFT discovery, I discovered a MFT that clearly indicated that the database directory was deleted from the server. So all of this, however, may be a moot point because subsequently I've been able to recover all of those deleted files and I have access to that data.
So, with that being said, do you still need to get that database from the county, or did that rebuilding or recovery that you did, does that have the information you currently need for that database?
I have the information I need for the recovery efforts of the data.
Okay, well I think that's some good news, Madam President.
Hey, Australia, it's time for another update. It is May the 18th. Arise USA, the Resurrection Tour, Constitutional Counties, Faith, Family, and Freedom, bringing God and country back to our lives. Boy, have I got big news for you today. You know that on Thursday, we're going to be in the parking lot of the TV station in Atlanta. On Friday, it's Inwood, Alabama, right outside of Birmingham. Fantastic. We need some local talent, local singers still in Ironwood. Milton, Florida is on fire. Can't wait for Arise USA. They established their own Facebook page today. Check that out. It's happening in New Orleans. We're looking for 10,000 people in New Orleans on Sunday. Monday, Jackson, Minnesota to Mississippi State Fairgrounds, home of the Dixie National. We've got that covered on Tuesday. Next week on Tuesday, this is May 25th. We'll be in Memphis, Tennessee, Greater Shelby County. Just now, hot off the press, confirmed Post County Fairgrounds. Now, the Post County Fairgrounds is at Russellville, Arkansas, just an hour west of Little Rock. Post County Fairgrounds, May 26th is confirmed. The next day, May 27th in Shreveport, Captain Shreve High School in Shreveport, Louisiana. Details about that one. Did you know that it was Captain Shreve that actually broke the dam that got everything working down there? We'll have more details about that bit of history. And then also have booked just outside of College Station. Yeah, we're coming for you, Aggies, College Station, Texas. Teresa Bordeaux
has got the Edge General Store. She knows how to put on a good time, and that is May the 28th. Dates that I have scheduled at this time. I did also book June 3rd. Wahoo, Nebraska, halfway between Lincoln and Omaha. Plan to be in Wahoo on June the 3rd. Need to nail down June the 4th in North Platte. This one's the biggest one of the year, possibly Keystone, South Dakota, the entire day on the 4th of July. We will be in City Park, Keystone. It's one nation under God, putting people above politics. See you guys. Get up, get going. That's the Rise USA. Don't be confused.
Great riding tonight, bro. I think this one's really going to make a difference. The charities Antifa and BLM have been busy continuously committing crimes as a way of raising awareness that we need to defund the police. These criminal organizations know better than anyone else that we'd all be better off with no police to stop criminal activity. You know what? I've heard the traditional thought. I'm fully on board with defunding the police. And you should be too. Advocating for defunding the police currently gives you the most amount of virtue signaling points possible. Whether you're a Hollywood star giving an anti-police acceptance speech at the Oscars while the police are protecting the building you're in, or you're someone sitting at home on the couch who doesn't matter. You get a lot of points. Let's get some facts straight. According to the Washington
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors are saying they will not comply with a judge-approved subpoena and turn election routers over to the forensic audit team.
The county will not give over the routers.
In a special meeting that was held where the board also said said that they will not allow the forensic audit to inspect the routers, even if those routers remain in the custody of election officials. As for the passwords requested by the Arizona State Senate on behalf of Cyber Ninjas, who is conducting the audit, well, confirmed that they do not have the passwords. They're in the possession of Dominion, and Dominion is refusing to provide those passwords to the audit team, even though Dominion has provided the passwords to audit teams that the group selected to conduct audits in Maricopa County.
Dominion gave the passwords directly to the two certified election companies who used it to conduct their reviews. Again, we do not have the password.
The recorder, Stephen Richards, spoke during the hour-long meeting outlining the board's response to the request for information and answers made by Senate President Karen Fann. He started out by admitting that the largest county has had major, quote, election mishaps in the past, once in 2016 and once in 2018. In one instance, technical malfunction shut down at least 62 voting machines, leaving voters scrambling to find another polling place, many of whom did not get the opportunity to vote. Those on the left called for an investigation into the election issues. In another instance, media outlets at the time one primary as, quote, an utter disaster, which led to voters booing election officials and demanding they resign. Those on the left classifying the issues as a botched election. At the conclusion of the meeting, unanimously decided that they will not attend the Arizona State Senate meeting today that is being live streamed. They accused the Senate of engaging in political theater, something they said they will not be a part of.
And then there's a lot of debate about were these cars, or was this some kind of a high energy event that melted buildings and then they just reclaimed what they could. I haven't seen these sites with my own eyes, so I can't draw conclusions. But I think ultimately there's a fractal nature to our world and to our reality that ties into magnetics, it ties into fluid dynamics and the flow towards whether it's storm systems, whether it's the flow of blood through our heart. These things are scalable, they're reproducible, they can be.
Good afternoon, guys. Real quick, for those of you who live up in the Worcester area, and you need your car, truck, or Mini Cooper worked on, head to Greasy's Garage, ask for Pete, he can fix it. And then for those of you who would like to learn more about Bear's products, give David a call at 615-854-3057. And remember, get 10% off for being from the chat. He will answer all your questions, whether it be about the hair products or the car products. Let's go ahead and dig into some of the news here. And by the way, at the end, I will do it just for BitChute, Friday, and YouTube viewers. So the media's Matt Gaetz source, Joel Greenberg, just pled guilty to making false pedophilia allegations against his opponents. It says, did you know the guy behind the Matt Gaetz allegations just pled guilty to making false allegations about sex with a minor about another of his political opponents? I want to report this part of the case, which is available for anyone who wants to read it in Joel Greenberg's plea deal released on Monday. So Greenberg, a Florida tax collector in Central pled guilty this week to a series of crimes. The corporate media is reporting on his plea deal, with prosecutors and the implications for firebrand Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz. But there's something else you need to know, and the media don't seem to be too keen to tell people. Greenberg is the only person making accusations about Gaetz right now. 2 months in, and there's plenty of evidence to suggest his animosity for Gaetz' refusal to get involved in Greenberg's demands for a pardon from President Trump. But take a look at count 24 in Greenberg's deal. It's stunning, and it goes right to the heart of the allegations, mostly on the far left Daily Beast website about Representative Gaetz. Count 24, which Greenberg has pled guilty to,
establishes that Greenberg is a malicious and habitual liar who uses websites to make false criminal allegations about his political adversaries. Yeah. So, yeah, this is what these people do. They make false allegations all the time. And then when they're caught, they go, oh, oopsie, you know. And it says the victim of count 4 is a teacher at a school located in Middle of Florida, referred to as herein as the teacher. One, or on or about October 4th, 2019, the teacher filed with Seminole County Supervisor of Elections to run for elected office and tax collector in the 2020 election. Because the teacher had filed to run in opposition to him, Greenberg used the mail, an interactive computer service, an electronic communication service, an electronic communications of interstate commerce, and a facility of interstate commerce to engage in a court and what is reasonably expected to cause substantial loss to the teacher. Greenberg started by mailing letters on or about October 10th, 2019. Greenberg used the United States mail to send an anonymous letter that purported to from a concerned student. The letter was mailed from the Middle District of Florida and was addressed to the head of the school where the teacher worked. The envelope contained an anonymous typed letter addressed to the head of the school containing information alleging an inappropriate relationship between a student and teacher. In that letter, Greenberg, posing as a student at the school, falsely represented that he had first-hand knowledge of a relationship between another fictitious student, identified as R, and the teacher. Greenberg, posing as a student at the school, falsely represented that R admitted to and anal sex with the teacher, and that the incidents took place at the school. Greenberg, posing as a student at the school, signed the letter, a very concerned student at the school. Greenberg's false accusations resulted in law enforcement conducting a criminal investigation of the teacher. Florida statute 800.101 criminalizes any authority figure, such a teacher at school, for engaging in sexual conduct, a relationship of romantic nature, or lewd conduct with a student enrolled at a school. Violations of the statute are second-degree felony. So, its false allegations about the teacher involve false claims that the teacher had committed felony. In other words, the guy just lies. The guy is just a liar. And he'll be dealt with, no doubt. And then, disturbing moment, a baby is rescued from a seedy Philippine slum where live child sex shows were performed. Online pedophiles after the arrest of an Australian man, 68, led cops to the lair. It says here the arrest of an accused pedophile in Victoria led to 14 children rescued. 6 girls and 8 boys aged between 2 and 17 were removed on. The AFP tipped off the Philippine Internet Crimes Against Children Center. Anthony Scott, 16, was charged with possession of child abuse material. What's been going on ever since Trump got in was he unleashed Jeff Sessions, to go after the pedophiles. So they started with the lower level pedophiles, who in turn, as you know, go down the chain and turn in the guys higher up. They turn in higher up, and that's what's been going on for roughly 5 years, or 4.5 years. And so these guys really, really get nailed in a big way. And here you have, I mean, this is so sad. Here's a little baby. I mean, a young child is being rescued from the alleged child sex ring in the Philippines, with the youngest just 2 years old. My word. These people are so sick. And this is what we're learning. This is what's being exposed. And I tell you what, it's going to happen more and more. So get ready, because it's going to come out more and more every single day. It is not going to let up. Moving on to Russia's central bank seems disconnecting Russia from SWIFT. So the Bank of Russia does not see the risk of disconnecting the country from interbank payment system SWIFT. But if such a scenario is implemented, it will be possible for internal Russian traffic to the financial messaging system of the Bank of Russia. SPFS, the bank's first deputy governor, Olga said, at the moment, but we have SPFS, it works in all domestic Russian traffic. Even if something happens, can be safely transferred to our system. We're going to see a major of the financial system. And you're going to see a lot of countries being, they're going to be free. We're all going to be free. And it's going to be a new financial system. It'll be great. And then the Patriot Purge is underway in the U.S. Armed Forces. And this is what we needed to see. This is what we thought we never. Who in the world ever thought we would see patriots, good men and women, being removed from the military? But that's what we're seeing. And we have to see. Moving on to, here's a viral video shows a white mother. This is in a Little Caesars restaurant in Augusta, Georgia. You ever know? Within a particular group of the black community, they've been unleashed, and we see throughout the country, assaults on Asians, whites, you name it. They're unleashing. How many of these people have been let loose from prison? So here's a 25-year-old, she doesn't know, Brittany Kennedy, and she just beat the crap out of this white woman, and her little black baby is crying. Little black girl's trying to save her. The black girl belongs to the white woman, and it's just, it's just insane what we see going on. But this is what happens when you have a group unleashed. And it's not just the black community, it's the white, every community, every group, white, black, brown, it doesn't matter. They have their just nuts in the head who are just angry. And it's just, they just feel free to do whatever they want. These people have been told, worry about going to jail. Well, you know something? The day is coming very soon when this woman, Brittany Kennedy, it's going to land her ass in jail, and for a good long time. Society is fed up with this. Everybody is. People of all colors are fed up with this crap. Nobody likes to see this. You see, this is being black because it's a white and a black. That's why. But how often, what about the black on black crime? Does that ever get reported? No. No. So something, everybody is fed up with the crap. Everybody. Moving on to, is a booming business. Former Tijuana cop gives the lowdown on the illegals at the border. Ed Calderon is a legal immigrant to America who has seen it all regarding the border. He was a police officer in Tijuana, Mexico for 12 years and fought the smugglers and cartels. His interview with Sean Ryan is chilling. Calderon talks about how it was like a beacon went off in Tijuana. The illegals knew it was their chance to cross and make it to America. He goes on to discuss how sex trafficking and drugs are a booming business right now. Absolutely. They're selling these young children. They're getting up to $50 a piece for it. So yes, it's a booming business. And and by the way, when he said that that it was like a beacon going off when Biden came to office, it was a no, it was like a beacon that went off to all the people, like the woman beating up the other woman there. It was a beat. It was like a to all the people who enjoy committing crime, violent crime, stealing, you name it. Look at how hard they've been trying to create a civil war with Asians, with Spanish. It doesn't matter with whites, and now they just said, unleash, go and do whatever you want. Because with Biden in there as president, now they feel free to do whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter. Moving on to this is so bizarre here. KAP-BWA. It's the terrifying two-headed giant mummy from Patagonia, Argentina. And yeah, it's real. Yeah. 5 meters tall, giant from Patagonia. And it was mummified. And some guy actually ended up buying it. But it's started in 1673 when this massive two-headed giant was captured by Spanish sailors. The monster remained captive until he was killed with a pike through the chest while trying to rescue. And I mean, it's like, yeah, he was well preserved. And in 1914, after being passed from one showman to another, the mummified remains of the cat walked up at Weston's Urnbeck Pier. There he remained spent some 45 years on display until Lord Thomas Howard purchased the remains in 1959. And Cat Walk continued to amaze people and somehow ended up in Baltimore, Maryland in a strange collection at Bob's Sideshow at the Antique Man Company owned by Gerber and his wife. And wow. It says, you may think this is nothing but another elaborate fake. However, Cat Walk does exist and mummified remains in Gerber's collection. Mr. Gerber, however, tells a much different story than the above. According to Gerber, Cat Walk was in fact found already dead on a beach with a massive spear in his chest. And anyway, can't say I don't bring you all the news. And then suspect arrested in Palisades, Los Angeles. It says the suspicious wildfire began Friday night in Pacific Palisades. Evacuations were ordered when the blaze threatened homes near Topanga Canyon, California's drought worsened week. And you know, we see this every year. People starting fires, creating havoc. Here's a fiery train derailment forces evacuations in Iowa. And carrying hazardous materials derails in Iowa. You guys stay safe if you're around that one. Wow. And then wildfire threatens homes and buildings near Atlantic City. And people out there in New Jersey, around that area, you stay safe there. Yeah, it's just all kinds of places where craziness, these fires are going on. It's going to get worse. It's in a state of emergency. 1 dead, 1 missing near Baton Rouge. Hundreds of Lake Charles homes damaged. Wow. Some people can't get enough rain, others too much. Moving on, a Space Force commander speaks out after being fired for calling out Marxist training in the military. And yeah, once again, we're seeing the effects of the far left being in control. And we're going to see more of it. We're going to see more of it until the decides they've had enough. Until we've had enough. Fight of the century, Andrew Giuliani announces run against Cuomo for New York governor. and they will have Dominion and Smartmatic stuff. And so as long as it's an honest election, I believe Andrew Giuliani will win hands down. They are so bad. And the CNN journalist slams Israel. The world today needs Hitler. You know, did we ever think that we would see stuff like this? As they say, CNN is facing fierce backlash after one of the contributors made several vile anti-Semitic statements on Monday. And there's just so much hate and anger from both sides, you know? As CNN, the last thing they need is any more bad publicity. They just, well, of course, for them, any publicity would be good. Their ratings are so far down, it's not even funny. And the SCOTUS to decide on Mississippi's 15-week abortion ban, Roe versus Wade. And it says SCOTUS has agreed to hear a challenge to a Mississippi law banning abortion at 15 weeks of pregnancy, which sets the stage for a decision to eventually overturn Roe versus Wade. Remember, if we're not willing to protect the unborn, and I'm going to add to that the elderly, then why should we expect God to protect us? Hand in hand. God expects us to protect the unborn and the elderly. Even though he doesn't mention the elderly in there, I'm pretty sure he would be okay with that. Anyway, we all know how God feels about children. You just don't go against children. You don't do anything against them. You know, it's we'll see what this court does. We know they're really corrupt, but from what I hear, though, they've all been talked to. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go. And then Supreme Court slaps down Biden's unconstitutional warrantless handgun grab. So the Supreme Court unanimously slapped down Biden's plans to allow police to enter homes and seize handguns from law-abiding citizens. Good, because that would have created chaos. That would have created perhaps a civil war. Trump to speak at North Carolina Convention. And it says here, this is by the AP, by the way. Former President Donald Trump will speak at North Carolina's annual state Republican convention next month. No, he's the current president. And then MSNBC pro-life Republicans want to jail rape victims. And MSNBC shamelessly informed viewers on Monday that pro-life Republicans can put victims in prison for taking a morning after pill. Oh, BS. You know, Nicole Wallace and her frenzied far-left feminist panel spent most of the show trying to Americans over SCOTUS eventually ruling on Mississippi abortion. What a crock. What a crock. Nothing can be further from the truth. These people, they're such prostitutes. 2021, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton unveiled his latest proposal to take a bite out of the education industrial complex. His Ivory Tower Tax Act would establish 1% on the value of the endowments of the wealthiest private universities in America to help fund vocational education and training. He tweeted, "Our wealthiest universities have amassed billions of dollars virtually tax-free by indoctrinating our youth with un-American ideas. My bill will tax mega endowments to support training programs to create high-paying working-class jobs." Good. Needs to happen. And then how Pentagon agents subverted Trump and committed treason to keep troops dying overseas. It says here, shocking access report has revealed how deep state agents committed blatant treason in order to keep troops dying overseas in forever wars. Before President Donald Trump was scheduled to leave office after the dubious election and investigations were stonewalled, Trump wanted to remove troops from various third world hellscapes as a final love letter to the American people. The military-industrial complex snapped into action. It reportedly began with influential Trump advisor John McEntee handed retired Army Colonel Douglas McGregor a piece of paper with a checklist of foreign policy directives for the president that follows. 1. Get us out of Afghanistan. 2. Get us out of Iraq and Syria. 3. Complete the withdrawal from Germany. 4. Get us out of Africa. McGregor was brought into the administration position to America's interventionist foreign policy. He had become a favorite of the Trump base after appearing repeatedly on Fox News Tucker Carlson tonight to call for troop withdrawal overseas. Appearances can be seen here. And this is at big league politics. And so McEntee, who was missing up the thanks due to his loyalty to the president, had been tasked with bringing McGregor on board as a Trump advisor in the final days of the administration. Colonel, the president wants to know if he'll come in and be senior advisor to the acting Defense, McEntee said during a meeting between the two men in the White House. Why is that, McGregor asked. The president thinks that you can help extricate us from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and potentially other places. And McGregor showed some hesitancy due to the scope of the request. He told President Trump that he needed an official order, and the memo came on November 11th, formalizing his policies of immediate. And yeah, interesting. And then let's move on to they want us for everyone, and that way they keep making money. It's all about money and power. And the San Francisco bishop affirms moral evil of abortion in response to Pelosi pleas with Vatican letters. Pelosi, all of them. I mean, these are such. What we're watching are such evil, vile people. Honestly. And I can't wait for them to be dealt with. And that one we'll talk about later. And then emails show Hunter Biden's plans for business that would include Joe Biden. And says Hunter Biden and one of his associates talked about building a business that would involve President Joe Biden. In detail, the discussion took place in 2014. Email exchange with Jeff Cooper, the CEO of international online gaming company Occo Global. He's also the founder of two other companies, an investment firm called Eudora Global, Simmons Cooper Andrew. He had every intention of profiting from Daddy. Absolutely. Anyway, that is all for now. I want to thank all of you for your support. Check your cash and help. Thank you. God bless y'all and have a good day. Bye, guys.
Previously on the Fringe. An unstable wormhole was quarantined by Fringe division. Citizens encased in quarantine network have been ruled legally dead.
She was having a breakdown. They were trying to make her believe she was somebody else. She's telling the truth. What if it's not the real her? That is it. Yes. How does she think? Now let me go. Roll until you see her. She is.
So if you look at it from that perspective, I would say that was a positive sign because it woke people up that, hey, what we're seeing in the news is an obfuscation. So if your audience hears me say anything, they should hear me say this. You have to discern what you're saying because there's so much disinformation and so much counter disinformation that anything you look at should be suspect. The noise level is, hey, this quantum financial system. Okay, Nobody's talking about that. I've asked, and I have friends that are still in the agencies. I have friends that are in foreign governments. I have friends that are in foreign militaries, and nobody knows what that's all about. But if you listen to these influencers that showed up somewhere around January, none of them, first of all, they don't have any facts. Second of all, they talk about a source. Okay, what's the source?
Insiders.
You're right. Somebody
all the
told
time.
me. Right. That's usually your first clue that it's disinformation. And I would say, or disinformation.
This is an interview I think you guys are really going to like. So here's what happened. A couple of weeks ago, a gentleman reached out to me via email, and he had some really interesting credentials behind his name. He was a retired general who was in the Army for 23 years, and his specialties were information warfare and cyber operations. And the reason why he reached out to me is because he really liked what I was saying regarding the infiltration and disinformation that is plaguing the truth movement right now. Apparently, this guy has been following the awakening, disclosure, truth genres, whatever you want to call it, quite a while. And that's something he was noticing as well. A lot of disinformation that was being inserted into it and completely muddying the waters and completely making a mess of things. And, that's something I've definitely been talking about more in recent weeks and months. So he reached out to me. We had an exchange via email, then we ended up talking on the phone a couple of times. And I really liked a lot of the things he was saying. We agreed on quite a bit. He said that he believed Q to be a real intelligence operation. And we also discussed how there's a lot of disinformation and various propaganda tactics that is completely splitting the truth movement sideways right now. So I felt like, I don't usually do interviews on the channel, but I felt like a conversation with him would be so helpful to help people trust what's really going on with right now, left from right, up from down. It's tough. It's tough with how much weird information there is out there. So hopefully this chat with him can help you maybe pick up some skills, maybe hone your discernment, be a little more careful with what you believe and how easily you believe it. I want to have him on this channel again very soon because I feel like his opinions and his understandings of things are very, very helpful. So I hope you enjoy this talk with retired Lieutenant Colonel Steve Murray. If you guys like it, let me know. I'll have him on again soon. Enjoy. Steve, I appreciate you for coming on here with me. So to give the audience
Hi everybody, thank you very much for being here. I'd like to introduce you to Antonio.
Smartmatic has provided election technology and support services in Venezuela since
Say you want to connect a social media ad to your email provider, you'll see that in the options, you'll select it, and then from there, just a couple more clicks. I respond to anyone that has.
Hi everybody, thank you very much for being here. I'd like to introduce you to Antonio.
Smartmatic has provided election technology and support services in Venezuela since 2004. Even in moments of deep political conflict and division, we have been satisfied that the voting process and the count has been completely accurate. It is therefore with the deepest regret that we have to report that the turnout numbers on Sunday, 30th of July for the Constituent Assembly in Venezuela were tampered with. Based on the robustness of our system, we know without any doubt that the turnout of the recent election for a National Constituent Assembly was manipulated. It is important to highlight that similar manipulations are made in manual elections in many countries, but they go undetected because of the lack of security and auditing safeguards. So what happened? Why can we stand by the results of previous Venezuelan elections, but we cannot endorse the elections held last Sunday? Our system is designed to make it evident when results are manipulated. However, there must be people auditing the system and watching for that evidence. During the National Constitutional Assembly elections, there were no auditors from the opposition parties, as they did not want to participate. An audit would allow everyone to know the exact participation. We estimate that between the actual participation and the one announced by the authorities is at least 1 million votes.
Antonio Mujica and his partner Alfredo Anzola received a small business loan from the Venezuelan government only months before the recall election. These corporate registration documents from Venezuela show the Venezuelan government owned 28% stock of another company they started, Vista, which adapted voting software for the Smartmatic machines in the 2004 elections. The same document shows a Chavez government minister, Omar Montillo, was on the board of directors. The Chavez government gave Vista, Smartmatic, and another company a $91 million contract to run voting machines for the 2004 election. Many experts say those voting machines were manipulated in Venezuela to give President Chavez a victory. Exit polls done by the U.S. firm Penn Schoen in Berlin had Chavez losing 41% to 59%. But the next day, Chavez declared victory, reversing the score, saying he won 50% of the vote.
Everything was computed in favor of the government. So the only explanation is that the Smartmatic machines have been programmed in that way.
Mathematician crunched the numbers on the Venezuelan election.
It had to be the Smartmatic system. All these machines talk to a central computer and report on their results. And in that as they communicate with the central machine can report anything.
The next year, the owners of Smartmatic, primarily owned by Venezuelan businessmen, bought Sequoia, one of the top electronic voting system companies in the United States, for $16 million. Smartmatic is a labyrinth of international holding companies owned by Venezuelan businessmen. Smartmatic Group NV of Curaçao, Netherlands, Antilles owns Smartmatic International BV in Amsterdam, Netherlands, owns Smartmatic Corporation of Florida, which bought Sequoia Voting Systems of California, USA. When Smartmatic bought the U.S. voting machine companies, the U.S. government did not review the sale. It's technically based in Boca Raton, Florida, but the president of the company, Jack Blaine, testified to the Chicago City Council. Fewer than a dozen Smartmatic employees work in Florida. The majority of the workers are based in Venezuela.
Here, myself included, that really bother the way our country is being ripped apart right now. We want a transparent, honest place so that people can trust that this results and to get everyone on the same page. If people just fraud, I will be that. Okay? I'm going to love that. And I want to be able to tell people that. If we go through here and we find fraud, I want to fix it. Because our country is not. You guys want to fix
me as like some bad guy in there. I'm involved in this and putting everything on the line with my company because I care about our country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to America's Audit Update from the Republican Party of Arizona. I am your chairwoman, Ford, and yes, this is our second update today. We could not put this off until tomorrow. The public has got to know what's happening. We just witnessed a political circus unparalleled in the history of Arizona, in my opinion. A small group of elected officials from Maricopa County who view themselves as above the law, above review, above reproach, just held a press conference in really a circle the wagon effort to protect their backside, while at the same time launching a broadside attack against the Arizona Senate, against Arizona's voters, against the Republican Party, against individual Arizona legislatures, and basically against anyone who disagrees with them. In the guise of protecting the election officials of Maricopa County from unfair attacks, which has never happened, ever,
But the biggest victory, the Nets, is yet to come. The Nets are stepping up for Brooklyn, for the whole city of New York. The Nets are now going to be joining the battle against COVID at the vaccination site right outside Barclays Center. This is going to be another extraordinary effort to get people vaccinated, make everyone safe. Now, here's the deal. Go there, get vaccinated, enter a lottery for playoff tickets. Oh my God! Oh my God! to win playoff tickets when you get vaccinated at that site. But wait, there's more. The Nets and the whole NBA, to their great credit, are focused on social justice. Please clap.
Introducing Allcam MyEye, the most advanced wearable AI for vision impairment.
We are powerful, and we don't get told that we are important. So now I think it's a time for us to look in that mirror, each and every one of us in this world, to go look in that mirror and really get in tune with who we are and know what our purpose and what our passion is and how we can collectively